Yeah, stay side. Aight, whether you ready or not. Show that I find in my soul. Fireproof man, I fight for the gold. Nothing less but a no that is test. Is a test that you will be exposed. Game tight, solid, rock to the top. Game tight, solid, rise to the top. In a moment, every second that you find on the clock. Champion on a mission and no stop. I see through your eyes like a window. Living inside, no heart when it gets cold. Try to take mine, that's bad from the get-go. When I put it down, you have to watch it, they stand up. Think about the outcome, think about your health, bro. Think about your family, think about your ego. Wanna be the boss, when it
What is up, y'all? It is Brawlhalla Esports Year 7.
The opportunity here.
Really opportune grab. Goes for the ground pound.
No,
Fiend,
Fiend
yeah.
stalled it out. Broly
What?
went a little
Why?
too soon.
Why?
And here he goes with the
Why
double.
in the world? But now Cass is back in the mix.
Oh my god!
T-Line side air, Faison and Cody Travis are going to be the winter champions. 953 damage.
They probably got one combo locked in.
Oh, no!
Fauzi gets
About
the first.
you're gonna get punished for it too much. Nice swap. Oh, you crazy Power Ranger!
Real esports stuff right there.
Oh, man.
Oh, there it is.
Wait a second. Now Boomy has to win the 1v2. It's over.
Winter Championship rolls on as we head into week 2. That means the 1v1s of the Brawlhalla Winter Championship 2022 to kick off this season. Welcome to the pre-show. My name's Sparky. Joining me here on the desk is Duke. As always, we're going to be kicking it off this week with some things that you need to be looking forward to for this year.
Yeah, it's going to be a good year. Of course, we are now in Year 7 of Brawlhalla Esports. It's going to be super exciting. And of course, it's the Winter Championship, the kickoff to the year. It's always a wild time because, of course, there's that off season where things change. People are grinding, people are falling off. Who knows what's going to happen?
We've had some interesting things that happened at the end of last year and then that led into the offseason. And even last week in the 2v2s, we also had some interesting things. So it's been a very wonderful time to see what has unfolded throughout the offseason. Recent patch has sort of changed some things. I'm specifically looking at a Qatar Nair stun increase and decreased, recover time on Mist. That's going to help out some Qatar players out there a little bit. Then we also have the Lance Nair changes and a little bit more consistency on the sidelight as well. That's going to push the Lance a little bit further into maybe where people are thinking of what characters they want to play this week for the tournament. So we'll see if that plays out here in 1v1s. But now we want to talk about those players that we're going to be looking at, who we think is going to come out big.
Yeah, and so in order to preface how we're going to talk about our players here in the 1v1s, let's rewind a little bit and talk about the World Championship that happened just a couple months ago.
Okay.
And one of the biggest things that happened in the Brawlhalla World Championship is the fact that zero, big ol' goose egg zero, of the top PR'd players in their region won their regions. It was upset after upset after upset. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because, of course, upsets happen in South America as well. But there's one person who was the top seed going into that tournament who ended up winning, and that's none other than Power Ranger.
He has an interesting spot that he finds himself in going into this. We've seen Power Ranger play some of that Lance in 2v2s alongside Wes. Seen a little bit of Ulgrim, but here recently it's been a lot of Caspian picks coming out as well. You are going to see that Poe on the screen instead of one of those two characters, but of the recent tournament VODs I've been looking at, and the ones I'm specifically looking at, let me flip to the page to give credit where credit is due to those lovely community tournament members, is Sabraldo number 56. That was one of the last tournaments that Power Ranger actually entered on that, and he's been playing a lot of Caspian. It was only once he really got towards the end of the tournament, when he was about to be knocked out in the grand finals time, that he swapped over to the Koji for just that sort of last bit of effort. But of all characters, it's been a lot of Caspian, and I even think the patch happened after that. So if anything, Caspian is a little bit more potent now compared to when Power Ranger was playing him earlier.
Yeah, of all the characters you've listed, which is quite a few, in comparison to some of the other players that we might talk about, he's got a pretty large character pool. But across all of them, I'm hearing great things. I'm hearing the Koji, fantastic bow. I'm hearing the Caspian. Qatar is getting those buffs, of course, great with the gauntlets as well. We've seen the Rayman do well. We talked about the Lance that he played in the 2v2s. We talked about Roland. He's got a lot of really good picks, and things are boding well for Power Ranger. But of course, this is kind of a new spot for him. This is his first time being the top of the region, so this is going to be a new pressure that's on Power Ranger. I mean, just last year, right, Wes was the big one. He was the top PR. Even before that, it was Fiend who was the top PR. This is a new spot for Power Ranger, and it'll be interesting to see how he handles that pressure.
And that 1v1 pressure is a lot different than like 2v2 pressure. If you're the 2v2 world champion, you're kind of sharing that burden with your friend. You have someone at your side that you want to see do well, they want to see you do well. You're there for each other, but in 1v1s, it's totally different. It's a giant, it's the biggest target you could possibly have on your back, because if someone takes you out on their way to the top, they might be able to cruise along on that momentum, on that confidence, on everything. So yeah, I'm glad you bring that up, because that is an interesting point to make, the mental of coming into this as the #1 guy while also being very new to the spot. So his thumbs are a little bit green, at least for this spot, but he's still the man on top.
Yeah, of course. It's a great spot to be in. Your route through the bracket is going to be much different. The people you play against, right? It's going to be a little bit different. But speaking of kind of that difference in pressure from between 2v2s and 1v1s, is also the added pressure of you're potentially going to run into your teammate. There's a very real possibility. Of course, they hot off the win in 2v2s just last week. There's a real possibility that Power Ranger fights Wes later on in the bracket, and that's going to be a rough one, because he won't have Wes in his ear to be like, you got this, man. Do this.
Now, the good thing about that, if you're Power Ranger, or really if you're Wes in this case, is you're basically on opposite sides of the bracket. So it's going to be a very, very, very long time. By the time you meet each other, if all things go according to plan, who knows, they might get knocked down into the losers bracket super early and then run. But if everything goes according to plan, as we expect it to, they'll run into each other pretty late when you're already in a pretty good spot. Like if you're in top 3 going up against your teammate, if you're looking at alongside Brawlhaven at your opponent, and you're like, oh no, that's my friend, I don't think you're really worried about like cutting him down in the moment. You're not trying to get your Sharingan where you have to cut down your best friend or brother or whatever it is.
It's all about that emotional damage.
You're like, I'm going to knock out that guy. I'm going to get the money and the glory. He's still going to place top 3, so that's a PogChamp moment.
Okay.
And then we're going to move on.
Yeah. Very real possibility of all that, but of course a Sharingan moment would also be pretty sick. Anything else you want to talk about Power Ranger before we move on to the next one?
That's all I got for the PR man.
Well, we did mention Wes, so it's only apt that we talk about Wes. Wes, who had an amazing year last year, right? Coming in to the World Championship, he was the top PR, which took time to do. He had to overcome the hurdle that was Fiend and consistently win to prove that he deserved to be in that top PR spot. But then when push came to shove at the World Championship, he was just shy of that gold medal.
So that's going to be something Wes is going to have to carry over in the off-season time. You know, he's going to want to be entering those community tournaments to sort of keep up his practice, but also really build up that so he can go into the Winter Championships and maybe get to that top spot. But one thing that also he's doing beyond the community tournaments is some ranked games. Wes is coming into this with 317 ranked games. That's impressive, but I'm going to build upon that. He has the #1 ELO in South America. That's pretty huge, but I'm going to build on that. He has the #1 highest ELO in the entire world. That's impressive, but I'm going to build on that. So let's look at some of the other ELOs that are happening, or the ranked game usage that we're seeing in South America. If we're looking at like Brucho, he has more ranked games than Wes, but Wes has the higher ELO. LX has a lot more ranked games than Wes, but Wes has the higher ELO coming into that. Only 3 players in South America have broken into the 2600 range this season. It's been DB at 2609, it's been LX at 2659, and then it's been Wesley. What is he at right now? Is he at like 2672? No, he's not. He's way higher. He's at 2760. He's already into the 2700s. Now, I don't normally make it that high in the ranked leaderboard, but I can only imagine that every game he plays, he's fighting someone 200 ELO below him, which is still like one of the best players in his region, and he'll get like a ELO.
Yeah.
Not even 2. He'll like risk 20 ELO and then gain 1. So he's still grinding through that. His win-loss ratio is incredible. He's achieving amazing things on the ranked leaderboard in this season, and I really want to highlight that because that's impressive. That's special. Someone who can do that consistently in ranked. I know I play ranked, and it's It's an experience, ladies and gentlemen. So the fact that he's able to do that at the absolute highest level of competition is incredible.
I mean, Wes, through and through, I think there's no better way to describe him than a competitor. He's a competitor. He's been competing for a really long time. He's been competing in, of course, the official tournaments. He's been competing in the community tournaments. He's competing on the ladder. It's very often that he's in the top 10 global ELO on the ranked ladder because he is a competitor and he wants to show it. So it's very impressive. Thank you for getting those numbers, because that takes a lot of time and effort to gather that.
Honestly, it takes even more time and effort to achieve it. So I'm going to thank Wes for giving me those giant outliers to look at that really popped off the screen. I didn't have to pull out my magnifying glass and dig for those really whatsoever. But if we want to talk about character picks for Wes as well, we already talked about some love that was given to Lance with the sidelight change and the Nair change. We're thinking about players who might be making use of that. We mentioned Power Ranger a little bit, but again, he's been mostly playing like the Caspian in the most recent tournaments that we've seen him play. That's not the same case for Wes. He is a Lance King in South America. Looking at his legend levels, it's Scarlet, level 94. His second highest level legend is an Olgrim, level 70. Plays that 1 and 2s a lot to great success. He also has a Hattori at level 67 and a Val at level 58. Don't see too much of that in tournament, but then he also has a Volkov that he's been playing. He's been able to pull that out when it counts using those signatures, and it drives me insane because I know that I would be running into every single one of those signatures that he throws out. I don't know how he hits them all. Character's good, and he knows how to use it to the absolute maximum. So the Volkov, though, is definitely a tournament pick. I don't actually know how much he's using it in the ranked leaderboard because it is only coming out at a level 36. That's relatively low compared to some of the other ones. So we know he has the Lance chops to take full advantage of the recent Lance buff. And then he also has that pocket pick of the Volkov and several other things if he actually needs it.
Yeah, the Lance is the thing that I was thinking about coming into this conversation about Wes, is the fact that he came into the scene as a Lance player, has continued to play Lance, and of course with the recent changes is likely going to be sticking with the Lance. He's got the pocket pick of the Volkov, which it's definitely had its time in the sun, it's had its successes, but at the end of the day, Lance is looking good right now, so I don't see any reason for him to swap off of it. If anything, it's going to be a swap between Lance legends. Like you said, he's got the Olgrim, he's got the Roland, he's got the Scarlet, he's got his pick of the litter of great Lance characters.
He also has the Artemis, too.
That's true. He also has the Orion that he started off with. So he's got a pretty solid pick of Lance legends, and it'll be interesting to see which one he decides to lean into, but he can really switch anyway with it.
Well, that's all I have to say about Wes. We've been singing his praises for what seems like 20 minutes, and I could go on for hours.
Some more ELO numbers, and he's probably hit that one before too.
The next person in South America is like 200 ELO below him. Wow, that's a big gap.
Wow. Okay, let's talk about a player who's, if you don't know anything about South America, you probably know this player's name. He's a player who has had many successes. We talk about him time and time again on these pre-shows because at one point he was the most dominant force in the region. Has since kind of fallen off, but he's still worth mentioning because he's still showing up on these podiums. He's still doing very well for himself. Let's talk about Fiend.
He's still a very highly PR'd player. He still has solid placements, which means he's in a good seed for each and every tournament, meaning he's going to have that little bit of an easier bracket compared to some of the other players. And he's just still very good at the game. Even though he's not necessarily always in contention for the top spot, you don't always see him in grand finals like you used to, but he's still in the conversation for someone who might be able to make it into grand finals. Coming in PR number 3, has not played very many ranked games. We have Wes putting in hundreds and hundreds of games. If we're looking at Fiend, number 17 on the ranked leaderboard in South America, that's pretty low, and that's because he's only played 67 ranked games. So you look at that lower placement, it's not like he's playing bad in ranked. It's not like he's losing a bunch of games. He's just not playing a bunch of games to then gain that ELO to get up to the top. Nobody plays 20 games and comes out with 2,800 ELO. That's just not how the system works. But if you look at Coliseum 20, one of the more recent off-season tournaments in the community here on February 3rd, what's the date today?
Was that yesterday?
I'm not even doing a bit right now.
Actually, was that?
That was yesterday. We're on February 4th right now currently. So that was yesterday. And he came out second in that, losing to Wes. But there is one major caveat. I don't want to take anything away from that second place finish because that's incredible. But That tournament did not have Power Ranger, and that tournament did not have Kyna Ackerman. It did have some of the other usual suspects in South America like LX, Hughes, Lorez. So definitely still had stiff competition, but not necessarily all of the top dogs at one time.
It wasn't the complete list of people that are going to be competing today. Here's what I'll say about Fiend, and it's less statistical and more emotional.
Okay.
But if you look at last year and you look at all of the seasonal events, I'm willing to bet he is in the top 3 across the board. He has time and time again fallen early and made the lower bracket run to the top 3. He is so consistent about making it onto the podium that many a time when we're going into these pre-shows, I'll be like, oh man, he's already in the lower bracket in pools. I'm a little bit worried. And he'll show up and get into the top 3. He's a person that I, at this point, can't not put in my top 3 because I've been proven wrong so many times as a result.
But I am not going to prove you wrong right now based on what you just said. I'm going to add credence to it because you're exactly right. I'm going to list out some of the numbers for you right here. World Championship 2021, 3rd place. Autumn Championship, 3rd place. Summer Championship, 3rd place. Spring Championship, 2nd place. Winter Championship, 3rd place. Now, World Championship 2020, 4th place. We can just throw that aside because it doesn't...
I said last year.
Exactly,
okay?
yeah. So really, you nailed it. Even before that, you take away the World Championship, Mammoth Cup, 1st place. Autumn Championship, 2nd. Steel Series, 1st. Low Tier City, 1st. Summer, 2nd. A 1st. 33rd. Not worried about it because it was CEO Dreamland Online, so he's having to play on US East servers.
Yeah.
We're throwing that away. Winter Championship, 1st. So you absolutely nailed it. You're correct. I don't say that often. Everyone knows that out there, but Duke is absolutely correct on that assertion. So I want to show everyone out there how correct he was on that. That's impressive. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, he is time and time again, he is showing up, he is competing, he's doing very well for himself, and it's one of those things where, like, everybody, again, who doesn't watch the region likely still knows the name of Fiend because he's just got that much power behind it. But if you get, like, to the nitty-gritty and people are like, are you going to put him on your podium? Most people wouldn't, just because he hasn't been looking as strong. But then again, you're comparing it to when he was dominating getting golds all the time. So going down to 3rds consistently, that's still good. That's still podium placing.
I would definitely agree. You make a compelling point.
Yeah, well, you're already locked in your predictions.
So. That is true. And honestly, I would still stick by it even after all of that empirical evidence that just came out of both of our mouths.
Well, anything else you want to say about Fiend before we move on?
That's all I got on Fiend. I'm still blown away by that consistency now that I actually get to look at it in real time. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because you taught me something today. Yeah.
That's what we're here for, education. That's what this pre-show is about. But let's talk about one other person. This one kind of surprised me, not too much. Like, it's a person you've already mentioned today on the pre-show. It's a person we've talked about. We talked about last week in the 2v2 space. Fantastic competitor, but I get the feeling there's more you want to say than just, yeah, they're a great competitor. Let's talk about Kyna Ackerman.
I love Kyna Ackerman.
Okay.
I have been sitting on that thought for a long time now. I am going all in on Kyna right now. I have for a while. I even tweeted out earlier this year, I think after 2v2, I didn't necessarily expect him to win that one, but I said that Kyna wins a major this year, whether that's 2v2 or 1v1. I'm going to cover my bases there. I think if it happens, it'll probably be a 1v1, but I think Kyna is one of the most tremendous players in South America right now. And he's in a different position than most of the other players. Like, who have we talked about so far? Wes, been around a long time. Power Ranger, been around a long time. Fiend, been around a very long time. Fiend helped build what South American esports is right now, alongside many others, but he was still a very central pillar. But if you look at Kyna, he's number 8 South American ranked right now. If you look at the top 5, he's definitely the new kid on the block if we're looking at PR. Power Ranger coming in with 30K winnings, West coming in with 39K winnings, Fiend coming in with 41K winnings, DB coming in with 20K winnings. Here comes Kyna in with a very humble, while still being a lot of money, $7,000 in earnings. So he's
only
definitely
7? He's not even double.
He's not even in
the
5 digits yet. He's not even a 5-digit player
Yikes.
yet. I think that may change after the Winter Championship, if you ask me. But if we're looking at those character picks, I'm looking at that Bodvar. I love that Bodvar. One thing that kind of does that, the wonderful tool that production has provided us with, it shows the most, is it the favorite? I think it's favorite SIG. Yeah, favorite SIG. And it is that Bodvar side signature. on the sword, you know I'm a big fan of the down signature. Also a big fan of the side signature based on the way players like Kyna are able to use it to cover distance, to chase after players, but he also has a really nasty, an absolute schnasty Koji coming in at about level 61.
Yeah, those are some great character picks to be bringing out. There's some solid, like, consistent picks. You'll almost never see a tournament in competitive Brawlhalla that doesn't at least show a Bodvar or a Koji. They're always going to be great character picks. And of course, as of late, we've seen Bodvar have a lot of success in other regions, right? I'm talking about in the World Championship, Swada coming in with a Bodvar. Talking about over in North America, we also had, well, we're going to talk about Simple, but also in North America, who got second? None other than Java on the Bodvar, who also got into the top 4, Luna on a Teros, but has a Bodvar as well. We've got some great Bodvar people that he can kind of look to and learn from.
There's a lot of just tournament footage and YouTube guides and ranked footage out there for any Bodvar player to basically learn everything, each and every detail about that character, and then it's up to them to then put that into execution. You mentioned a lot of great Bodvar players. I think Kyna will be one of those that we will mention for years to come. I think this is going to be a fantastic year for Kyna Ackerman, but let's talk about some of those off-season community tournament placements.
Yeah.
Didn't play in the February 3rd tournament. That's what I was mentioning. So didn't play in the tournament that was just yesterday. Last one is going to be Sobraldo number 56. That was on January 15th. And then the day before that was Coliseum number 18. And that was January 14th. So if we're looking at placements on that, 3rd in Sobraldo number 56. He lost 1-3 to PR, and then that's Power Ranger, and then 2-3 to West. Then in Coliseum 18, came out in first place, no lost sets whatsoever, beat Fiend all the way in Game 5, and then also 2-0'd Wes. There was no Power Ranger there. I think he originally signed up and then DQ'd out of it. So again, that's one of those tournaments where what he accomplished was fantastic, but there is that little bit of extra like zest, that little bit of cayenne pepper you want to squeeze on the top to make it taste just a little bit better. Yes, we do squeeze cayenne. I come from Louisiana. You wouldn't understand.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I have not been to a crawdad broil. None of that. Is that what you'll say?
That's
was
not
that close?
No one says
No?
one. No one says crawdads, and 2, that's not a Louisiana accent. But you are not the first person to say, "Hey, it's Louisiana. Let's just do a Southern accent." So I can't give you too much hassle for that.
Well, I'll wait for your Louisiana accent at a later point. I'll tell you my opinion right now about Kyna Ackerman. I think Kyna Ackerman's great. I think Kyna Ackerman is one of those people who's on the come up. And you're getting in early on this ship, and you're saying, I'm putting my money on Kyna Ackerman for the year. And that's a great idea. But I think right now, just looking at the raw numbers of the PR and who he's been running up against and who he's been able to beat, I don't know if I have all the confidence that you seem to be putting on Kyna Ackerman.
And you mentioned that I'm putting my money on Kyna Ackerman right now. Like it's not that bold of a prediction, really. Because
yeah, I mean he's
like a
top 5 PR.
Yeah, he's a top 5 player.
I'm just saying you're getting in early.
America.
He's not a five-digit earnings.
I'm not plucking someone out of like 2074th and being like, "This is my guy. I know something you don't."
Well, maybe for the next pre-show. Is there anything else we want to say about Kyna Ackerman before we move forward?
That's all I got on King Kyna.
All right, I think it's time we get into our predictions. And do you want to kick it off? It's been a little while since you've gotten to voice your predictions.
I'm going to kick it off this week because I wasn't able to be here last week, and that made me sad. So I had to escape on Twitter to hope for engagements. But let's bring in those predictions that we have. These are the winning predictions for the week. So place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. In 3rd place, hailing from Brazil. You're going to hear that phrase a lot from me. Wes. I think he's going to come in 3rd place here. I think he has everything he needs to get into that top 3 for sure. That's not a bold prediction. I'm not saying anything new. I changed it. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. I didn't. No, don't fix it. You have it right. I have it wrong. I didn't change it on my paper. That's the second time I've done that. That's why paper is bad, and that's why we're moving. Okay, 3rd place, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just roll that back a little bit. Hailing from Brazil, 3rd place is Power Ranger coming into this one. I think he's going to be solid.
We can edit that, right? Like we could cut that.
He is Argentinian. Dude. Okay. Look, boys, this is the first one. If players get to do weird stuff, I get to do weird stuff on the desk here. He's definitely Argentinian. I'm totally wrong. I'm totally wrong on that one. So forgive me, everybody in Argentina and Power Ranger. In second place, hailing from Brazil, is Wes. He's
You
going
don't
to
want to retake the third?
to second place. It's already done. They
Okay.
already know.
Yeah,
I
they heard it.
I can't push that any further. We're
Okay.
probably running it and on time. We've been on here for like 25 minutes. In first place, hailing from Brazil, Kyna Ackerman. He's definitely going to come out with the championship gold. He's going to be your winter championship. Duke, please save me.
You made it. You made it through your first predictions on the stream, on the set, and of course we love to see that. My predictions, I have already established. I don't think it's possible not to put Fiend in a top 3 prediction anymore. It's so rare of an occurrence for him not to make a top 3 that I would be remiss if I didn't. So I'm putting him in that third spot. And the only reason why I'm not putting him higher is because I think there's 2 people who are just a little bit stronger who have been beating out Fiend in those top 3s, and that's none other than Wes in the second place. Again, great competitor, absolutely fantastic. It's going to be a fantastic set when he runs up against my number 1 prediction. But my number 1 prediction, to zero surprise, the current South American world champion, Power Ranger. I think Power Ranger's going home with another gold.
These are our picks. You've seen some of the other picks that are on screen from the other members of production here, from like TWK, from Rain Raps, from
Ajax has put his
Ajax
out
as
publicly,
well.
Yeah,
Surus.
Surus, yeah.
I totally
You're-
forgot about the name
you're trying to
Surus
remember
because
the-
I
the
was
real
remembering
name.
his human name.
Yeah. It's,
So yeah, there's a lot of predictions that are flying out, in and out everywhere in cyberspace. We want to see what your predictions are. So make sure to hashtag them BH Esports on Twitter, and you might see them pop up on screen. Engage with my tweet that I'm firing out now after I changed Power Rangers flag from the Brazil one to the Argentina one.
make sure you got the order correct.
I hope I did. If not,
Oh, that'll be so funny.
You can tell me in the tweet if that happens. We want to see what you
Engagement
got at
farming.
home. We want to see y'all talking about the tournament, telling us the things you love, telling us the heartbreaks, who
Yeah.
you're rooting for, everything you're enjoying about the Winter Championship 1v1 in 2022. That's all we've got for the pre-show desk. Stick around because we are going to be moving into games. Everybody in Twitch chat that are saying, get off the screen. We want to see the games. We are going to hook you up with that in just a few moments. Duke, take us home.
Yeah, like Sparky said, you can engage hashtag BH Esports on Twitter. There's also more matches that are happening over on twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla. Did I say?
Bog.
I said Twitter, sorry. Hashtag BH Esports on Twitter. But twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla. But for now, we're going to take a short little break. And when we come back, we will be bringing you the top 32 of the South American Winter Championship for Brawlhalla Esports Year 7. You don't want to miss it, so stick around.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
The Brawlhalla Winter Championship Singles Weekend has begun. We're going to be kicking things off with the South American Weekend. I am here with Ajax. I'm TWK. I think this is the first time we're on a desk together officially. Happy to have you, man. How you feeling?
It is the first time on the desk together. I'm super excited. It's the fresh start to the year. You already know what it is. It is the Winter Championships, like you said. It's always exciting to see because you see everybody coming out. You know, you got that clean slate. It's like, okay, who's going to be the one to set the tone first? And with South America, we've heard all the great predictions before. Incredible in-depth rundowns of ELO that I never knew I needed in my life. But here we go.
They've got the stats.
They really do.
And Duke, like, they will break it down for you. And I'm thankful that you're going to actually be breaking down some stats for us over the course of our set together.
Absolutely. And also, speaking of some breakdowns on things, let's talk about the tournament format for a second.
Oh, yes.
So once we get that going, it's incredible to see the amount of money that goes into these tournaments here in total. $75,000 that goes throughout the tournament for just Winter Championships alone.
That's right. But in order to get there, they've got to play through a double elimination bracket. There's going to be best of 5 games from here on out, so you've got to win 3 to advance. If you lose that set, don't worry, you've still got a chance in the lower bracket, but it does effectively double the amount of games that you need to play, turning your sprint to the finish into a marathon.
It really does. That's one of the things that this kind of falls by the wayside when people talk about bracket runs is the stamina you need to go through losers to be that consistent, be able to get first place over and over again. If you get knocked into losers and be able to make that run, you deserved it. But sometimes it's hard to even get a game in the first place because this first set we got coming up is not looking too good for one of these two sides. We have
what do we got?
We got Brucho versus Nuez currently. Unfortunately for Nuez, that game not looking too good because it's currently 3-0 set count in favor of, but it is also no games dropped in between these two so far.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So they're going head-to-head. That's our first one that's going to be coming up, and you're just calling it for Brucho, just like that?
I mean, well, here's
like,
the thing.
No arguments? You're not even hearing anything?
I got to let you go in first so I can go ahead and be chaotic. But to be honest, it's not looking too good. So you got to be realistic every once in a while. I do love upsets, though. That's one of my favorite things that happens throughout tournament brackets, especially, like we said, it's the Winter Championships. It's that clean slate. You want to finally get that W on your demon, and being able to walk away with that pushes you forward, that propels you so much into the next round, which
so
this one has to fight Power Ranger possibly next too.
Man.
So.
All right, that you definitely want the momentum going in there. But like you mentioned, this is the Winter Championship. Things kind of shake up a little bit every single year at these Winter Championships. It's after the postseason. You know, the World Championship, we've had a couple months off. This year, it's a little bit sooner than past year's Winter Championships. So everybody's kind of already been on the grind. And not only that, we already had the doubles weekend for the Winter Championship last weekend. So it's not like you're coming away, you've been away from the game for a while. It's like they were just in a tooth and nail tournament last weekend. Now, unfortunately, you know, you've got to do it all solo. You don't have a teammate that you can play on, but you know, you always got to put it up. Yeah,
it always feels good to be able to have that extra co-pilot with you to help carry you through it. But with this coming up next here, how are you feeling now? We already know, you know, shout outs to One Flambeau, how he feels about seeing the person on the right there, Teros. Sometimes, look, like
he's got opinions,
quote unquote,
man.
sometimes you just got to be ignorant, right? And that character is so good at just consistently netting the KOs. You want to be able to find like quick damage, even with the changes to Axe. It doesn't really matter that much because he's still going to find it with that stomp stare that everybody loves so much.
That's
but on the opposite side, how are you feeling about Brucho going into this to match up against the Teros?
Man, you know what? Val does a pretty good job because when you hear Teros, you're like, okay, yeah, there's a ton of strength on there. It's going to be hitting hard, just swing away. Sometimes, yeah, turn your brain off. Why not? But you know, it's also 2 of the slower weapons. They've got the higher startup in the game, and he's not that fast of a legend. We're looking at Val, decent defense to counteract the strength, and then, oh no, we're actually swapping on over to... Oh, Nimue. Really? We're starting off with the Nimue?
Okay, so changing things up and also
Completely swapped.
So no Teros at all either. We also have the Tori on the other side, so things are changing off
It's
the
Winter
start here.
Championship, man. All cards are off the table.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes if you want to be able to get that W, you got to pull out those crazy pocket picks to change things up. And having the consistency of Sword versus the Orb is going to be pretty good because you have the ability to get those free KOs off of D-Light recovery, but you also have to watch out for the spacing of those side lights to get that Sarah from Orb as well.
Uh-oh, swapped over to the spear. Now definitely a range advantage here, at least on the horizontals. Just because that spear, it's got so much extra reach. Brucho's going to have to find his way to get in. He sets up the corner guard, has a slight damage advantage. You see him fishing with those signatures, but it's not going to be enough to knock out just yet.
Exactly, and if you're talking spears, you're talking South America. This is one of the places where you see the double D-Light into GC, like just being able to get those, but right there, the way that he's pressuring him off stage, what are you going to do? You're getting by the recovery. You see Nuez just trying to get an opening, throwing in the weapon toss. It's already looking pretty good damage-wise here, but who's going to be the first one to net the KO? Getting that D-Light dare, looking like damage, getting racked on pretty easy here for Nuez.
Oh, wow. Got the grab to cancel down light, but wasn't able to get the ground pound. Didn't believe in it with the platform placement, went for the recovery instead, but it was slightly too wide.
Oh, big read right there, calling him out after you saw the whiffed attempt coming in from the D-Light, trying to catch Nuez on approach. And Nuez is actually doing a pretty good job of playing mid-range, kind of hanging out a little bit out of the comfort zone of Brucho. And I think that's actually working pretty well for him at the start of the match.
Yeah, I think the hallmark of that first stock, it's in the history books, it's going to read, perfect dodge out. That would have been disastrous for so much damage on the table. Spear, you can't let it get that basic ground strength started because it's just so much damage every time.
Yeah, and still no KOs here, but does catch him with the unarmed recovery, getting the KO off the top there. It was eventually going to happen. You use so many resources, finds the KO, but back to even here.
I'm glad he was able to score the knockout there, just because I was worried with the way that first stock went, trying to find those signatures, the strong hits, wasn't able to do it, and that's what let Nuez take the advantage, take the lead, score the first knockout, was getting punished for trying to find your knockout moves, not being able to get them. But Brucho was able to tie it up before the damage spiraled too much out of control, but it looks like it's coming to pass anyway.
Yeah, it is, and catching him with the weapon toss afterwards, closing it out off the dare. What an incredible start. Already, I love when before the match we talk about the deficits that somebody has. Like you were saying, I've given no faith at all to Nuez so far, but I really like the way Nuez is playing off the rip. What do you think Brucho needs to do to be able to get back into this game and get it confidently to close out the first one?
Man, it's really just been spiraling out of control off of that first stock. Wasn't able to find the knockouts. That kind of gave up the damage lead that Brucho did have fairly stably in the first stock. And then now it's just too much to come back from. Now he's getting lapped in stock. He needs something with a little bit more consistency. He's taken a little bit too many risks in the neutral game.
And finally gets reversal there with the Seer, trying to read the high recovery and also trying to catch him up to there, but the GC neutral lights just kind of backing him off. You are deep in the red here, but you are up a full stock. That was short-lived, though, because Brucho evens it back up.
I like how he charged that a little bit. That signature, it does the first strike immediately when you press it. The charge is in between the two hits. So you can actually charge it, still get it true for that little bit of extra damage and force.
Especially great on catching those dodges, because we've seen Brucho's been pretty aggressive on disadvantage, but that doesn't matter, because Nuez going to be the one to take game number one. Big beneficiary here with the Hattori of the changes to Spear, and it looking way better with the change-up instead of going with the Teros. So maybe this could possibly be the first upset we see already. We just started.
Yeah, so this is the thing, you know, it's anytime that you take a lot of those risks in neutral like Brucho was doing, Nuez, even if they weren't in perfect position, playing this Hattori with the high speed gives you the opportunity to actually close in and score those tags.
Now, do you think we stay here on the pick, or do we see the switch up back over to the Val?
If this is what the practice has been, I mean, sure, but I would swap it. Honestly, with the way that first game went, that was an experiment. That's not the one. Hypothesis, null hypothesis, let's go something else.
Sometimes, like, you just call a spade a spade. Like, you lost the first game, and it could be a confidence move because, like, you go in with that set count in favor, and you just got out damaged the way that you saw Nuez. Just like, it wasn't even just sword. He had he was spacing so low with Spear, never really overcommitted on any side lights, and we didn't really see a lot of D-lights either, which I was expecting to see a lot of jump call-outs with. Yeah. It just outplayed him, grounded, but we're seeing now a switch up to Apocalypse, and
okay. Yeah, the swap over onto the Asuri, so we're trading pretty much everything out of there. We've got the Katars on deck, and I like this for the map pick of Apocalypse as well, just because we're swapping over here. There's not going to be that soft platform hanging over the edge, so it's a little bit more dangerous off stage with those shorter walls. And Asuri has one of the best signatures in the business, two of them actually, for just dunking you down and ending stocks early.
Yeah, if you want to play that spacing on me, I'm going to chase you down. That is like such a good zone break base character with those Katars, like we're seeing right now, just keeping them backed up, trying to keep them in the corner, and it's working so well already, but does go for the high recovery and reversal. Do you get it?
Come on, heart in my throat. I was like, don't let that damage lead just evaporate instantly.
Does still no K off the top either with the recovery. Yeah, now you got to watch out for this landing here. This has been excellent routes, but he just could not touch the ground. The disadvantage state was incredible in favor for Brucho there.
Yeah, Sword really good at knocking people upwards. The Nair, fantastic air-to-air for the anti-air. The recovery, one of its best knockout options. You did see it did take a little bit longer, though, because Apocalypse has a very tall ceiling. So something with horizontal knockout options, like the spear on Nuez right now, could actually outpace it.
Yeah, I actually like what Nuez has been doing a lot already here in the second stock. We're seeing a lot more attempts at trying to read chase dodges instead of just committing straight to the string, because you need to figure out where is Brucho comfortable right here. He hasn't really committed to any type of defense out of when you've gotten a hit. So do you finally find that bait? He still gets to get the KO, though, even with the spear, had to give it up.
Yeah, this is phenomenal for Brucho. Lapping in damage now, and Hattori, a pretty squishy legend, only 4 defense. So it's like, managed to score the knockout on Brucho, tie up the stocks, but the damage is anything but.
Yeah, but luckily GC D-Light into recovery is always going to be that consistent KO you need. Now you need to establish dominance in neutral game. You have the weapon star, but for how long before Brucho gets it back? Here we go. And Brucho already swinging, wasting no time after that too. It's like, I'm not going to let you get tempo control here.
Yeah, it seems very happy to just keep going for knocking up into the sky. I like this side air just because it sets up the horizontal knockout. Uh-oh, stuffed recovery. Wait a minute, scrapping off the side. And just like that, Nuez stole away their lead.
That is a massive stock in favor for Nuez, because you were talking about how Brucho was keeping him in the air, and he had such a hard time consistently landing, so you steal away a stock on that on the left. Now Brucho can't freely do that as much because every trade they take is in favor of Nuez.
All right, so that's a few times now we've seen the interaction where Nuez stuffs the recovery of Brucho. Brucho, very quick to let loose with that heavy attack button, really wants the knockouts, the power, the damage, everything that comes with it, but Nuez is just a little bit faster with his attacks. You see those orange sparks come out, and that's where you get dangerous. So few options off stage. Again!
Going all for it, up a stock, it was counter worth it. Did you get the wall touch? Yes, he does. Gets back, but gets punished for it. I like the attempt, though, because you got it before. You got such a large lead, but not looking too hot now. Brucho can make it back, but Nuez is looking so good.
Yeah, this is going to come down to like some crazy offstage interactions, just because they've both been happy to fight off of there. There have been crazy stomp outs, the stuffed recoveries, but Brucho, if those Katars actually get their engine working, they've got the win.
All you need is that one read with that dare, just
the
chase
sweat
him all the way down.
drops, options dwindling, oh my gosh.
Get the wall touch, yes. You do, deep in the red. You have to watch out here.
Oh,
trying to catch
wrong
a
direction.
big read, but did not get it.
Yeah, had the right call. The timing was perfect. It was just a question of face left or right. Were you going to dodge through or dodge in place?
Now both of them, we're pretty much in the D-Light recovery range here for Nuez if you get it off of near the platform there. But this is getting this is actually dead even, and Nuez tries to go for the big
play.
play.
The 3-piece. But dodging out, punishes the signature with the side air, swaps over to the Katars, has the edge guard. No! Nuez saved his dodge just to get through.
Nuez trying to catch the jump off the ledge, just staying grounded, not trying to commit, not trying to get reverse edge guarded. That's going to take it out off the top, and Brucho brings it back. After that incredible edge guard we saw on stock 2, I definitely thought Nuez was going to be able to kind of run with it, because you were up a stock, you had the ability to take trades and work it from there. But that last stock couldn't really find those engagements to get that damage back up, and then it just went to even at the end. Not even so much panic, just Brucho just kept his composure.
Yeah, Brucho definitely stealing victory from the jaws of defeat there. And I think it's going to bode well for carrying this Asuri into the next game, further into the set, because you're right, that was an absurd edge guard that just cut the stock short without being able to get anything done on it. So this was effectively a 2-stock victory for Brucho outside of that crazy interaction.
Yeah, and I for the way that the set has been going so far, we already saw one counter pick off a character. I don't think we should see a switch.
250 damage difference.
Now, even with the damage diff, that was so close because of that incredible
Yeah.
offstage presence.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I think if, like when it comes to this counter pick here, you want to make sure you're keeping that stage small because you want that offstage game. Because if you get a wide stage, it's not going to work. It's not going to work out. It's going to definitely work out in favor of Brucho.
I love these stats. So much more average damage per engagement, 50 versus 31. The accuracy just about the same. Over 51% accuracy for Brucho. Just finding every single hit.
And that is just incredible because of the fact that you're able to keep it close. That basically says if that edge guard never happens, I win that game every time. Now, the switch here to Demon Island, a little bit wider, a little bit more room, but way less spots to hide out on the side. I think that's going to work out well for Nuez, but it's going to be harder for Nuez to win these neutral engagements because look at the defense from Brucho right there. Just stays back, knows it's not safe at that time.
Yeah, I think Brucho's been getting better and better at kind of finding the pacing that he needs to go toe-to-toe with Nuez here. As long as those edge guards get cleaned up a little bit, because you've got the toolkit for it, but every time it seems like Nuez is just a little bit quicker on the draw, the stuffed recoveries.
Every single time when we are looking at a dominant engagement win, for Nuez, it's off stage. And I think that this this pick here is going to work so much better. And now this is a crucial spot, too, because this is game 3. You need that counter pick advantage going into the follow-up.
How many
times?
How many times? We don't have that many stuffed recovery effects in the game. You're going to run out.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep it going. It's just classic. Keep that defense, keep that pressure up. What can Brucho do? Like this, you should be winning center stage, but Nuez just keeps hiding out on the ledge. I'm already deep in the red. You come fight me so I could possibly snipe a stock out.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's been working out. There's a solid damage lead. Brucho's basically in the knockout territory, even though we've kind of proven time and again, Nuez doesn't even need the damage to score these knockouts.
Yeah, it's crazy. That gets in your head too because you're outplaying in neutral overtime time and time again. But trying to go deep off the top, finally catching one of those D-lights that we've been looking for repeatedly. Couldn't get the KO with the recovery off the top they were looking for, but do you get the bait off the ledge? No, just kind of backing off on arm, not really worth that engagement.
See, that's Nuez's trick. He's like, yes, you're taking one from my book. Try to pull me off stage? No, I know better. That's mine.
I'm loving it now. Now look at the difference here. What are you seeing in the difference of Nuez now in center stage that we weren't seeing in those previous games where he was keeping it close because of the edge guards, but he's actually kind of keeping it close even here in center and still keeping up that pressure off the side.
So much pressure. I feel like every time that they're around the corner, we're going to see those orange sparks. Brucho will be swinging with the heavy button every time.
I'm at a loss for words, man. Like it's you really need, you have to get Nuez away from the corner and outplay him in center, especially here with sword. You're gonna be able to outdamage him pretty consistently. But what a call! Getting the ground pound, but does not get the KO. Gets looking for the high recovery. Nuez gets by on the big read attempt. This could cost him.
Oh man, really goes for it. You see Nuez every single time in these air engagements, goes up, spends everything that they have. You're going to see those sweat drops time and time again. And I think that's been a big pacing change that has given Nuez the advantage in the neutral here. Where Brucho kind of goes up after like 1-2 jumps, Nuez is now changing it up. He used to attack at the 1-2 jump zone, but now he's going for the full 3.
Multi-game conditioning, it matters so much, especially at this level, to be able to stay in the set. If you do not have that good defensive prowess, you're not going to make it far. It's on Brucho right now, deep in the red, to be able to consistently do that, so he can possibly get this. He's already starting things off hot, but does not get anything else. Trying to look for a deep recovery there. Still no KO off the top.
Yeah, thanking the lucky stars for Demon Island being yet another stage. Very tall ceiling. Short walls, tall ceiling seems to be the theme for the set.
Hey, when it comes to Nuez, like, look, survivability for you is fine, but I'm going to send you straight down. And this is actually very
brutal.
It works so well, too, because the majority of the time you're looking for those KOs off the top with the Katars, so it just works out in favor. Look at the defense between these two right now. Nobody's trying to swing.
Yeah, I mean, this is neutral footsies, right? They are just looking, one of them is about to get knocked out. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I was going to talk about how he could turn it around, but that was too quick.
All right, look, okay. All right, hear me out, okay? All right, what if I was big brain planning this, and before the match, I already dropped the commentator's curse so I can get the upset. And not look like a total
So you're
doofus.
gaming it all outside the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
you're metagaming the metagame.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, nobody can prove me otherwise.
Genius.
Yeah.
Actually genius.
Yeah, so Nuez is making this set very interesting because pre-game, looking at this, it was definitely looking like it was not going to be very close just because of history, but it is the start. And when you have those type of set counts too, you're looking at it and going, what do I need to do differently? Like, I don't want to keep losing to like somebody who's been getting these W's on me in bracket. And we are seeing massive changes. And whatever Nuez was studying is working incredible. And that was an incredibly close game too. Only from 559 to 511. Like, that was just... Nuez was just able to find it.
Nuez had way more efficient knockouts. You can see it in the signature accuracy there. But also, it's just the nature of what attacks were hitting where. You know, if you hit like a dunking signature on stage, it's going to bounce. There's not enough knockback. We saw that with the guitar down signature, just because it's got the slight downward angle. So then, bounce, not enough to reach. Whereas Nuez, ground pounds off the stage to stuff your recovery, that'll knock out every single time. Don't care what the damage is.
Yeah, and a stat that doesn't show up on that graphic as well is the defense that Nuez had off stage. Because every time that Brucho actually went out off after him, we saw multiple times where the dodgeries was just on point. Actually went under the stage twice and didn't get hit. So like that is so crucial in playing.
The number of times the sweat drops. Nuez, and on the back half of that game, once the adjustments were dialed in, you saw Nuez constantly going, spending all the jumps and the dodge. Sweat drops coming out. He had no more options. If you could just tag him, snipe him there, it's basically free stock.
Yep.
But Nuez just managed to thread the needle every single time. The movement's so on point.
My confidence is so high that I'm going to force you to guess right now to get the win. But we're going to see a switch one more time. It is potentially winner's side life of the bracket as we get into game number 4.
Oh. Okay, swapping over. We got an axe on the stage. It's got the range to rival the sword, but
oh my god, we
classic.
had an axe on the stage. It disappeared rather quickly.
Yeah, that's the classic. You know, sword, you just keep cycling between down air and ground pound.
Oh, finally! We finally see a double D-Light. D-Light is the GC D-Light, Sarah, and they love it, and they get it so consistently. That's something we're going to see out of Fiend later on today, too. But finally pulling it out here, especially up 2 games now, that is just going to mentally tax Brucho, who's currently down so much in the set.
Yeah, here's the thing. You can see the confidence starting to show from Nuez just even more. It's like, yeah, Brucho's getting a little bit of damage there, but Nuez sticking so incredibly close. And they've got spears. They can fight from range, but Nuez was hanging out right between. It ended up costing him there, but he's used it in the past games to really just rocket himself ahead.
That was such a dominant factor comeback from Brucho. While we were talking about that, Brucho barely got touched. As I talk about that, Brucho might not be able to make it back, does get the wall touch, but immediately dips down and away to avoid the ground pound. That was very smart on the route he took there.
Oh man, not able to get anything more than single hits against Brucho, but Nuez has won like 4 engagements in a row, so that's adding up. Brucho, again, I hate to say this, but finding themselves having to make a comeback once again.
And something you did say at the very beginning of game 1 was Brucho is a big fan of charging Sigs to find those KOs off of defensive reads. Nuez isn't falling for it as much anymore. Not to continue to like keep pointing out how good Nuez has been playing, but he's not falling for the baits that you need at this point.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And that's the thing. Oh, wow. Actually dipped low to get under the grab to cancel, scores the knockout, and steals the lead back. Brucho in great position, just needs to hold on.
Yeah, wait a minute. I love this. I want game 5s. We all want game 5s because we get even more kills.
We do.
Well, you know, and we're going to possibly get it here. We're going to get the K off the top with that recovery, but it's Brucho's last chance. Needs to get access to something soon. Put that damage on in. Put the fear of God into Nuez to back him off. Already trying to catch a D-Light. Couldn't really do much with it.
Yeah, this is where Brucho's definitely going to be looking. All right, you went up, you spent your dodge. When are you spending your jumps? If Nuez goes for those sweat drops time and again, Spear's got a phenomenal anti-air that goes into a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's a great plan until it eventually doesn't work. That's the time that you, like, the one time Brucho can catch it. This is the most crucial point here. Now, this is not a good spot. Does get through with the unarmed, but the weapon toss so well placed and kept it away.
Oh no, into the neutral signature, has the edge guard, the ground pound. Brucho options dwindling. Does he have enough to make it back? Yes, just got the wall touch. We're still in there.
Just barely, and Nuez keeping him off the side. Nuez trying to get that first W here against Brucho. What do you do? Misses out on the dare. Trying to catch him with the neutralize, but just misses out once again, but finally finds the weapon.
Just the fact that Brucho was able to use such a small wall to navigate around over that corner
incredibly
and not
impressive.
get tagged.
Oh, looking for a big jump read right there. That was actually pretty reckless too, because you're deep in the red.
Yeah.
You whiffed that.
Oh,
That's good. But sometimes those plays, that's the highlight clip. As we see the Sarah come through, catching him on the recovery, waited as long as they could, but finally, Nuez, as definitely completely pre-predicted 100% before the match started, in no way any doubt whatsoever, takes the set against Brucho.
Yeah, that's right. Check the tape on that one.
Yeah.
Hey, production, can we get that tape and put it somewhere
can somebody
safe?
cut the stream? Get rid of the VODs, please.
Man, all right, so this was like off the back of crazy edge guards from Nuez throughout the set. Brucho constantly getting beat out on his recovery attempts. And I'm going to say it, Nuez adapting to the heavy swing nature of Brucho.
Yeah, like that was honestly the best thing that they had going for them besides the defense off stage. Because when you get to a point where you're seeing through someone's deep attempts to catch you on a dodge read and stuff like that, you're saying to them in that moment, you can't condition me. And how do you condition someone who has no fear? That's basically what we saw out of Nuez at the end there. And like once again, the damage diff wasn't even it was just the interaction points at Nuez 1 out. That was 593 to 503. 90 damage difference, but that accuracy once again coming through. You were talking about it before, so incredible.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge. I think it was just Nuez again, just making so much use. Every time that Brucho would swing with those signatures, gets a little greedy, a little too hungry for those knockouts. Even that last spear recovery, trying to catch up over the stage, just peek around the corner with it, that's what ended up getting punished and then knocked out.
Yep.
So great adaptation from Nuez. Played the matchup perfectly, if not for the character, but for the players.
Yeah, and I'm thoroughly impressed by it too, because like we were talking about before, the dominance factor that could come in when you are behind in sets can get to you, but it is the Winter Championships. Fresh slate. You have the ability to come in and send a message. And that's pretty much what we saw out of Nuez.
You send a message, you send your opponent to the lower bracket.
This
is a double elimination tournament. He's got another chance, you know. We're not saying anything too bad. But we do have more players vying for their spot to try and push through. Because, I mean, this is just top 32 still.
Yep.
We're making our way through, but, man, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, so funny enough, we were talking about all of that, and then my computer decided to lock me out because it's
I was trying to pass off to you, man.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the stats.
Don't tell me this. This is not what I want to hear right now.
It's currently locking me out at the moment, so I can't even pull it up. But I know for sure that with one of the upcoming sets we're going to
Twitch
have.
chat, you can bracket to tell the bracket. Tweet with hashtag BH Esports. Let us know what the next match is coming up.
Yeah,
we don't Fiend versus Nagi. Who tweeted that one out? Thank you very much.
100% knew that it was Fiend versus Nagi. Thank you so much. So this is one of, now I do remember this stat count too. Is this another one where Fiend is actually up pretty large in the count too?
I don't believe your predictions anymore.
It is 6-0 in favor of Fiend over Nagi. So this one is going to be a little bit different because this is somebody who pretty much, when it comes to all of our pre-predictions before the show, this is someone who we all had in our top 3 outside of whatever was going on with Sparky over there.
I will say, I fed my predictions. I didn't end up tweeting them out, but I fed them because, you know, they want to track them throughout the year between me, Duke, and Sparky and see how that all shakes out. I do have Fiend in my top 3.
Yeah. I mean, it's the smart call.
I can't not. Like the heart is there, the head is there, the stats are there. So
and the consistency is there. Like being there in the top 3 over and over again, man. But
you told me, you just told me that you pre-commentators curse people so that way you can flip it at the end.
No, that was just the start of the tournament. That was just the start of the tournament.
Okay.
Yeah. No, this is somebody on my top 3, so I'm not trying to ruin this right here. But we have, so when it comes to Fiend, that is who I have currently 3rd to win the whole thing. It's pretty safe for South America this weekend.
I have him 2nd.
Oh yeah, you got that much more confidence?
Yeah, how about that, huh?
Yeah, how about that? Yeah. Look, man,
West Fiend Power Ranger. That's mine. You can clip
Power
that,
Ranger,
whatever,
West.
make fun of me later.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Power Ranger West Fiend today because I think that coming in hot off that BCX championship, Power Ranger didn't drop a set.
That's crazy.
Like he didn't drop a single set. So that's
we did have him on the esports dev stream like a couple weeks ago, and he just tore up everybody. So it was like 3 stock.
It's hard.
Like
it's hard to pre-predict against South America this weekend. Now, my Europe predictions tomorrow, my EU predictions, kind of crazy. So we'll get to that when we get to that tomorrow. But when it comes to this one, though, what do you want to see to possibly get the W here against Fiend? Because we already know we've seen the Hattori time and time again. We just saw how good it is.
W against Fiend?
Yeah,
That's possible. I thought you just told me it's impossible.
Yeah,
You're
but
like, oh, it's 6-0.
yeah, but-
I know, you're
but
just
it's-
trying to play the
look,
crowd, man.
No, I'm
And it's-
serving it to you to fill the feed the crowd up, man. Like,
All right,
give them a reason to
signatures.
click that button.
I saw the
predictions.
Azoth locked in. Spooky signatures. We've seen it in other regions. We've got Wubs with like the Wub step, right? All those platforms sliding with the crazy signature charges. And Azoth's got some serious range and a ton of power on those things. If you can just land those, especially if Fiend, I see the lock-in on a Hattori.
Yep.
Azoth knocks out Hattori so incredibly early.
Yep.
Just have the accuracy.
I think the biggest thing is what you just alluded to, the range. Like being able to not only like inactivity, staying away with bow is so important, but also like the signatures, catching those whiff punishes are gonna be so important because once Hattori gets in, your life is going to not be fun. But like it is what it is. It's such a consistent character getting that damage, and Fiend doesn't even care about actually getting a hold of a piece of equipment whatsoever. All hands on deck. They are ready to eat for everybody.
All hands
and
on
actually
deck.
just
No, all
swing it.
hands on Nagi. He's throwing them.
I love it. Oh, here we go. Oh my goodness. Started. Okay, all right. Sending a message immediately.
You said once Hattori gets in, your life is no longer fun.
Like, what? Oh my goodness. And being able to get confirms off of that center platform as it moves around, especially when it gets to the sides, it's so good for getting consistent mix-up reads off of D-Lights for Hattori. So we got to see. Oh my God! Speaking of reads, go for the chase dodge immediately. They are not playing around. D-Light recovery will not take it off the top. Azoth just living a little bit longer.
Man, the ground pound sending Azoth wide. The dodge is burned. Fiend trying to nail him down, but no. Now you're able to go back and arm up. Has the bow. Definitely going to be looking for the signature. Azoth, you know, he's also a skeleton. He's a Lich Lord. They don't die that easy.
Where's the meat on your bones? Like, where are they?
No, he ate it. He's been eating good. That's why he hits so hard.
Best metabolism in the business. Unfortunately, not the best. Best landing job.
The meat's not there, but like he's a little inflexible. You know, just couldn't reach. He had to stretch for that one.
Look, after my flight landing in here, not feeling too comfortable with the landing around here either. So maybe, but does get the KO with the weapon toss. Not taking too much damage, keeps it even, prevents that extra credit.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want to see. And now Nagi, once again, with the weapon advantage, just a little bit of a range difference. The axe able to stuff out the recovery. Each swing is going to be doing more damage than the individual swings from the sword.
Yeah.
So you can actually catch up.
I think one of the things that Fiend is trying to condition early is we saw at the very beginning, we saw the D-Light into follow-up like ground pound and all that. And then the second ago, we saw D-Light dare. Trying to condition early chase dodge reads right off the bat so you can get big whiff punishes. That's something that Fiend loves to do all the time, and Nagi's going to have to look out for that because we're seeing it get set up already.
Ooh, stole the weapon, went for the three-piece bowstring, but wasn't able to get even the two. Dude, Fiend's unarmed. I feel like if you're ever fighting against... Oh, no! He's sweating too much. Just down and out. Last stock situation for Nagi here. That was heartbreaking.
Yeah, and this is so like important to be able to try and put the fear into Fiend in this first game, because we were talking about that set count beforehand, and yeah, it did not play out in the previous set, but Fiend is just so consistent for good reason, and that reversal could work out. Does not get the weapon toss. Do you get the closeout? Does actually give up space, and I don't like that too much against Spear, because it's a free weapon toss down that'll let you get back on.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Again, we find Fiend unarmed, but he's not even like making for the weapons. He just chases you down.
Fiend is essentially playing as a three-weapon master. Like the
Absurd.
The unarmed is a part of the kit.
His unarmed damage is actually going to be pretty high this game. I'm curious at those post-game stats.
Yeah, it's been incredible, and it's actually pretty solid against something like Axe 2, because Axe has that slow startup, so you can get in and you can get those quick swings. Oh my goodness. Nagi not looking too hot because that D-Light Sarah is going to put him deep off stage, trying to go for the GC neutralize just to seal the deal. Can we see the reversal here? Do you all get the wall touch? Fiend does.
Uh-oh, there's some of those signatures actually finding purchase, but, you know, there's too much screen to the right-hand side. Bounced him off the wall. Surely that's going to do it. But Nagi's got to now play a flawless stock if he's looking to take game one.
Now, one thing that could work out for Nagi is that first stock took forever to go away, especially off the top. We saw how many times we thought that he was going to actually end up being sent to the blast zone. So that could work, but now here's Spear. That doesn't matter because you go off the
no.
side. And immediately shown right as to why it's a problem off the side. Fiend takes the first game.
Jeez, Fiend placing those spear signatures so incredibly well. I mean, he's been playing Hattori forever, right? One of the first legends in the game, and Fiend has been playing for so many years. So obviously, you know, pretty adept with those. But what I really liked in that one was that not just the side signature to end it, but the downlight, or the side light setup rather, into the spear neutral signature. You saw the dodge up to try and get away, but that thing reaches so incredibly high. That's not the answer.
What was the thing we talked about, like stock 2? Fiend was setting that up.
Yep.
Fiend consistently kept going for strings, said, you can only get out of this by dodging. You have to prove to me you can get away. And at the very end, pulled it out and decided to take it away.
All right, so this is where I want to see, does Nagi borrow things from other regions? Because we're on Small Great Hall. You know, South America loves Small Great Hall. You don't see it that often in other regions, but when we did, Wubs was playing on Azoth. We saw the Wub step, which you just kind of dash off of any of these soft platforms and charge that signature, slide charge it, so that way you get crazy range, different interactions. And if Nagi's got that in his toolkit, that could be a crazy thing to bring out against Fiend and catch him off guard.
And I think another incredible thing you could do too, with the way that we're seeing Nagi already play that platform, is you can kind of hover around it, and that big hitbox range of Axe covers so much. So if you decide to jump there like right now, you have to fear the potential recovery, but also potential nairs at any given time.
That's right. I mean, covering so much airspace, let alone, you know, some of the ledge cancel stuff that you get to do with D. Oh, no! Okay, that's now like the third head bonk that Nagi has had this set. And I know it's like Fiend kind of, it seems to intentionally knock him under the stage to try and just put him in those situations and just be like, all right, flip that coin. See if you mess it up again. And right now, it's all tails.
Oh, there it is again, getting double D-light. So, like, the thing with Fiend, like we said before, is that unarmed is just the third weapon. And it's just, you can't feel comfortable putting out pressure.
Bold.
Oh my god, trying to go for weapon toss into Dare just to get that stock. You're already so deep in the red, even if you happen to give up a stock there, if you take it away, it's completely worth.
Whoa! The breakdance to beat the side signature. He gravity canceled it. You know, a lot of people do that not only to get up so that way you can hit somebody who's on the ground, but also somebody who's jumping a little bit. But, you know, you get to get over a number of attacks.
Yeah, it's such a good tool to be able to escape. Unfortunately, didn't escape the D-Light Stare off the side from Fiend. This is a I get to play around stock now, because you're up a game and you're up a whole stock completely fresh. So Fiend could be willing to take that deep route off stage. I think we see another deep edge guard attempt here from Fiend.
Flex a little, highlight a little, you know, break as much mental damage as possible going into potentially the game-winning set, or set-winning game.
Yeah.
We'll flip it around there, you know?
Hey, look, man, I already did my reverse Uno card earlier today. You get to drop one, too. So, like, for Nagi, like, I like the attempts we're seeing out of Nagi to try and get the jump reads to say, stay on the ground. They're just not on point so far. Fiend's defense just backed off, but Big Sig does not get the K off the top here.
The 3 Ps, but Great Hall, tall ceiling.
Trying to reset too, like that. Like it's like, you know what? I think you are going to mash dodge down here. Doesn't matter though. The recovery does take it off the top. It's up 2 games right now. And also, by the way, stats are back. I can prove it is in fact 6-0 in favor.
Oh, wow.
I'm not a liar.
Thanks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
But now, in your view, to not talk about the set count and all that, what hope can we have? What does Nagi need to do to make adjustments past Fiend in your eyes to actually potentially get themselves back into the game?
It's got to be crazy offstage plays without head bonking. Without head bonking. There's been 2
execution errors, definitely
too
remove
many.
those.
I honestly, I think I want to see Nagi just play strict, mostly grounded, a little bit of aerial if you've got the axe in your hand just to cover the airspace because it's so good at it, but stick center stage.
Yeah.
Stick center stage. You need that consistency. And I see they're loading in on a map that can actually give that to him. There's a lot of ways to funnel yourself towards the center of Crystal Temple just because you've got those 2 soft platforms right on the edges.
And what a character to get for this map, too. Having Crystal Temple and access to Taros, you have so many chases you can get off of there, and also just consistently go for GC stomps into Sarah. It's such a free bait with that platform. That's if Nagi can actually do it, and I like exactly how you said, fighting in center stage, keeping the ground.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing. And then, you know, if you're feeling a little spicy, you want a bit of a tempo change, find yourself off stage in danger, gravity cancel neutral sig from Taros. Doesn't matter which weapon, you're looking to spike.
Exactly. You just like that's just like for Fiend, I really like the way Fiend's kind of playing around. It's like, okay, I get the game plan. I get what you want. It's not about actually trying to like outplay me too many on a lot of reads. It's about getting simple damage and netting the KO. So what do? I'll play mid-range with you. I will constantly bounce back and forth until you make a mistake, much like that, catching the D-Light Stare, taking it out.
Yeah, that's the danger, because even though you're hanging in close, you know, Hattori's weapons, they swing a lot faster than your weapons do. Again, we talked about it, Hammer and Axe, most of their attacks have the slowest startup in the game.
This is a hold forward character 100% in such a good. Oh my god.
He's getting greedy,
yeah,
man.
You saw before trying to go for the GC Sig off stage when there was actual advantage, but that time going for it in disadvantage. It's a one-time a set type thing, but the problem is Fiend is up so much right now. It's just realizing you really want that KO and just not giving it to him. Finally, though, finds the stop stare.
Yeah, so that's the thing. There is enough power on this character and their weapons that he can score reliable knockouts from center stage. So I absolutely love that Nagi is employing that game plan and sticking to it as closely as possible of center stage is where I need to be. Center cut beef.
Yeah. Keep a look. Medium rare is the only way, by the way. But I like the fact that Nagi immediately got rid of Axe to go back to Hammer, because I think Hammer is the only thing that's been working so far in this match. The Axe has done little bits here and there, but oh my god! You are insane, Fiend! None of the analysis I was saying about Teros meant a thing, because Fiend just dominated that stock, and it looks like it's about to be a dominant 3-0 in a handshake.
Fiend is just so happy to have soft platforms, anything that he can use to style. You were saying, like, the last stock last game, you've got such a lead. You can really style, go for something crazy. Well, Fiend is now up a full stock and up 2 games in the set. He's unchained, man.
Fiend is playing for the clip right now. Like, Fiend is 100, like, you can see it, and this is frustrating, because for Nagi, you're just looking for an opening in neutral, and Fiend is just playing with you. So when you try to get those openers, you get that big whiff because of the things like Axe and Hammer, and it's a free run-in from Fiend.
Shop's closed. Come back tomorrow, man. You hear Semisonic playing in the background.
Closing time. But might not be closing time possibly for the bracket. Who knows? You have to, like you said before, it has to be a big play. And that's already an attempt. Trying to get a big play right there. Luckily avoided the follow-up dare.
All right, couldn't get it on the dodge punish. Ooh. This is where I want to see, oh no, now the axe is out of hand. Nagi having to thread the needle back. Gets bombed by the Zeus throw.
Yeah, to immediately recover too, just to make sure there's no more pressure from that, but goes straight to spear. I like it. It's been working so well. That the T-Light Stare will possibly take it. Not enough, but does find the weapon toss, and then just sleeping on him a little bit at the end. What incredible play, and that does, unfortunately, for Nagi, move that set count up to 7-0. And I think the first 2 games did look pretty good in terms of his approach with the ace off, but at the end, it was just once Fiend got a nice, comfortable lead, it's like, well, now it's my time to play. Like, now you don't have anything you can do to actually get the openings on me.
Yeah, going against Fiend is always so scary, and I mean, you can see it. Yes, these are super tried and true tournament players, but nerves are still a factor every single time you play. I think any competitor will tell you that, and it's really just, oh man, Fiend, he is a crazy powerhouse. And you see those nerves show up in the offstage interactions that Fiend was able to put enough pressure where Nagi would just end up slipping, falling down.
Yeah, you saw the damage difference at the end there too. It's just like every engagement was just in favor. Like, you're sure you get those KOs easier, but you got to actually win neutral in the first place to get it. And that's just pretty much what we saw, the breakdown. If you're struggling against that type of character or that type of playstyle, just watch the way Fiend broke it down. Just play that mid-range, constantly back off, just with just enough space to give him a reason to want to press neutral late, and then get that big punish.
Oh yeah, and you saw him using the dash while they were packed close in the center, just because, you know, you only get to swing one direction at a time. The axe, if you're not using that down signature with a lot of startup on Teros, you're only hitting what's in front of you. So Fiend was always dashing back, hitting him in the shoulder blades every time.
So that's also, I just remembered off the graphic there, was a look at these matches upcoming next.
Oh, yes.
I may or may not preemptively had a different name for the match that was coming up here in this head-to-head count. But, you know, it was all purposely planned 100%. So we're going to be seeing We're going to be seeing Power Ranger here versus Nuez instead of Brucho, where we were talking about before. It seemed like that was like the easy pre-prediction, but this one, Nuez does actually have a win. Now, granted, not a massive like set count in favor because Power Rangers not one to actually be able to boast a pretty good set count against most of the time. But it is 5-1 currently in favor of Power Ranger, number 1 seed of the tournament.
So there is a crack in that wall.
There is a small crack in that wall.
He might be able to find his way through, especially given that it's Winter Championship. Pretty much anything can happen. We've seen crazy upsets. Nuez just had what you would call an upset in the previous one. So, I don't know, could actually still make it through. That having been said, I've got Power Ranger in my top 3 predictions. I think most people do.
Power Ranger winning the whole thing. So.
I mean, coming off of the massive momentum, World Championship.
Now, what's more important? Because I do love upsets, and I love seeing the power rankings get shaken up and seeing people come up. But what's more important, our prediction wins or having an upset? What are you feeling? I don't know about that.
So I would say normally, I like upsets. I love them. I mean, crazy clips, crazy storylines. But you know what feels really great every time? Being right. So predictions are always good.
Extremely accurate statement. I have no fighting against that. So so in the pre-show, talk about we're going to be seeing the poll most likely coming up here with the Wushang, but there's also potential to see that Bryn. That Bryn was putting incredible work at BCX. That was actually the one that sealed the deal and got the W. Yeah, and no sets dropped once again. That's such an important thing to point out at BCX. Not a single set lost, even though a couple of them went to Game 5. That is really hard to do.
That's dominance.
Like, especially at internationals, being able to close out the whole thing. Now, when it comes to what we saw a second ago, though, I actually have some renewed faith in what Nuez could possibly do to potentially get it to Game 5. I don't know if we see the W, but I think we could see an incredible banger of a set here because this is going to look like a completely not Poe. It is instead Koji.
Ooh, okay. This is what Duke was talking about, the Koji with the bow. Actually, one of Power Rangers' better legends. Gonna be kind of wild into this matchup just because you can engage from so much farther than even the spear can. If you're on the ground, you get those dash down lights, you can cover just about half the stage.
And another incredible back off me tool, GC D-Sig or G-Sig in general. Just like, okay, go ahead, approach me, and then Koji just kicks you off the stage, off that platform.
So disrespectful.
It's incredibly funny to watch every time. And we already see Power Ranger not having a single bit to do with that first stock, only in the yellow, barely took any damage off the rip. But that was mostly because Nuez barely had the ability to actually win neutral because he was just outspaced, like you said, from that bow.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Got the knockout with a little bit of the stronger hits from the unarmed kid. And the beautiful gravity cancel, extended edge guard. There's the sweat drops. No, the weapon toss just kept Nuez a little bit too late on the recovery.
Now, even though that didn't actually get the KO, I love the message it sent. It said, like, you cannot edge guard me for free. And that is so important.
Yes. Because that's the biggest thing, right? You can't let somebody, especially playing Koji, who soared with down air and ground pound cycle, incredible edge guard, and the bow, terrifying off stage. That bow ground pound can knock you out in yellow if you're low enough on stage. Sending that message that you can't just come down and try for free ground pounds. I'm going to smack you out of them.
Yeah, and that's so good, too, because if there's one thing Koji's definitely not lacking in is KO consistency, and if you can put a little bit of fear that doesn't exist anymore because Power Rangers says, what if I just meet you in the skies where you can't pull that nonsense on me? I'm going to go ahead and catch you right off the top.
It's like, all right, you don't like me being above you? What if you're above me?
And now it's the data Power Rangers getting. Went for D-Light, waited, stared at after the whiff of the SIG, and also read the dodge. Like, okay, now you're scared.
Jeez, this is actually terrifying. It's a full stock lead and more for Power Ranger.
This is very similar to the Fiend situation. When you have a player who's this talented, you have to watch out because this is where they go into style mode, especially on game 1 where you're trying to put fear into the other player. Not even close to trying to fall for a bait because that looked like a chase dodge attempt from Nuez and just swung right back.
Oh yeah. Oh, we're going for something fancy. That was like the gravity cancel sidelight over into a chase dodge ground pound. Like, who does that?
It intentionally decided to go for D-Sig the other way. Just like, I know you're going to try to land here. It's like, I think this is, once again, this is me looking for the clip moment. And there you go. Catching him off the D-Light into the recovery. Did such a quick, easy, simple way to take it out. But it sends a message once again because we saw how good Nuez was able to kind of shut down Brucho before when it came to winning in neutral over and over again with the strength of that spear. Almost irrelevant. If not, I'm curious to see what the weapon damage even was on that spear in that set.
Yeah, I mean, it was really just the case of, man, that's just unbelievable. And I love the awareness, the decision-making that happened there. A weapon was dropping on stage. He was unarmed. Do you go for the weapon? No, they just whiffed the signature. I know I can get this done with my unarmed kit because I've practiced that combo.
Yeah, and now we're going to see the switch over to Demons. How are you feeling about the counter pick here to Demons? Staying with the Hattori, we're seeing like this. I really like this Hattori so far from Nuez. What do you think is the game plan here to try and get the W against Power Ranger?
Man, it's really just those losses in neutral. When Power Ranger has the bow, I know it's like kind of scary, but I think you've got to engage from the air. Nuez was trying to engage from the ground too much, losing out for the neutral, which I get it. Last set, leaned on his ability to win neutral, but Power Ranger just has so much more command there, and then you get knocked up and you're not able to land.
Exactly, and just trying to fight at a disadvantage, we've seen has been the struggle point so far of this set. And right here, this particular spot, being in the air, you realize, okay, Nuez's strength has been reverse edge guarding off stage. So what if I never let you get that? And that has just been so consistent. D-Light Seer does put him off stage, though.
Okay.
Do you find the recovery here? Does miss the recovery on the attempt of the ground pound and pays for it.
I guess they had an extra Uno reverse card. We each used one, and he's like, yo, I got one of those too.
Look at the way people play Uno nowadays. The rules don't matter anymore. You just pull out another one and somehow throw a drop 2 on top of Uno.
People
it's
are
like,
arguing
sure.
with the official Twitter account. They're just like, that's not the rule.
We
you guys
all
don't
have our
know.
own house rules right now. Currently, Power Rangers saying this is my house. As we're seeing this lead continue, this deep damage lead so far.
All right, Nuez managed to thread the needle. That surely would have been a knockout had he not. But, oh no, again, going for that side signature, and Power Ranger hasn't been caught by it since that offstage ground pound interaction.
Yeah, and that's just so important. And oh my God, just kind of standing in place, dash dancing. Jared looking for the GCD sig. We've been waiting for it. We're going for multiple. You're up so much, even with that recovery.
Oh, you can take the chance.
Yeah, the next straight hit is going to find the KO anyways.
He got more than that first stock's worth out of it because Nuez so deep in the red. Sword knockout consistency. I mean, yeah, Neutral Light almost even got the job done off that.
Yeah, now there's just no reason to, like, you're not even going to go hunt down for the weapon. There's no point. It's like, I will take you on unarmed. I did it before, and I'll do it again.
Oh, geez.
This is the moment for Nuez.
You're right. Was actually going for the unarmed.
It really was. Like, you saw, you're just like holding stage position on the side there. This is the moment Nuez has to send a message. Like, if you're going to come back at all,
denied.
You're
Return
not going to send
sender.
that message. That look, you tried to go to FedEx and they did not get your package, man. Like, I'm sorry.
So, yo, it's after 5 p.m. Come back tomorrow.
Yeah, we're leaving, man. Like, I got to go home.
Semisonic's playing in the background.
Oh man, so unfortunately this game 2 is looking it's not a wrap, but it is looking very difficult because we're looking in center stage for a neutral win, and you said it before, Power Rangers neutral game has just been that much better. He's always just outspacing, even with the range.
Good. I mean, world champion, obviously.
Yeah. These are the moments that you need to take to be able to prove that you're the next one in line too. If you can't get the W here, what can you do at least in this set to figure out how to do something in the future? Now, there are still games to be played. Not looking like this game 2 is going to be going in favor for Nuez so far, but if you could find a really good edge guard after a potential D-Light recovery here, you could get back in.
Yeah, so I love the fact that Nuez playing it out here as much as possible, as hard as possible. I know a lot of people would be like, man, there's no way that I'm going to make this comeback against the reigning world champion for it. But you fight that out. This is game 2. There's still more in the set. Get as much information as possible. And it seems like it's been paying off because Nuez has won interaction after interaction.
Yeah, this is where champions are born. Now, granted, does lose the sword. Both of them unarmed, and unfortunately could not find the wall touch. Demons definitely playing a little bit into that. There was not much room to actually get that corner. Valiant attempt, but I really, even though that game 2 went away, I really like the ending there from Nuez and the way they approached it.
Starting the comeback, it's just, can you continue that momentum into the third game, just so that way you can actually get the full swing around and start taking the lead. What that actually translates to in game, I'm surprised that they're going back to Demon Island. That's a little bit of a spoiler because you guys are looking at the stat screen right now, but
I wonder.
The short walls are terrifying.
Yeah, I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that that end of the last game felt comfortable. Maybe
change as few variables as possible.
Yeah. Like,
just keep it running. You're hot right now.
I'm running, yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like I'm running hot. Let me see if I can do something with this. Now, Power Ranger is up 2 games right now and is still looking very confident. But if you take too long, you go to a new stage, you potentially give Power Ranger a new game plan, it might work against you.
Geez, so this is what we see. I mean, this is like first game of top 12. The previous games that you saw were qualifying for top 12. It was that top 32 territory. Whoa, ground pound almost into the reverse ground pound. Somebody wasn't going to make it out of that one if they were a little too stubborn. I'm glad to see both of them happy to get back on stage.
Okay. All right. Reading through the defensive out, trying to go for GC neutralites to get away. These multiple attempts off stage from Nuez are what we need to see. This is what worked for him in that Brucho set. Can you do it here? Not able to get in against that bow so far. I like once things get rough. Power Ranger immediately goes to that, but not going to be able to KO off the top. That will definitely do it every time, though.
Yeah, there's so much knockout consistency for Koji.
Yeah.
I know it takes a little bit longer on this stage because of the tall ceiling, but you've got so many options, and it's terrifying to be, I'm waiting. I'm just waiting for the dash jump ground pound on bow one of these days.
It's coming. Like, we've been waiting for it, but that is
that
actually
was just enough.
That was actually, it's so important too, because that's only yellow that's on your health right now. And
yeah,
those
that's
leads,
basically even.
Every stock has been, when Nuez finally gets one, they're deep in the red.
Yes.
So the fact that this is even right now is a huge
Oh,
difference.
wait,
Granted,
wait.
woo, that might end pretty quick if you keep fighting in the skies like that.
Yeah, I mean, all right, we've already seen Power Ranger chase them up off the top, just swinging away, double sword neutral air. So I was waiting for him to do it again. So here's the weapon guard and the corner guard all stacked on the same spot.
Exactly. You just keep hovering around that. What can you do?
Oh!
I like the attempt. That's the first time we've seen that all set, so you might as well go for it, get that jump read. But that's going to be Power Ranger finally with the KO off the right-hand side. Looking a little grim, still doable. We saw a very, strong comeback from Nuez at the end, which did end.
Oh.
But Power Ranger looking for the big ground pound play, already trying to seal the deal.
Yeah, definitely wants to just clean this out, just be feeling fresh and happy.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
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 Look, sometimes you can feel like the air change. And, okay, wait.
You're like, did the AC just come on? I felt a chill.
I wish it would come on. I mean, it's getting hot with this set right now, too. The bow in hand, unarmed, luckily able to get access to it pretty quick. Do you get the jump read? No, keeping himself safe. That could be a
let's
stock.
go!
Gets
Yes.
it, closes it out. You're not.
Perfect.
Oh, wait, no.
You got to seal the
All right.
deal with a quick pogo reverse to get that extra trajectory away from the stage.
Only about orange. Still a chance.
Still doable.
The believers in chat, your predictions, potential. There's still hope for you. It's looking a little grim, though. Going to be forced to recover high and stays with the unarmed. Oh, wait a minute. Gets access to the spear. This is really good. Got to space him out a bit. The spear has been working pretty good for Nuez when they actually have been able to get in, but I think the sword on last stock is definitely the smarter play.
Oh my gosh. Man, Power Ranger's so terrifying, even just going for the unarmed, strong, heavy hits, just to knock out. He's just looking for a knockout, but Nuez, we got another game. We got another game, the cleanest of cleanups.
That was, the entirety of that was because of what you were saying. Power Ranger staying grounded, just looking for one whiff so he could get like a big punish, say, hey, here's me outplaying you. Instead, Nuez finally took advantage of that. Nuez finally gets the KO. That stock was so important.
Look at this cleanup. The dash jump reverse down air.
So good, because if Power Ranger gets back on that point, I think set's over. But because you're able to get that closeout, get that edge guard that was so necessary. Look at this stock. Playing around that, baiting it, and then catching the landings repeatedly was just so clean. And we're going to see a run back right to Demons one more time.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you've fully shifted momentum now. Nuez has the lead. He won the last game. The turn started in game number 2, continued through 3. So 4, you're looking to just maintain course.
Yeah, and now for Power Ranger, you actually have to play. You have to play a bit serious. You're up, and we saw what happened before. You know, I know we keep pointing it out, but the fact that Nuez was able to get that W, you could see some momentum being right here. This is winter championships. This is where you come in and say, okay, I took out the BCX champ.
Yeah, I mean, Nuez already off of an upset against Brucho.
Yep.
From the first set that we watched today. So showing that gods can bleed, and Nuez, phenomenal adaptation.
Yeah, it really so. Power Ranger is one of those players, though, that once that game is finally taken, can you repeat that success? That was so beautiful. Just the disadvantage has been so good with Bo every single time it comes out.
I love the tempo change that was there. It was a lot of the standard Bo, all right, you're coming down, you're going to fall. I anti-air you. I've got neutral light, I've got neutral signature. So many options to keep you from landing. But just when you expected, oh, I'm going to fall and you're going to wait so you can neutralite me again. No, he went up there. He jumped, double jumped up, recovery, just engaging from so far away.
Yeah, and now, I want to see if we can see that replicated here. Still behind, but
Oh, no.
Might stay behind, has to recover a high.
Didn't
Yeah,
touch.
that's a
He
big
didn't touch
punish.
the
Did
ground.
no touch.
So many fewer options. All right, managed to touch the wall, reset all the jumps and the recovery.
Oh, but finally catches it. You know what? All you need, even if you whiff 7 of them before in the set like we saw, all you need is that one to work. It's like, yeah, it works every time.
That's right. They're just like, surely there can't be any more floorboards down there, right? You popped them all up, and it's like, no,
Where did
there's...
these trapdoors come from? There's no ground here. I don't understand.
We're on the 13th floor. We can dismantle this entire building if we have to.
Oh my goodness! The Power Ranger wanted that deep edge guard so bad just to seal the deal. It just was what you're willing to throw away stock there. You're up through 3 stocks to 1 at that point. Does Nuez make another incredible comeback to get back in the game? Looking a little grim here at the moment.
Oh, man. I mean, so it's a lot of even just these aerial exchanges. Power Ranger just setting himself up so well, catching Nuez's landings time and again, and even a lot of the gravity cancels. It's just unanswered damage so many times in a row.
Oh, finally gets the wall touch there, but you're right. Like, just this damage has been unchecked so heavily, and that now we're seeing, look, the spacing from Power Ranger. Every single attempt on a Sair has been punished immediately. That landing punished immediately, and the D-Light recovery seals the deal. Power Ranger once again proving why we all have him pretty much in our top predictions, and why that was just so well done. Great job from Nuez getting that game.
Oh, yeah.
And even in game 2, when Nuez ended up losing that set, that was the moment where we saw it, said, you know, there's actually there's a little bit of light.
Oh, yeah,
that could
the back
possibly
half
happen here.
comeback was real.
That's so difficult to do against somebody who's consistent like that, especially the BCX champ.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, the damage difference in that one. That game 4 was a little bit in favor of Power Ranger.
That's kind of brutal. I mean, you've got more attacks swung for Power Ranger and higher accuracy, so that all translates into this more than double damage. My gosh.
Incredible. I just there's nothing else to say, and there's a good reason why this Koji was hyped up in the pregame show, and it just was shown very, very successful here.
Yeah, pretty steady arcs on all 3 of those knockouts. You see the blue, that's where Nuez just dropped off the cliff every single time. Damage builds high and knockout. Damage builds high and knockout.
Most important number on that graphic, 38 on Spear. The fact that Power Ranger just completely shut down Spear play.
No chance.
That was the winning, like, recipe to be able to beat, to get the W before.
The range, the
it.
damage confirms. I mean, there were so many options, and that is what Nuez used most in that previous set. So yeah, you were absolutely right. The fact that Power Ranger completely shut down the Spear as an option, game plan unfolded.
Yeah, very well played. Just how to properly counterplay the weapon in a nutshell. Just the way that you saw Power Ranger shut that down. Said, look, I outrange you entirely, and even when I have access to sword, I'm going to bait you and just consistently get you, so I force you to try and switch off the sword, which every time the sword dittos did actually happen.
It's a trap.
Yeah, it was just winning every single time.
Jeez, absolutely unreal. So, going to be incredibly happy to move on, continue through the tournament for that one. Again, this is all still winner's bracket action, so if you see any of these folks go down and you're rooting for them, you're tweeting out #BHEsports, just be like, oh, that's my favorite player. They're not out yet. You might still see some more from them.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's still lowers bracket going on, which you want to make sure you also check it on the official side stream going on at Pro Brawlhalla. And we have... Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. So there are multiple people who decided to predict a certain person who's coming up next. We have Kyna versus Nuez. Now, this one... I won't say I'm like super confident in terms of trying to pre-predict that Kyna would possibly lose, because it is 2-0 in favor currently for Nuez against Kyna. Recently,
for the lifetime stats.
Yeah, it's it was 3-1 in the Autumn Championships over Kyna. But if you look at the run that Kyna had at BCX, like, I think you just invalidate this. You look at this and you see how incredible that Bodvar was playing. What is your opinion on how this is going to go here in this first game?
Man, right now and back half of last year, I think Kyna just so much momentum. You know, it's just Kyna's really hot right now. Definitely on the rise. Kind of nice.
Nice. A little bit.
So I'm expecting that to continue through. You know, we see time and again, you know, scrapping around those, breaking into top 8s, just kind of starting. But it's always like that outside crust, you know, whereas Kyna's in the nougaty center. So I'm expecting that to just kind of be the flavor of the day.
That's so good. Like, I actually just instantly became a Kyna fan just because of that description. Or just
You're like, that gameplay sounds delicious.
just made me way hungrier than I needed to be. But you know, like the person hungriest the most for this W actually would be Sparky, because Sparky put him as winning the entire thing. Now here's the thing, right? So I want to see a great set. I would like.
Oh,
to,
yeah?
I honestly, I'm a big fan of watching the Bodvar play from Kyna, and when it comes to
wild.
use, like it's gonna be a really tight set, but it's also about being right. So if Kyna just happen to lose here, that makes it a little bit harder for Sparky to be the one to win the predictions amongst us. So
Oh, okay. So now you're not talking about you being right. You just want Sparky to be wrong.
no, maybe, but but you know, who?
You hear that, Sparky? Come on.
Look, man, we got choice words to go on later on.
I believe it. I
worth-
believe it.
It'll be worth it. But still, I'm very much looking forward to this set. You know, when it comes to use, we're most likely to be seeing Taros. It's probably going to be a Taros versus Bodvar set.
Yes.
So we're going to be seeing a healthy dose of hammers, stomping on toes. Your best dose of breakfast. I don't know.
Everybody's actually making a fool of us up here. You know, you predict a legend, and it's just
What?
yeah, completely out of left field. It's an air show today. We got a Vector on the field.
All right, hold on. All right, all right.
The Bodvar, no surprise. That makes sense. Everybody predicted
momentary bias. See. We're seeing Vector.
Vector.
Why are we seeing Vector right now? I don't know.
All right, I can only assume.
It has
you know,
to be the lance changes.
It's got to be the lance changes, right? All right, we saw a ton of lance in last weekend's the 2v2. There was like double Roland. There was just so much lance on the field, and now we saw how strong the bow can be because Koji just Power Rangers' hands was phenomenal.
Yeah, so also looking back at the stats, I did actually overlook the fact that this is a character that is also commonly played by Use as well.
Right.
So I was looking at the Taros because that just seemed like the best option here to go up against like Bodvar, right? Like swing power for power, but having Lance as well, plus that spacing that you get with the bow, you have quite a bit of tools to keep Bodvar out, which everybody wants. You do not want to be fighting him up close.
Oh, yeah. It is very interesting that Use is hanging around the mid-range game a lot more with this bow. That's where you see, I guess, a little bit of that player expression come out, right? It's like, are you looking to engage more with your side lights as opposed to a dash down light? This gives him the option for side light or normal down light. Don't dash it, and you still get, like, combo mix-up opportunities. It's a little tighter to play just because the hammer has decent range there, too.
Yeah, and another thing that happens with this mid-range setup is that Vector's signatures are all big read attempts. Like, they're all about catching that jump, so when you keep him in that safe, comfy spot where you're thinking you're... Speaking of which, such a great anti-air. Like, that's such a great way to force him to think he could be comfortably approaching you, and so far it's actually working out pretty well.
Oh, yeah. And just completely cycling the weapons. We got a Lance on deck as the edge guard is set up. Oh, went for the unarmed uppercut, but Kyna able to navigate around.
Yeah, now what do you do about this recovery here? It's having access to that, you have to respect Lance always off the side of the stage. You might just get caught by charge recovery, slipping at any given time. Speaking of...
Yeah, pulled out of that one real quick. Because once they choose that direction of the recovery, all right, neutral light from center stage with the knockout.
There's one thing that you have at least, no matter what, is the consistency of KOs, but also the damage. Because you got Sidelight Nair, it's going to be racking up damage pretty freely. And that mid-range pressure you had before might actually work very well for Use because he kind of established you stay right here. So now once the Lance actually comes out, it's a little bit easier to keep Kyna uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh, we've got the modified Mafia. You get that stomp into the jump, chase dodge with the recovery, low enough to bounce him off the ground, and then dealer's choice for the finisher.
So clean. Just being able to like catch him off guard too, and now these big nairs just coming through. It covers so much range when you're trying to make your way back. You have to worry about that, and then after you dodge too many times, that charge recovery comes through. But Kyna staying on top of Use right now, making sure that he cannot get that setup he's looking for.
Yeah, that's the main thing. If they are airborne and you're stacked on top of them, they don't have a ton of great options because most of their attacks will move them first before like the actual threat of the attack begins. And that neutral air, you know, they're doing a barrel roll. They're not hitting near them. They're hitting everywhere around them. So if you can manage to stay stacked with the Lance and you've got some quick attacks like Kyna does, it's pretty good.
He's using the boost to get through right now and catching him deep off stage to get the KO as we speak. And this is looking very well. I'm incredibly impressed with the way that he's just consistently keeping Kyna in that really uncomfortable position of, if you engage, I get a free punish. So you have to work your way in. You have to prove to me your neutral is better. And even though we're deep in the red here on Use, it still looks like Use is pretty comfortable here in this position.
Yeah, hasn't really gotten flustered. You don't see any cracks forming in the gameplay. Still just confident movement.
Now, actually, I like that. Kind of coming out here, like, is getting really good spots on not getting punished by dodges, reading through. Where do you go with this? Tries to get the recovery, still no KO off the top.
Oh, looking to catch the landing, but use the low damage side air. You get a lot of those grounded follow-ups. That's just enough. Downlight into recovery, but there's a slight damage lead for Use, and honestly, he's been winning most of the engagements this game.
Yeah, it's just been some simple gameplay too, like holding on to those signatures. Like we said, it's very committal. You're not really going to set up outside of big reads off of that. So the fact that you've just been getting free damage consistently, it's just been so good, mostly just from the spacing game. I like Kyna coming out here with the sword at the end. I think the sword needs to be all the way to deep in the red, potentially for that change up to hammer. But I think the sword's been putting in way more work.
Yeah, the sword doing a lot of work. I do want to see that down signature. I know Sparky talks about it a lot, and I think that's the path to actually bring this one back, because Use has just been winning pretty much every engagement. You need something crazy. I mean, crazy as a down signature? Sure, why not? That's a bow, split it into 2 swords, just as good.
You asked for
Bow in the hand,
and you shall receive.
2 swords in your opponent. Something like that. I don't know. We'll workshop it, you know?
It's such a most interesting bow go offer I've ever heard.
It's a Yogi Bearism, you know? You see a fork in the road, take it.
Yeah, you got a few boo-boos, that's right. So, going into this next game here, Use looked incredible. It very, very solid play. Not like the damage diff, sure, but you have the KO power from Bodvar, so the damage doesn't necessarily mean much sometimes because the hammer's always going to find its recovery. But look at the damage from the bow. I think the bow was so incredible. You talk about it at the very beginning of that mid-range game. Establishing that is so important. But even beyond that, when Kyna did actually get in, just got backed off immediately. We're like, just without even having to switch to Lance to feel comfortable about it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So this was something that we saw time and again. Kyna, whenever they would go for the neutral light or even the side light on sword, Use would just play footsies, just stay just out of range, pace with it, punish with the bow side light. And that's what you get to do when you play that mid-range. You actually get to invoke footsies against the opponent, like the actual player and their brain.
Yeah, and now racking our brains a little bit here too. The switch off the Bodvar going here into Apocalypse. How are you feeling about this counter pick potentially with the Scythe now on deck?
I love this. So this is actually, you know, the Winter Championship this year. That's the first event that Moonin is legal. So we've got them on deck. Scythe, bow, some crazy signatures, and I think, I'm not sure how much experience against Moonin Use would have had. Certainly not in a tournament area, but, you know, in the ranked queue.
Yeah, and this is, like you said, matchup and familiarity matters a lot, especially in positions like this where all of a sudden you're facing against someone who's in like potential category to take the whole thing. But
I understand what's happening here. Kyna said anything you can do, I can do better. We've got bow versus bow, and there was a lot of that same exact mid-range gameplay. Oh, I'm going to play footsies and then side light. Unfortunately, Use the first one to gain the momentum and say, stop that.
Yeah, that's for me.
It's not funny. I don't like it.
That stock, that's for me. They such a great job going off stage consistently getting these edge guards. I think, oh, wow, okay. I like the attempt. It looked like we were going for a big dare play there, just kind of chase them all the way down. You know it's like they're chasing you all the way for it, but Kyna shutting it down very quick, not letting too much damage get on the board, and so far I'm actually really liking the switch up here.
Yeah, it's been working out a lot better. You know, there's not a consistent damage lead for you. It seems like Kyna's able to handle the neutral game a lot better. Just less unanswered interactions, especially if we get some crazy offstage bow play.
This is incredibly good punish game from Kyna there. Just that overcommitment from Use led to a solid amount of damage that pretty much pushed him straight to yellow for free. It was uncontested every time. And I think this bow has put in so much work, like you're saying before, because even with the lance, all right, never mind. Now you got to worry about the recovery once again, which he has had covered every time.
No more options. Done. You saw those sweat drops as soon as you smacked them away. It's like, all right, you spent all your jumps, your dodge, recovery, nothing's there. See you later.
What was so good about that was the last game, the recovery low was the kill. Then the first stock, the KO, was also the low recovery again. High recovery that time, Use baited out entirely.
Oof. And now, once again, you know, you were talking about this the last time that we were in a similar situation with Use deep red, Kyna on last stock. There's no cracks in the movement. It's still confident. Use, I mean, especially now being up a game, I think that's just going to keep on continuing, and you can't let that kind of effect snowball.
Exactly. Yeah, you need one of those big plays now. And Kyna is definitely somebody who can pull that out. We talked about the consistency of how Kyna has been playing so well. We saw a lot of those comebacks in BCX as well. Very minimal amount of damage. Great job catching the Sig and sealing the deal. Now, can you get a big scythe string? That's pretty much what's going to get you that fear into use.
This is what I want to see. Big scythe string. Like, if you're taking requests, Kyna, you know? Oh no. I mean, forget I said anything. But no, if you could give me some, like, crazy offstage scythe string into a GC down Sig. I mean, right now you've been catching them with the signatures. It's been working. It's the standard gameplay that needs to be tweaked up a little.
Exactly. And so far, doing a great job of actually dodging the high like punishes now. Oh, here we go.
Yo, damage.
Gets the stare. Just keep it up. Just keep that damage going. And kind of backing off in a position what looked like could be punishable for one of those GCD6 like you said before. Maybe we see that just living high ceiling coming through.
Oh my gosh. Sniped out. Thought you were falling far enough away, but the pickup was a lance. It was a lance. The side air, it's got a rocket engine on the back.
Where are our flying cars, man? Like it's 2022.
I know we were promised this, and it's just not yet.
Like Vector gets to do it.
He is a flying car.
He's essentially
That's
a flying
what jets
car.
are.
He's a jet. You got wheels underneath it. It's a land. That's exactly what it is. Where are ours? That's all I'm saying. So, we're gonna rant a little longer about that. Use getting game number 2. Just look at the accuracy count from from majority of the light attacks. Just so many that actually landed by comparison. So even though the SIGs were only 20%, it mattered when it hit.
If you run the math, kind of swung more. The accuracy, a little bit higher for use, but not too much. So that kind of evens out. Where is that damage gap coming from?
Yep.
It's the attacks that you're hitting, the weapons that you have. That lance is doing so much more damage per attack than the scythe.
And the bow duel has been in favor of use once again.
Yes.
Like you were talking about the switch up to the bow, say anything you could do, I could do better. It's like, no, you can't. No, you can't. What do you think you're doing?
Yes, I can.
What? No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Just play the track. Do we have the license for? I don't think so.
Yes, I can.
The only license you need is your pilot's
But-
license, because Use is flying in through this set.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the way that he's just kind of dominating through it, we could see Use take it over Kyna if Kyna can't clean it up here. And we're going to see Kyna pull out the Koji here, which was actually being played earlier today.
Gosh.
And it's working so far.
Woo! Thank goodness you actually dodged up through that second ground pound, because you already took a ton of punishment. That probably would have spelled disaster.
Exactly. And this is exactly what we saw from Kyna against Hazard. It was a 3-0 with the Koji as well. So that was incredible play. I believe that was actually a ditto that happened between the two of them for the first few games as well. So
wait a minute. So Kyna just kind of does this all the time? Anything you can do, I can do better? If you're not matching the weapon, you're matching the character?
Yeah, this time though decided to go with the smart decision of getting a sword as the secondary weapon. It just, if you want a tool to hard punish Lance for overcommitting, it's going to be the sword.
Yeah. That's going to be a key difference here. Right now, Kyna with a full stock lead and all the momentum behind, but going to be needing a reverse 3-0 here. Needs to win 3 games to win this set, whereas Use just needs the one.
Yep, all you need is that one good game to seal the deal, get the 3-0 in the handshake, and move forward in winner's side. But at the seasonal championships, this is where we see people pull out all the stops. You're not going to get this 3-0 for free. Kyna is going to do everything in their power to possibly bring it. I would love to see it. I want to see a game 5 because every single one we've had so far has been a nail biter.
Yeah, and you know what? He's been trimming those nails, a bunch of neutral airs. Uh-oh. Man, I'm just expecting every time that they go into the neutral, reflections of game 1 when it was the Bodvar sword, and I think the adaptation has happened. We're kind of recognized, hey, you're playing that mid-range footsie game and your bow is just winning out every single time. All right, I need to change up the tempo and the pacing.
Yeah, and I like it too because in that Bodvar game, the hammer got invalidated pretty hard. So you only had that one option, which was easy to figure out because you were only going for sword. Now with the ability to actually counterplay a bit, great dodge there off the side. Good defense from Kyna to avoid the ground pound, and actually starting to get some damage on, just barely missed that chase dodge too.
Yeah, I don't know what was different about the Vector bow versus the Koji bow, because it's all the same light attacks, but it seems like Kyna is just so much more comfortable. It's been, oh my god, actually bet it all on the side air there. Could have just faded over and touched the wall, but no, was like, I bet I can hit you right now and get the chase dodge.
Oh my god, what an answer right there. It's you try to pressure me, what if I just GC sync in your face and just back you off? And that's such a big play, but you are still down a whole stock. And you talk about the Koji thing. I think Koji's one of those characters that just exists with plot armor. So it just kind of makes the bow work by just nature of being Koji.
It's like nothing's different, all things being equal. You're not really using the signatures differently, whatever. It's all these light attack engagements. For some reason, Koji's bow just seems better.
Yeah, and also just the gear too, the outfit. Don't at me, that's the best one free. But it's so like anybody disagrees, it's just wrong. Don't. It's not a good look to lie to people. But now, Kyna coming through with the Koji.
Average damage per engagement 50 versus
God.
80. That's a blowout. That's a blowout.
Oh my god. So we were talking about the bows before. 457. I'm telling you, Koji has plot armor. He went through another character with bow. And it was 147 max. And here in game number 3, Koji all of a sudden has like red dot scope, has access to heat-seeking bows. I don't know, but now we're going to Miami Dome.
So message received. The bow has been claimed by Kyna. He's like, you know what? Sure, I'll let it go. You can have it this set. I'm on to the Ulgrim. Axe, baby.
Oh, here we go. Big damage. And we talked about it before. I think it was when we saw Azoth on screen. Platforms plus Axe equals lots of coverage on landing. So I like this switch up here to the Ulgrim while we go over to Miami Dome. And a little bit easier to track him on the side of the stage, too, because you only have that straight up and down setup. It's going to be easier to find those ground pounds.
Oh, yeah. And those ground pounds, if you were talking about air control for the Axe, that thing's a full circle, 360.
And you see it's going for it right there. Just no point not to. Those neutral lights are just such a good tool to back off Koji when he decides to put himself a little bit too close.
Jeez, I'm looking for when is the swap to lands happening, because there's that extra weapon there. He had the opportunity. I think Yu's is committing to Axe in the bow matchup. I think as a bow master himself, he probably says, my bow tends to have a lot of trouble against Axe, so I feel like that's the answer.
Yeah, and he was having a bit of a struggle with that last game too, where Koji just outplayed the land. Oh my god, what a punish. What a punish. Catching him on the cross up there with the D-Sig and just sealing the deal.
Oh, just a quick little soccer kickoff stage.
This is incredible. What is it out of Kyna so far that you've seen that have been the adjustments to get Kyna to this point here in this set against Yus?
It's really been the gas pedal moments. It's that average damage per engagement. Once you get something started, Kyna was going 3, 4, 5 hits unanswered every single time. Had the dodge reads on lock and the movement read. It's just a lot of practice hours.
Yeah, and that's just so crucial. Oh my god, going deep off stage looking for that stare. I like it, especially in that position, trying to get that stock and just letting know you can't recover for free. But back to 2-2. Decent amount of damage on, but Axe will get that damage very quick, or even the Lance just getting those quick side lights into Nairs. I think Yu still looks very comfortable even with the deficit he's looking at.
Yeah, so, I've been trying to reason and think this out, because I'm like, does he actually feel that, like, Axe beats Bow here, or is it more so that he needed something else entirely? He didn't want to play the mirror match of Bow, and he's very convincingly not going over to the Lance. I think his Lance has trouble against Bow, and he was looking for mostly anything else.
Yeah, I think you're right, too, because the Axe has done an incredible job of not just whiff punishing, but not really letting Kyna feel comfortable enough to go for a landing. Like, we see very few attempts at actually trying to catch him on the ground with the D-lights, but now Yu's is just going straight back to it. This is what has been working.
That's the plan. And this is what I love seeing in these sets. We've seen it in the previous ones today. We see it in here for sure, where you formulate that game plan and it's all about execution. Stick to it and make it work.
Yeah, so everybody's got a plan until they get hit in the face, because that finally takes them with the recovery there. Kyna does manage to take it. However, you're pretty much in neutral light range at the ledge, so you're like, you have to be so careful. If you're Kyna,
oh my gosh,
for it all, trying to catch him off stage. The recovery does come through, keeping that pressure on here.
We almost had a legit Bow stock right there. That's the, you got hit at white and one of them happened to be a stuff recovery? Well, goodbye.
Yep, oh my goodness, the movement from Kyna too, just fading back in, trying to go for the big recovery read, pushing him deep off stage, trying to back him off. You could see Yus is scrambling now. Yus is swinging for everything just to get backed off. He was forced finally off the Axe.
Yeah, this is where we see, back when Yus was in red stock situations before. Beautiful. I know you're dusting off your hands right there as we're moving on into game number 5. The set count's going to be 2-2. But where we saw before in those red stock situations where you still seemed very confident, he didn't seem shaken, that was the panic setting in.
Yeah,
We saw the panic setting in right there.
Pretty much we could count him out, as in even that replay, we saw it twice. There was about 3 to 4 straight swings immediately at a disadvantage from Use.
0 damage with the sword. We're all in on Bo.
Just and the actually it was pretty much just an all in from both sides too, because that Lance came out and it was kicked out immediately.
It was like, all right, you're playing Bo. I don't like Lance versus Bo. I don't want to play the Bo mirror. So Bo versus Axe. That's that hardcore monotype.
Yeah, what that does for your mental too, it just kind of messes you. But we're seeing a counter pick coming in here at the end for game number 5. How are you feeling about the switch up here on Demons?
Demon Island with a Jae-Yun. I mean, listen, like 2 years ago, this was the beat. This was the thing. It was, hey, you've got a ton of runway, and you've got some pretty good dunking signatures with like the side signature off stage on that great sword. You know,
It is the greatest of swords.
the down signature on the sword. Like, you got crazy high-end potential. It has a crazy mechanical executional requirement behind it just because Greatsword plays completely different from any other weapon in the game. You can chain attacks, you know, pretty much 3 in a row until you get your big finisher. Uh-oh, big finisher for Kyna, scoring the first knockout. Didn't seem to actually care about the Greatsword.
Not
I was
at all.
talking about it, and he's like, skip it. Skip the lecture.
Exactly. Let's just go ahead and put that away, because the majority of what you see Yu's looking for is big whiff punishes. And we talk about the strings that you can just get together. And
Let's
okay.
go.
That's a great way to get yourself back in the game. Going for the deep, high, like just getting get the KO off the top, where you basically haven't gotten one of those throughout the set. Incredible message.
Yeah, all right, so this is where we're going to start seeing the ground game employed. Yu's was able to hit some of those openers, and you can interrupt your attack chain with movement, your dodge, your jump, your dash. And that's where you're looking to get, you know, 1-2, reset, 1-2. And how much damage can you get per engagement? You can push it insanely high, but you need to get those dodge reads.
Yeah, you can see like it looks like Yu's just kind of looking for those dodge reads to get the dare on top, just like waiting for Kyna to make one mistake to get that damage. And now at least you have sword, you have access to be able to put him deep off stage, but the weapon toss into the ground pound was actually really smart right there. No whiff punish on the D-Sig. That was a crucial moment for Yu's to potentially get something there, just out of space though.
Ooh, trying to set up the corner guard, but gets knocked up into the sky for his trouble. Trying to land, that's different. That's very difficult against Bo.
Yeah, and pretty much throughout the whole set too, most of the damage that has come in favor of Kyna has been from those landing attempts, while Bo has been in hand too. Oh, big Sarah, pretty even damage here. Oh, just misses.
Oh my gosh, that was rock, paper, scissors right there. That was like a game of slaps, you know? It was just like, all right, I spent my dodge, and I'm about to gravity cancel. When do you spend yours? Oh.
Look, we already know if it's Jae-Yoon, it's going to be rock every time. Like,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We're swinging every single time, and that spot right there, and kind of seeing through it. Very, very small lead that could disappear at any given moment here for Yu's. He has to get, you need every single bit of trade damage you can here to potentially get this game.
Oh, man. Absolutely denied. Kind of going up into the air, saying, hey, you want to jump around and just kind of rainbow from corner of the stage to corner of the stage? I'm going to catch you right at that middle arc.
Exactly. And here's the moment in time. It is game 5. Both of them on last stock. Sword in hand, Bo in the other side. Yu's does have stage position right now. Kyna getting a nice empty jump right through. Gets a quick string, though, and getting the damage on.
Yu's looking for a way to land. Manages to tag for a little bit of damage. He keeps pushing this damage lead. Weapon on stage. I don't think anybody's going to swap.
Whoa. Oh, absolutely not. Look, yeah, you're going to stay
back
with
to the
sword
sword for the edge guard.
Absolutely. There's no reason not to. You want to make sure you have that quick damage. Now you're pretty much in D-Light. Sarah raids the recovery, not off the top either, looking for the nair, and Kyna gets back down.
All right, Sabers at dawn. It's 2-2. Somebody's walking out of this set, and the other, oh no.
Oh, no, that could be happy. And the D-Light recovery coming in, and it's going to be Yu's getting the upset here, putting Kyna into losers, preventing the reverse 3-0 here with the final switch up to the Jae-Yoon at the end, messing up potential predictions for some people, and also just in general, what a credible edge. That moment, that first stock, pretty much is what allowed you to get back in. If you don't find that KO off the top, probably taking this L.
That's the crazy thing, you know, it was able to chase up there in a high, tall ceiling stage. The neutral air knocking up, that recovery, able to cover enough distance to score that knockout. I was laughing pretty much as soon as that happened because I've got a view backstage. I saw both fists pumping, one of them from Duke, One from Sparky. Sparky's was a little bit angry. He was like, "Nah." Duke was, yeah.
Oh, Duke is the happiest person in the building because anytime anytime an L is being served to Sparky, it is just
So you could just immediately tell whose prediction did well and who not so much.
Now, for the Kyna fans out there, there's still lowers bracket, so there's still potential for Kyna to make a comeback. But like you said at the very beginning of the block, that means your matches have now increased in number. It's going to be a lot harder to get yourself back into it.
Oh, geez. The matches increase, and the intensity of them just always keeps going up. That's the nature of a tournament. You know, it's just the funnel where the strongest go right into the strongest.
Yeah, it is difficult. And also, it's like putting a wild animal into the corner because everybody's facing elimination, and that's when the big plays come out. That's also when the reckless stuff happens and you end up getting messed up. But still, it's going to be an incredible job from everybody, and more matches to come for sure, because we are going to do a quick momentary break to swap out the casters for this. It's been an incredible job being with you on the mic, and the first time we got to do this together is a lot of fun. But chat, do not move from your seats. We're only going to be gone for a short break. Get yourself some food, because I got a lot of other great matches for Winter Championships here that are coming up next. We'll be right back.
the Winter Championship rolls on, and while it might be cooling down outside, I think some things are getting a little spicy in the bracket, Sparky.
Yeah, some players have maybe done things that we didn't really expect them to do, and some others also did do things that we expected them to do.
You sound like such a disappointed parent right now.
Well, you know,
it's your upset is not the only upset though, because DB also lost to Temvang Kilo.
That's true.
There's some other interesting stuff that's been going on, but of course, what's most interesting is the people who are getting into the top 8. I don't want to make you feel too disappointed for too long.
Well, you know, that's why the losers bracket exists. Okay. It's there for people to go down, and actually, that's probably way cooler.
Oh yeah,
is when kind of makes it back up through there. That would be sick. We have West and Power Ranger in the Winners Finals, and it kind of comes back up, and then that's how it's actually all going to play out. I don't mean to spoiler the script for everybody, but hey, now you get to watch it's about the journey, not the destination, honestly, when you really think about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know what a hero's journey entails, but I'm sure there's some trials and tribulations that occur on the way there. But we'll see who else has to make a journey into the top 8. As up next, we've got West versus Monexo, still in the bracket. Fiend, and like we said, Temvang Kilo, upsetting many people to earn his spot here. And then, of course, we've got Power Ranger and Nuez, and 2 more yet to be decided for the top 8 of things.
Yeah, we are at an interesting point in the bracket. We still have 2 of like the major killers that we expect to be top 3 for this tournament still outside of top 8 currently. It was your choice of Fiend, and then both of our choices of West coming into this one. So there's still some bread left on the table. We're going to see who's going to take a bite, who's going to get a crumb, and who's going to get the whole loaf of it. We're going to be going into this next one here. We're going straight into West versus Monexo, and at least so far, we don't see anything crazy going on in terms of character picks that you and I can both see, and the viewers at home will soon see coming into this one. If we're looking at the stats between these 2 players, we are looking at seed 2 coming out from Global Breakouts West. On the other side, we have Monexo coming in at seed 7. Or sorry, yeah, seed 7 actually as well. There, the PR is on the screen. You can see definitely a stark discrepancy between these 2 players in terms of numbered stats. You see a lot of experience, huge pedigree on the side of West. On the other side, you see a blossom that may be about to bloom.
Yes, it's hard. Not too many flowers bloom in winter, but maybe Monexo is that rare one. You know, in movies and media and whatnot, a flower that blooms in winter is often like prestigious. It's always something like, this is the rare flower that will help save our village.
There's only one left.
Yeah, it's the last flower, and you have to climb a high mountain to obtain it. Maybe that's what's happening right now, because West is definitely quite the mountain to overcome for Monexo. We'll see how well it works out. Of course, like you said, in terms of character picks, no surprise, West, he's going to be coming in with a Lance. This time it's going to be Ogrim. It seems to be like the Lance character pick for most people who are out there who are like maining Lance. Now on the other side, we've seen Monexo on the Asuri for quite a while, has been doing very well for himself, and like you said in the pre-show, Guitar's got that little bit of a buff, so there's a little bit of love to what Monexo's doing. Yeah,
if we're looking at all of the characters that Monexo has reported of all time on Smash GG from this, we're seeing a lot of Koji. It's significantly a lot of Koji coming out if we're looking at just raw number of times that has been reported. It's been 30 times from that Koji, 17 times from that Asuri, but I wouldn't just look at those numbers alone, because obviously the 30 could be from 3 years ago, and the Asuri is the more current pick going into this one. That's what he's starting off with in Game 1 against West. We'll see if he's able to fend off that nasty Lance of West that just recently got a buff here. We've already seen some solid Lance gameplay today. You see from the giant banana already on the screen that he does have the Princess Bubblegum Lord Vrax skin, so Wesley definitely showing us a little bit of the gamut of Lance characters he has under his belt.
Yeah, definitely has quite a pool of Lance characters to pick from. On the other side, Monexo, that Koji does bode well in my opinion. Again, no clue on how much time he's put into that Koji as of late, but if going off of a previous set, we saw how well the bow was able to do against Use's Lance, but right now, not even thinking about it, as West hits another side air and is going to be going up already above Monexo.
That was a less than 40-second stock that West is able to open this one up with. Now, normally when we see 2 players who are kind of far apart from each other, not that Monexo is really that far away, because he's coming into this one seed 7, but when you compare that to Wes's Seed 2 and the pedigree that Wes has, normally like game 1 is where the sort of quote-unquote lesser player, the underdog, if you will, has a better chance to come out on top. Like if it's not a 3-0, there's a lot of times we'll see it be game 1 goes to the underdog, and then it's a straight 3 games for the quote-unquote more history, more storied, more pedigreed player. It was a nice even up from Monexo on this one. Didn't take too long, and he definitely didn't take too much damage. Has the guitars back in his hand, gets a nice 2-piece. Wes is going to answer back. Another 2-piece coming out from Monexo. Again, Wes is able to answer back, but only with 1 hit.
Yeah, but Lance will hit a little bit harder. Again, goes for that down sig read. Monexo was able to avoid it the second time in a row that Wes has gone for it. Monexo avoids it, but still damage being done. And now Wes going to be going to the heavier swing and axe, looking to finish off the stock of Monexo. It's going to take more than just a side air.
Monexo's getting into the later stages of the dark orange here. It's not going to take too much before Monexo is in the red. Wes will be looking for that side air KO. That's going to be a nice little bit of a guitar bonk on the head. Not going to be too much damage. Doesn't really interrupt anything major that Wes was going into.
Ooh,
yo!
Caught the movement.
He even grabbed the taunt on that one. He ripped that taunt early, and he held it because he knew. And it was close, man. Wes was just inches away from reaching out his little fingers and touching that wall, but couldn't quite make it. Monexo opening up the final stock as well. Has some really good momentum on his side. That neutral air, definitely not a KO move, is able to get through that GC side signature from Wes, finds the punish, several moves. It's a neutral signature, not a huge dunk, but it's on stage. The momentum is just completely snowballing in Monexo's favor.
What a complete reversal from how this started. Wes started off huge, and since then has not been finding the reads, and Monexo is going to take game number 1. A fantastic down air, catching the recovery of Wes. Things looking good for the underdog, but this is like you were talking about, right? The David and Goliath situation. I'm sure the Goliath wanted a best of 5, but David took game number 1.
That was really impressive from Monexo. Not only to just know that he could grab that taunt safely and still secure the KO, but to really fight that one out to the end. He got that like one explosive moment of that ground pound and then was able to take that momentum and continue with it.
I really believe that getting that ground pound fired up Monexo in a special way. It really made him feel good, and you saw him taunting. You know he was feeling proud with how game 1 was going, and now we're seeing Wes make the swap over to the Artemis for game number 2.
Even though the Koji is Monexo's top-played legend, he still has a level 73 Asuri coming into this one. We're seeing this switch from Wes. This is definitely something we talked about in the pre-show before the tournament today about this sort of cast of characters, most all of them with lances that Wes could be moving through during this tournament. That gives him a lot of options. Of course, this being a best of 5 gives him a little bit of experimentation time. Nice neutral signature coming out there. Not going to be enough to KO. Did that lance actually bonk him on the head?
Yeah, I think it added a little bit of extra damage, but it wasn't enough, and Wes, in trouble, does dodge through the ground pound this time, but he needs to finish the stock off of Monexo before Monexo brings us back, and Monexo is definitely swinging.
There's a weapon spawn on the field. Wes is going to grab it immediately, getting a little bit reckless here with some of these moves that he's queuing up very early when Monexo's really far away from, maybe hoping that Monexo's just going to fall into them. It hasn't really worked so far. Nice side air there, but it's going to be high and all the way on the right side of the stage. That bonk is not going to be enough.
Wes,
he was so close.
Yeah, he was able to get that stock, but just barely. Like, this is not the confident that we expected from PR number 2 in the region.
Definitely.
Monexo already evens it up immediately. All right. Scythe in hand for Wes. Again, this is kind of the off weapon, and generally speaking, on people who really truly main Lance, that off weapon can be rough.
See Monexo landing a lot of side light in lights on the Qatar kit. That time he did a side light into the D light, went for the turnaround down air. There's a nice 2-piece from Wes, going to add up a little bit of damage. They are so even on this second stock. Momentum is a little bit in Wes's favor. It definitely is in his favor now. Doesn't quite have enough strength on that to get the immediate KO. Will Monexo make it back? Wes is going to make sure the answer is no.
Yeah, good coverage from Wes. Really sat there watching Monexo. You saw the weapon spawn in the middle, and Wes opted to stay center and make sure that he could get this KO.
Again, sticking with the scythe here against Monexo's sword. That weapon toss is going to bounce off the soft platform while Monexo was below it. It sort of acted like a roof over his head for the rain that was coming.
Yeah, but the pain in the rain is still continuing as Wes adding up the damage onto Monexo's final stock here in game number 2. But Monexo, potential to clean up this one, and I like the up toss, the risk of that ground pound from Monexo, and Monexo still finds the hit.
Gonna have his choice of weapons here. Gonna do a little bit of a juggle, of course, sticking with the guitars. Definitely the weapon that he did more damage with last game. In total, he did 379 guitar damage to the 115, sent all the way to the left side of the screen. I feel like we've seen this rerun several times on television. I want a new episode, but Wes doesn't. He's happy to open up Netflix, or really in Peacock in this case, and just put on old episodes of The Office that he's seen 100 times. It's victory after victory.
He likes to be able to quote the lines alongside the cast, but man, those side sigs from Wes, both with the scythe on the second stock and then with the lance on that final stock. And there you're seeing one side sig. He opts for a slide charge here, but doesn't even need to connect. Really well done from Wes to be able to clutch it up and take game number 2.
Seeing those stats in front of you right now, light attacks are actually pretty close. I think it's going to actually favor Monexo, at least in terms of accuracy. Let's look at that graph. I do be loving me a graph. That second stock, that was so skinny, which means that stock did not last very long whatsoever. It was tall like a normal stock, but skinny. So a lot of that damage was built up very, very quickly.
Yeah, really well done from Wes. And now we're into game number 3. Of course, no surprises to see Wes still on the Artemis, but Monexo can make a little bit of a skin swap going into this one.
Great spacing, able to pick up that neutral light. Didn't even have to really work for it whatsoever. He was exactly where he needed to be. That's going to get a punish. That's a nice 2-piece from Monexo to add up that damage, but he is a little bit behind. Gets a punish there as well, another 2-piece. You love to see those multi-hit moves, especially when you punish with a combo starter.
Yeah, I love the way that Monexo's dodging out of the side light down airs from Wes as well, because Wes is going for the Sig read off of that down air, and Monexo's not giving it to him. But opportunity here, Monexo fights his way back onto the stage. Wes swinging, and Monexo's starting to find punishes.
I thought Wes was going to be way too far away from Monexo on that one, but he had the dash up side air to be able to pick that one up, sending Wes over to the left side. Now Wes has Monexo on the right side, spending some more time on the right side of the stage this time compared to the previous one where we were on the left side.
Man, I was worried that unarmed edge guard attempt, but Monexo gonna take the first stock here. Wes is so good at adding up the damage, but when it comes to finishing off the stock, that's where Monexo is finding his footing.
Wes gonna be very careful here. Doesn't want to give Monexo too much room to be able to pick up any punishes, add on any extra damage. He was just hunting for that side signature, sort of jumping himself across the stage, hitting it, and then bouncing back a little bit to get himself away from Monexo. In this case, that latter part didn't really matter because he hit the first part, sending over to the right side of the screen, and the KO. We are dead even. It is like a minute 45 into this game, and they're playing very defensively on the second stock. Coming from Wes, he's giving a lot of respect to Monexo and the skills that Monexo has shown so far in this game. Same thing is, of course, coming from Monexo onto one of the best players in all of South America.
Yeah, Wes really respecting the guitars of Monexo, just saying, you know what, I have not been having that much success against you, and so I gotta play this one smart. This is not a guaranteed W.
Man, every time Wes is throwing out one of these attacks, Monexo finds a punish.
All right, Monexo with the weapon advantage. Wes finds a lance, but man, look at the damage. Monexo has found more hits onto Wes's second stock.
Oh, he jumps away from that one. Maybe expected the little defensive downlight sort of get off me tool coming, so he just didn't opt for the immediate punish.
Yeah, Wes definitely was trying to protect himself. Saw that he whiffed, went for the downlight. Ooh,
he almost ran into that orb. That was very close.
Yeah, could have drifted into it, but that weapon toss actually halts the hitboxing there. The side air. Monexo, does he have the jumps? Awkward weapon toss. Okay. Second attempt.
That is the Lance player classic right there. Hitting that recovery towards the stage, bouncing your opponent off of it, just praying for the kill, and it doesn't come.
Ooh, Wes going for the second recovery, the exhausted one. Again, struggling to finish off these stocks of Monexo. Monexo's doing such a good job of avoiding those finishers. And unfortunately for Wes, he doesn't have a true combo knockout tool, right? He doesn't have like a downlight side air, a downlight recovery, the way that some of the other characters would have, but a nice side air. Wes
taunting after that one. I think he's just happy he finally got the stop. I want everyone to pay attention to the graph. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of time to pause on it, because I think those second stocks, actually for both players, because this game is long, it is going to be a wide wide second stock, and I think they're also both going to be very tall because a lot of damage had to be built up now on both players before they're finally able to take away the second stock of their opponent.
Yeah, but this third stock is
never
going to be
mind.
tall and skinny as Wes gets a quick game number 3 under the bell.
Give us that graph, tell the players to wait.
Yo, but look at the footsies here. That was like a quick draw at high noon kind of situation, right? Neither one of them wanting to put out a hitbox and put themselves into those active frames. And you saw Wes, he saw the bell tick and found the side sig. Man, that was a scary situation for both of them.
You see them both there, hand at the hip. Their fingers are twitching just a little bit, waiting to see if the other one makes the move first. Please give us the graph. Please give us the graph. Look at, oh my goodness, so much damage had to be done. Those graphs are tall, except for that final stock that came so quickly for Wes, but look how long each one of those. That meant that Wes had to put out a lot of damage, and he did not put it out very quickly whatsoever.
Yeah, 506 put out on the Lance alone, including also there's the 48 from the Scythe and 115 from the unarmed. So he's putting out a lot of damage. Again, a reminder for you people at home, around 450 is like the theoretical optimal amount of damage
that's like
that you would
perfection.
need.
If you get your opponent into red and then you also have like a juice or heavy weapon that can take out really early, or you hit a signature, something like that. But if you add up the total damage, 669 that Wes had to do, we're going to divide that by 3 because it's easy math. That is 223 per stock. That is a lot of damage. The fact that that game was so long means it was also pretty inefficient, but he did still take the W out. Monexo is not going to let this one be easy for him. I think you and I thought maybe it wasn't going to be easy, but at least going to be easier than this. The way Monexo is fighting back into this one, even now swapping over onto the Sentinel. If we want to talk about those heavy weapons that can get those early KOs, he has the hammer now. Of course, that signature kit from Sentinel, we've seen it be really nasty in the past, even though we don't see it used a lot.
Yeah, not only all of that, but also there's the true KO confirm. The place where Wes has been struggling the most, now Monexo has it in spades, and he's getting the damage done. The Qatar is not struggling as the end sig, the ceiling just a little too high.
Wes over on the edge. Oh, he tried to grab the side air right over the corner to catch Wes a little bit too high on that wall. Wasn't able to find it. Monexo still mostly in control of this game so far. Even though he was sent over to the edge, he's able to get back. So is Wes. You're seeing that recovery come out from Wes. He's hoping to pick up a KO or at least set up a juggle opportunity there. Heavy weapon in hand. Monexo almost grabbed the down air. The thought was right. The timing wasn't quite, but there's the D-Light into the side air. Gets the KO. Minute 10 into this one. Monexo's going to take the lead.
Yeah, things looking good for Monexo. Wes definitely got some damage built up onto Monexo, so he could find a finisher, but this is a Scythe we're talking about. Generally a tool that will struggle to knock out. That sidelight doesn't even put him far off the stage.
Now let's think about this. Look at the set count so far, the game count in this set. It's 2-1 in favor of Wes. Monexo is in the lead here. Let's just do a little bit of theorizing. What happens if Wes loses this set and goes down? I think that could possibly mess up a lot of people's predictions going into this one, but Wes is trying to make everybody at home feel very safe and secure.
He's reassuring
in their predictions. He's putting out this damage pretty quickly. He is in the lead here on this second stock. Of course, he's also in the lead in the set, has the weapon advantage here. He was playing around it for a little bit, made sure he had enough time to throw his weapon away, pick up a new one, sends Monexo over to the side, has the weapon advantage, gets the KO. Now game definitely in Wes's hands.
And it's interesting to note that Wes has definitely been playing out the Scythe for this game number 4, right? He's had multiple opportunities to swap over to the Lance, and more often than not, he just ends up priming another Scythe. Goes for the read there. Monexo is going to find the punish.
Monexo has Wes in the red. Picks up a signature. You see him throwing him out. He really wants it. We've seen Wes dodge through the last 2. First was the side. Second one was that neutral signature coming out. There's the side light. He goes for the chase dodge into the side sig again. Doesn't find a connection there. The damage is building up on Monexo's final stock. Building up on Monexo's final hope to tie up the set. Send it to a game 5. Keep himself alive in the winner's bracket. Otherwise, he's going to have to go down into the loser's bracket and fight for his life.
Okay, but the side air is coming out. Monexo in trouble. Like you said, playing to stay in the winner's side of things. A D-Light side air would do it. Monexo waiting for his opportunity to do it. You see how Wes is playing above it. The scoop up, okay. Stock count evened up, but Monexo has to play a perfect stock here.
He's going to have his choice of weapon. It's going over onto the Katars. We really haven't seen too much hammer from him whatsoever. Is he going to be able to weapon starve this from Wes? I think he had the option to, if instead of immediately going in, he backed up and quickly swapped out his weapons, but maybe he didn't feel comfortable in getting the Katars back and didn't want to be stuck on Hammer.
Yeah, I mean, just the threat of being locked into the Hammer, I think it was just too much for Monexo. You know he's comfortable on these Katars. It's what's gotten him this far. Sidesick, no punish! Monexo just watches as it happens.
He was so far away, and now he actually
Dodged.
gave Wes the scythe. I was wondering if he was going to maybe take the hit and go for the Hammer just to deny the scythe from
Got the
Wes.
dodge.
This is why he didn't pick that up. He wanted the option to add up all that damage with the Katars. Now he has his KO weapon in hand. He could be taking this. We could go to a game 5.
Very real possibility. Needs a little bit more damage. The side air almost puts him off screen or off stage. Wes. Okay. Monexo comes up, misses the stomp. This could go either direction. Monexo trying to get to game 5. Wes missing the recovery. He's fishing for anything that bounces, so it's going to eat some of the force. Monexo, he throws away the Hammer.
There's a weapon all the way on the right side of the
You can't
stage.
get it.
Oh, that sent him too far after the weapon toss.
dodge.
Almost got caught in that recovery, but not
Unarmed
quite.
everyone?
The Nair, that actually almost sent him off screen. That's insane. That didn't KO off the top. Monexo with the weapon advantage. In comes
spot touch.
the Lance for Wes. This one's a nail biter. A long game. That's not a true combo. Monexo finds the recovery, gets the KO. We're going to a game 5.
What a battle. Dodge after dodge, narrowly avoiding death, and Monexo finds the hit. Like you said, a game 5 now in our hands.
So many incredibly close, intense moments as that game started to wind down. And that was a long game, too. I think it was like 3:21, 3:20 towards the end. That is a 4:40 long game. That is a very long game to be playing Brawlhalla, especially against an incredible player like Wes or an incredible player like Monexo. Now we're seeing that Volkov swap.
The pocket pick for Wes. Not too surprised to see the scythe definitely working out for Wes in the last couple of games. Holy, he went for it.
I hate Wes's Volkov so much. You've already seen him throw out so
He's hitting
many
it, though.
signatures, dude. It drives me nuts.
He is hitting those signatures, and it's not just like raw, just hitting it and doing nothing and going about his day. He's hitting it and going for follow-ups as well. Wes, this is like completely different from the way he was playing the Artemis.
He's so good with these signatures. He's so good on Volkov. We've seen Volkov's signatures. He had like a little bit of a heyday in the past where people were throwing them out like crazy. Wes is sort of one of the few who's still on it. You see the taunt coming out. He
Getting in the
knows that
head.
one. Quicker stock coming in about 50 seconds on this one. I don't think that Wes will really struggle to KO very much at all in this game whatsoever with these signatures. Oh, he's going. He is feeling himself so much.
Okay, Monexo gonna punish him for fishing with that side signature. But still, man, Wes is getting damage after damage, getting 3-4 hits on top of it. With a Sig inside of it, Monexo not finding these punishes.
He straight up doesn't know how to punish it.
I mean, Volkov is not the most played legend in competitive. It's a rare matchup, and if Monexo doesn't have the experience in it, which right now it's looking like he doesn't, he's got to learn on the fly.
I'm so mad watching Wes do this. It drives me crazy, man, because I don't know how to beat it.
Yeah.
It's insane. It's so good. Wes is so successful with it. Monexo does find a stock there, but he's really far behind. There will be a weapon dropping in shortly. There it is. Wes happens to be right place, right time. Grabs that one. It is going to be the side. Picks the signature up straight away. I can't wait to look at the stats on the number of signatures he has thrown out compared to light attacks.
This is a full stock lead for Wes, and he is just pushing it further and further. This pocket pick of the Volkov really working out for Wes.
I don't know why Surus doesn't play Volkov on the dev stream, because he's going to do this anyway. Might as well do it with a character that can successfully do it, like Wes's Volkov.
I don't know if Surus can do it the way that Wes can do it, because it takes a special breed to be able to hit these sigs and go for those follow-ups. Again, it's not just, oh, he's throwing out side sig after side sig. Sure, he is, but he's also hitting it and then following up, chasing up, going for a GC side light into a nair, into a side air afterwards, and it's definitely getting into Monexo's head.
Dude, if I have to see Wes do this today, and then if I have to see like Zapapi do this on Azot tomorrow, I don't know, I might retire, bro.
I mean, right now, he's looking to make Monexo retire with the way that he is throwing these out. And there it is. Wes, just like that, complete domination, crushes Monexo and takes it 3-2.
All right, let's see what we're looking at here. Damage dealt 641. Signature usage. See if we can find that in the stats. I'm trying to look for the stats here, but they're going to be more nicely presented.
Yeah, they might show up on screen in
for
just a little
us
bit.
and the viewers at home once we get to it. Let's see. How many did he throw out? Yeah, he almost threw out as
35.
many. He threw out 48 light attacks, 35 signatures.
And while the accuracy count is 29%, which is honestly, it's not the worst accuracy for 35 signatures thrown out. The biggest thing for me is so many went unpunished.
Yep, definitely.
So many had Monexo just floundering, looking like, what do I do? Do I try to dash jump Nair? No, that didn't work. Dash jump side air? No, that didn't work. Dash jump Nair again on the other weapon? No, that didn't work either. Like, he was trying to learn the matchup in the moment, and that's just the worst place to be.
On a lot of other characters, you would say, like, okay, well, a whiffed signature is way worse for you than a whiffed light attack. I mean, people whiff light attacks all the time. That just happens. Nobody's out here banking like 98% accuracy. That's just inhuman. But the way he was able to whiff those, get the recovery back, that's going to be some of the character helping him, but it's also his skill to find the follow-up move, the quick follow-up, or at least the quickest. He has an axe in hand, so at least the quickest option that he has from where Monexo might be trying to come in to punish, or he's throwing like, I'm gonna do a diagram here. So let's say the side signature ends him up over here. It starts up here, it ends up over here. If Monexo's over here, he can't really punish this in time. So we don't really need the immediate follow-up. It's gonna whiff, but it still throws out that sort of threat area that, hey, I'm gonna do a signature. Hey, I'm gonna do a signature. Am I gonna do a signature right now? You don't know. I know. Only I know. So that's scary. That's very scary to deal with. That's why so many of them, even the ones that missed, Monexo was scared to punish. He was scared of the possible follow-up, or he was too far away based on where Wes actually placed them.
Yeah, that was brutal. Wes, continuing on, earns his spot in the top 8, and we'll see who gets to fight against him. As up next, we've got Fiend and Vemtankilo, and Vemtankilo is definitely the underdog in this one, coming in not PR'd. The only person on the screen not PR'd. He's earned his spot by beating out DB to get up here. So Vemtankilo definitely on the up and up.
Let's see if I can find something here on Vemtankilo.
All right. Well, while you do
he
that,
might not even be.
we can talk a little bit. He had a great day yesterday,
here he
or
is.
not yesterday, last weekend in the 2v2s.
Yes.
Alongside his partner. What else is going on with him?
From Vemtankilo out here, they're like hardly anything.
Yeah, I mean,
from him. Let's see. In
un-PR'd.
2021, he played community tournament. He played in the World Championship last chance qualifier. That means he wasn't already qualified for the World Championship, had to play through that. Got 17th in that, which still solid placement, but that's not the type of player that you really expect getting to this part in the tournament to play against all of the players that you and I both know, that everybody at home knows all about from tournament after tournament. Let me look back at 2020, played in actually came in 17th in Mammoth Cup. That's actually kind of nuts. Shouts out to him.
But bare minimum, right, going in, again, not PR'd, which means that we don't have enough data to really justify his position on any sort of ranking. And to guarantee a top 12 finish, that is massive for Vemtankilo. Again, beating out one of the top 5 PR'd in the region to earn his spot here, massive upsets for Vemtankilo.
It looks like out of all the characters that he has reported so far, coming in 75th seed, by the way, Vemtankilo, he has reported his character a total of 5 times. 4 of them were Taros, 1 of them was Bodvar. So no crazy picks coming out. I don't know the recency on these picks whatsoever. Normally, if you're placing in like the 33rd or later in tournaments, a lot of those players aren't reporting their characters. So we don't know if there's any recency or even if any of this data is really valid whatsoever to like currently what might be going on here. He has not reported his characters so far in the tournament today yet. Oh no, he does have an Olgrim.
Ooh, okay.
Did report an Olgrim against DB earlier. Won one game. It looks like there was a second. Game 2 was one that went towards DB, and then it would look like it was Olgrim the rest of the day. So we could be seeing yet another Olgrim coming in here. Possibly might stick with the Olgrim for a little bit longer than we saw Wes did.
Yeah, it definitely feels like, as we've kind of stated multiple times throughout the Winter Championship, is like right now it feels like the Lance Renaissance. And the Olgrims, of course, are enjoying that Renaissance moment right now. So not overly surprised to see. And, of course, locked in, what would it be? It'd be none other than the Olgrim. But on the other side, he's playing against Fiend, a favorite, of course, doing very well for himself, is going to be locking in the Hattori for game number 1. How do you feel about this matchup between Hattori and Olgrim?
I'm curious how Fiend is going to get in on this Lance. Let me look at some of the previous games that Fiend has played today. Did play against Nagi earlier. Of course, we saw play the Azoth into the Taros. So we really haven't seen too much Fiend Lance gameplay today. We'll see how he's able to deal with that. We know that Fiend can deal with an axe, which Vimtankilo has, but maybe Vimtankilo's axe is a little bit schnastier than some of Fiend's previous opponents today.
Yeah, definitely a different kind of axe coming out from Vimtankilo. The one thing that Fiend definitely has on his side is going to be experience. Vimtankilo, like we said, hasn't been in that many official tournaments. On the other side, Fiend has been in multitudes. He's been a competitor for years, so he's going to be able to make these adjustments. If Vimtankilo is coming in bringing in something tricky, the side sig comes out. Fiend avoids it, but no punish, can't get the edge guard, and he's going to back off for a sword.
So one thing really important just happened there is we saw that gravity cancel. Of course, that is going to burn your dodge. One, Fiend was able to get through that, but we really didn't see too much offstage punish coming out from Fiend. They kind of both came out equal after that offstage engagement. That's not necessarily the most common thing when you have any player against someone like Fiend.
Yeah, being able to walk away with the stock still in your hand definitely feels nice. And of course, trading out relatively even. Vimtankilo goes for the sideline there. You saw that spot dodge trying to find the read on Fiend. Who's going to get that first stock? Fiend opting for the weapon toss. Maybe going to go for the unarm. Nope, sword. Punish opportunity. That's a burn dodge from Vimtankilo. Doesn't get the second weapon toss, and Fiend struggling to finish the stock of Vimtankilo.
You see him throwing that weapon down, picking it up immediately in case Fiend was able to dodge through the weapon toss. That side air was going to connect. Neither one did make the connection that Vim wanted. We are getting very long into this game before the first stock is taken. We've been over a minute and a half. That's going to be a low unarmed recovery that picks up, so it won't lead to the KO off the top. Maybe if we were like regular stage height, that might do it. That D-Light recovery certainly will take off the top, and that was a minute 47 into the game. That is a very long game. We've seen a lot of long games coming out of South America today. I think a lot of that is incredibly good players, one, but two, the sort of like not underdog players giving a lot of respect to all of the different sort of quote-unquote underdog players today.
Yeah, you're seeing the top PR players not just try to gas pedal all over opponents, but here we are, stocks already evened up between Fiend and Vimtankilo, and so many of the stocks have been going dangerously close to those KO boxes, but just narrowly avoiding death. And Fiend, let's see if he can add up the damage. Opts for the, okay, D-Light Nair, got the extra Nair. I was going to say D-Light Dare would have been more optimal because you get the bounce and then the extra credit potential, but Fiend, he's burned a lot.
Oh,
that might be it. Oh, he still touches.
Was just yellow when he took that. Oh, Vem is going to fall, but he's still got the stock there. A little bit more stats as they both spawn into this game at fresh health. Vimtankilo, he's currently Plat 2 because he's only played 4 games total, which means he was a Diamond player who then the season reset, so he was back in Plat, and that's where he is right now.
My man's is a sleeper. He's staying under as many radars as possible to make sure that he can burst out onto the scene, and what a great place to do it again. Winter Championship, the first major of the year. Vimtankilo staying even with Fiend, one of the top 3 PR'd in the region.
Now, we talked about that Bodbar and the Taros. Those are the top 2 characters for Vim. Can have both of them at level 50. Olgrim is going to be the 4th. Right above that is a Nyx, also at level 50, as Olgrim is level 49. As we're seeing this one start to wind down just a little bit. Still no clue who's going to take this one. Vim doesn't need too many axe hits before he's really ready to KO. Fiend's getting very close to that territory as well. You saw how far that side air sent, even though it was on the wrong side of the stage. Nair was hoping for the backside, grabs the weapon right out from under Fiend, but we know that Fiend doesn't mind throwing hands.
That side air, though, sends him off screen. Vem likely looking for the edge guard, doesn't stay low. Oh, the weapon! It was still active. Stock denied. Vem still living. Fiend goes for the down sig, bait the neutral light. Not enough.
Man, this is Vimtankilo.
Okay.
Surviving for an extremely long time to the fact that that neutral light almost KO'd him here. It took Fiend 621 damage. That is 207 per stock, that D-Light recovery. Of course, that little weapon toss that interrupted the Nair possible KO didn't really help Fiend in that matter, but what a beautiful edge guard here. Loved that one. You can even see it in the background. Look
Yeah.
past us. I don't know why
Around
we're
our
on the
heads.
scene
Yeah, I don't
here.
know.
That is, we don't need to look at us whatsoever. Let's look at this beautiful gameplay. That is going to be the end of the game. You just saw that weapon toss. Bonk him on the head. Look at that. 518 damage came out from Vemtenkilo. So he was very efficient on these stocks throughout 85 light attacks. Just a little bit more than Fiend's 71 there. You see the graph. Very long first stocks. For both of these players, almost took half of the overall game time. But look at those second stocks. That was that offstage engagement.
Yeah, I really want to go back to that offstage for the brief moment while they spawn in for game number 2 to talk about how Fiend was so good about not burning everything. So many players we've seen panic in that edge guard, and that's what I thought was happening with the way he was jumping up into those down airs, but he saved just enough, kept that sword recovery, so he got the wall touch, but then he went back in and unfortunately just got that second recovery denied. And here we are in game number 2. Fiend, he did a good job of adding up the damage, but the question is, can he get those stocks off of Vemtenkilo?
Juggle game started off early and strong for Vem, using some nice neutral airs into the recovery. Both of them stuck low on the edge. Oh, Vem was really close to picking up that side air. Didn't actually need it ultimately in the end. Oh, D-Light Dare went for the gravity cancel neutral light. Didn't quite have the bounce on it. Not enough damage actually added up onto Vemtenkilo to get the full bounce high enough.
Ooh, misses the punish on the side air. The
That's
recovery
nice.
read from Vemtenkilo reads the movement of Fiend, goes for another recovery. Fiend from oh, he went for the second recovery. Didn't quite connect, and Vemtenkilo retaining the weapon control. And against most players, that's great. Against Fiend, he doesn't really care. Nice.
Oh, there's the ground pound. Gonna totally shut down. Gonna be a little bit of an earlier stock here, coming in at 1:05 when Fiend was able to pick that one up. I think last game started off, the first one was maybe around like 50 seconds or so. So this one is gonna be a little bit longer than that, but I think a little bit shorter than the first game.
Ooh, okay, went for the D-Light ground pound there. Wanted that extra damage, wanted that force, but because of that, is gonna get hard punished and lose that first stock.
Dude, who is Vemtenkilo? Who is this guy coming in? Seed 75, going toe-to-toe with Fiend here, playing extremely well, showing a mastery of both weapons on this character.
Yeah, I mean, the mystery man, of course, we're going to need the people of the South American region to let us know the details on Vemtenkilo, but right now Fiend does not need the details as Vemtenkilo needs a wall touch, and Fiend not able to deny the wall touch. Vemtenkilo gets back up, damage done, but that's a stock that he gets to keep and get damage out on.
I got to DM DB on this because DB, unfortunately, bracket update real quick. DB's out of the tournament.
Oh, no.
So I got to DM him on what has been going on with Vemtenkilo here. The weapon toss, second weapon toss, third weapon toss. That one is going to interrupt the recovery, given that stock. Fiend with a massive lead here.
Spear, a great weapon for that situation. Able to reach a little bit further to the left because of that horizontal hitbox. Really worked out in favor of Fiend. And here we are, final stock for Vemtenkilo in game number 2. And Fiend, again, back on the edge guard.
Ooh, nice cider he finds, peeking up over that corner. Not sure if Fiend was quite ready for that, or maybe just thought he had enough spacing to get away from the far edge of that side air hitbox. Lands back in hand. Nice side light neutral air. Tries to go for a secondary juggle there. The weapon toss maybe giving him safe landing, but he immediately starts to take damage. That neutral light. Vim's going to have to find something big here, or he'll find himself in KO damage. He'll find himself in that red. That neutral air not quite getting him into that red. Fiend doesn't really find a way to punish that safely or in a way that he felt confident, but that is a beautiful punish. Trying to still take off the top, has the spear in hand, almost has weapon control. Vim's able to grab the axe. Fiend held that. Vim tried to find the down air. He was so close. Stocks even up, but it's not going to take much for Fiend to find the KO.
Some wild offstage coming out from both sides. Fiend, D-Light, GC, and Heavy will clean up the second stock and the second game. Going for the optimal force one instead of a D-Light recovery. Goes for the gravity cancel neutral Heavy.
This was the ground pound that completely reached down through that top platform. Was really nice. That was also a beautiful set of weapon tosses there that came out from Fiend. The first ones didn't really do anything huge, but still it was just a little bit, and that put Vem in the situation where he had to go for that recovery onto the stage.
Look at that graph. The red graph in particular, look how long he stayed untouched. That's why it's so horizontal, is because he lasted for so long being untouched. Really well done from Fiend, and that's one of the reasons why he's now one game away from earning his spot in that top 8 to go up against Wes.
That was basically a fourth of the game that he was remained untouched. on that second stock. That's incredible gameplay coming out from Fiend. One of the reasons he loves to play high-speed legends like Hattori, like the Nash, but Vemtankilo coming out with the high-strength legend now, pulling out the Taros, finding some big chunks on a Fiend early on. Wonderful wake up there. Goes for the ground pound on the edge. Still confident in his edge guarding ability against Fiend, even though he's kind of getting handled here.
Yeah, Fiend is definitely getting some good hits in, but the trades are going to be in favor of Vemtankilo as he finds the down heavy, reads the dodge down from Fiend, the side air. Vemtankilo, opportunity here to put himself up above Fiend, but Fiend fights his way back and finds the side air. First stock goes the way of Fiend. Vemtankilo gonna respawn, no weapon spawns. Fiend with the denial. He's got the spear in hand to go up against Vem's second stock.
Oh, max range on that D-Light. Didn't quite have the side air after. You know that's heartbreaking for him. We'll see how much damage he takes after this. Definitely not looking great so far. Even though he did take that side air, wrong side of the stage, Fiend's still definitely looking confident on this. It looks like Vemtankilo started on PS4, is now on PC.
That's generally the case, right? When someone bursts onto the scene and we're like, who is this person? It's generally, they've been grinding on the PS4, and here they are. But second stocks here in game number 3. Vemtankilo, again, playing for his upper bracket life. He needs to win this one and then 2 more to earn his spot in the winner's side top 8.
Oh, goes for the side sig. Didn't quite have it. Would have put him in a really good spot. That side air, the second side air, he's going to have a lot of time to figure out what he wants to do. He goes for the classic hammer edge guard of just falling down, trying to get below your opponent, reaching up with the recovery. Fiend didn't fall for it whatsoever. Maintain that stage control. Vim's kind of been stuck over on the right side of the stage, including the wall. That ground pound, not sure if Fiend used that as a bait, going in, ending it on the stage, or if he just wanted to actually ride the wall down and go for the KO. The D-Light side air, not quite enough. But again, Vim stuck on the wall.
Yeah, Vem is definitely playing the edge guard. The neutral signature, though, puts Fiend in an awkward spot. He's going to fight his way back towards the stage. Vem goes a little early with the ground pound, and Fiend's back up on the stage. You know Fiend wants that neutral game. Vem with the axe in hand, though, another side air, and he could be in the lead.
That little engagement on the left side, that was Fiend not worrying about staying, oh, that's going to clean up the KO. But before that, that was him being very confident, really deep in the push-off column, just maintaining sort of that vertical movement when Vem was expecting him to sort of tunnel vision back to the stage. But Fiend knew all of the economy that he had for his in-air movement, so knew he had enough to still get back. These big chunks are coming while Vem is up a stock, almost orange.
Fiend. He's fiending for the KO. You see the way he's throwing out heavy after heavy. Finally finds it. Goes for the D-Light recovery, the consistent option. And now we're in final stocks in game number 3. Fiend, 1 away from earning his spot in the top 8. Vem fighting to stay in it. Weapon spawn on the far side. Vem is stuck on this wall. Fiend is not letting him come up.
You see him just completely chasing all the way over to the right side of the stage, just staying right below Vem so he could punish any possible landing. Hammer in hand for Vem. You see him just sort of playing around that soft platform. The only space that Fiend was really giving him. You see him land down, and Fiend is all over him right away.
Didn't touch.
Oh my goodness. We are going to a game 4 after Vemtankilo secures game 3.
Vemtankilo fighting for his life in such tough spots. He's going into edge guard after edge guard. But again, that's one of the things that Taros affords him, is that the high strength lets him trade out very well against the Hattori.
Now, if we talk about a little bit of history between these two players, there's not much. It is 1-0 in favor of Fiend. It was a 2-0 way back in 2020 at the Low Tier City mid-season online. They did meet together in set, and in one of the games, I believe the first game, Vemtankilo actually played Thatch against Fiend's Thatch, then swapping over onto the Ogre.
Well, we do know, like you said, Fiend does have quite the thatch, but have yet to see it as of late. It's predominantly been this Hattori, the spear play, the movement speed, all doing wonders. This is going to be a hard map to edgeguard. That soft platform, you can see Vem opting not to rotate to that soft platform, which can generally feel a little bit safer.
Oh, they're both going at it vertically. Vem's nairs to Fiend's down airs.
Running out of movement. All right, he gets back up. Oh my goodness. Again, Vem's so good about that. That falling down air on the axe into a down sig, reading the downward movement of Fiend. Oh, narrowly avoids the GCN sig. Vem.
Wow.
Skirts along the wall. He's living.
extremely patient after burning that dodge to not panic and use all of his movement options. He was not afraid to fall, was very comfortable there, was being very careful with it as Fiend came over, trying to confirm the edge guard.
Fiend denies himself the weapon, though. D-Light recovery, high ceiling. Fiend knows it. Needs a little more. There it is, the recovery from Fiend. He's going to get the stock. Femten Kilo, though, he's so close to taking this to a Game 5. He's doing so well for himself.
Fiend doing a great job kind of controlling center stage. You see him running back to center stage. Vim maybe gets a little bit impatient, throws out an attack. Fiend turns around, gets the punish stomp, side air, wrong side of the stage, but he's playing the right character because Teros does get that KO.
That right there is likely why Vem wanted this map. Ignoring all the tri-platforms and stuff, when it comes straight into KO boxes, Fiend is generally looking for the vertical, where Vem has the opportunity to go for those horizontals, and the horizontals are closer, more viable KO tools. Burned a lot there. You saw the exclamation points, and Fiend is just waiting.
He is playing great Hall, kind of like you should if you're not worried about a possibly slow game. He's controlling that center stage. If Femten Kilo wants to go over to that left soft platform, the right soft platform, the left wall, the right wall, Fiend's going to be okay with that. He'll throw out that D-Light. Unfortunately, doesn't find the side air afterward. Can be a little bit of goofiness whenever you pick that up right on the corner when your opponent is like half above the wall, half down.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where in the moment you have to know, do I do the standard jump follow-up, or do I just go for the raw follow-up? And right there, Fiend picked a little wrong, but it's okay. Still a stock advantage to Fiend, but he is getting
dude, it's
chunked.
so scary. Honestly, I didn't expect him to turn red that fast. I was just expecting like possibly an orange KO from Vim, but then he did turn red, and just like that, that is the Teros game-changing property.
That high strength, and Vem is right back into it. Final stocks, game number 4, no weapon for Fiend. Ensig thrown out. Fiend, good movement around it, not getting punished. The neutral light beats out the neutral light of Vem.
Again, Fiend straight up, right in the middle.
What's the follow-up?
Now he'll go over to the edge.
Punish?
Oh, didn't quite do that early enough. Vim peaked up just high enough to avoid that really low hitbox on the D-Light.
Yeah, it can be tough because, again, when you're moving with that recovery, you do throw out the circle hitbox. Pogo opportunity. Fiend misses the weapon toss. Vem, can he take this to game number 5? He's controlling the stage. He's got the axe, the hammer, a side air, and he will do it. Misses the stomp. Fiend, not enough. High ceiling.
This would be an absolutely monstrous upset. I don't think we normally see upsets this big, even in South America during the Winter Championships. Like, this would be insane. This would be a groundbreaking moment in Brawlhalla history here. The stop, he grabs it. Game 5 situation on the back of this Teros.
Fiend struggling in the final moments. Vem finding footing after footing. Getting that second stock was so clutch. He took next to no damage to earn that second stock and go into the final stocks there. And now we're on game 5, and the pressure is mounting for Fiend. Coming in the favorite to this one. He hasn't swapped characters yet. Will he make the swap?
He might. Not sure yet. We're looking at those stats right now. You see that graph real quick? Please don't change it yet. I want to talk about the graph. You see that middle stock coming out from Fiend? That's the one in the red. Of course, that is a damage taken graph. So you see that little bit, that flat area, he wasn't taking too much damage. Then it builds very quickly. That's where he turned orange and red just like that. And then that was really a KO in the absolute beginning stages of red. Vim picked that one up so quickly. I finished talking about the graph. Thank you so much, production.
Perfectly
we love
timed.
you.
100% accuracy for Fiend. He hit 1 of 1 signatures, and he's sticking with the Hattori for game number 5. The map pick, decent, I would say. It doesn't have the long walls, so Vem not going to be able to sit on the wall for too long, and it doesn't have the soft platforms. But more crucially than that, the KO boxes horizontally and vertically are roughly the same.
I wonder how this is going to play out for Fiend. If we're still looking at maybe that take center stage strategy, it looks like he hasn't focused on it too far. Like, you see him returning back over to the right side here, not really worried about giving up center stage to Vim. So if Vim wants to play over on those soft platforms, like, Fiend may go onto those, and then Vim can react to the approach. That's going to be a burn dodge. Absolutely nothing from Fiend. Respect for your opponent has been the name of the game in South America today, and we just saw it.
Yeah, Fiend really knows the matchup against the Terras. You can tell from the way that he hasn't fallen for that bait. There's multiple times where Vem's gone for that GC Ensig, and Fiend's just waiting there because he knows if he takes the bait, he risks that recovery. Stock advantage to Fiend, that side signature working very well for himself.
Oh, back-to-back inlights. Oh, he went for it again.
Just stuffing him.
He's just playing this very simple
He's just
game.
in his head.
Straight up, if he keeps doing that, even though it's not necessarily the most optimal strategy to build up damage on your opponent, against a lesser experienced opponent like that, the mental damage is insane there.
Yeah, getting hit by the same move multiple times in a row, that's mental damage. Because it immediately tells you, okay, I'm doing the wrong thing. I am approaching too obviously, and Fiend is hitting neutral light after neutral light after neutral light. What is the count on this one? A D-light recovery, and Fiend is now up 3 stocks to 1 over Vem10 Kilo.
That is such a nasty way to win this game. If it's just all neutral lights until it's KO time, and then he goes for the D-light recovery to get the KO off the top. I love that from
Punish?
Fiend.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I like it. Didn't go for the neutral light. He opted for the optimal damage opportunity. Nice recovery. Neutral Sig connects as Vem10 Kilo jumped into it. Doesn't hit the side air. He's trying to not get 3-stocked right now.
Fiend has a lot of room to go here. Of course, has the sword in hand. Back-to-back inlights. That has Vem10 Kilo in the red. He knew it was done. Fiend even takes out the potion to have a little chug of it, get a little sippy after he won that game in Game 5. The experience, everything that Fiend has learned over his years and years of competition at the absolute highest level, you really saw it on display final game.
Yeah, what an adjust. Fiend going into game number 5. There was a brief pause there before they went into the map picks, and you got to believe that was Fiend just doing a little mind palace thing where he's like, okay, let me think about all the things that my opponent's doing and how can I completely shut it down. And he's like, you know what's a really good move? Sword Endlight. Fast move. It beats out. I mean, it beats out basically everything that Vem10 Kilo has in terms of fast options, especially on the axe. So just coming in, just dash in Endlight, completely shuts down what Vem10 Kilo was trying to do.
If you look on Twitter at any given moment, the #1 move that people are probably complaining about is going to be that sword inlight. It is such a good option to build that. You're exactly right. Look at those. Not even did he just take that stock and extend it throughout the entire game, but there were long stretches where he took next to no damage in that one. You're smiling, and it's for a good reason, not just because you're on camera, but because your pick is moving through on the winner's side of the bracket after it was looking a bit dicey there for a moment.
Yeah, 3 of my picks are in the guaranteed top 6 of things. We're now going into the top 8 winners side. So if any of them go down, they're going to be guaranteed at least a top 6 finish. So I'm feeling pretty all right. Let's bring up this in the front so we can see who's coming up next. We've got Power Ranger fighting Use.
It is Power Ranger fighting Use. After Use took out Kyna Ackerman in a set that definitely frustrated me backstage.
Yes.
But we'll see how Kyna moves into the losers bracket. Let's give a little bit of a bracket update on that one, since we do have some stuff happening in the bottom side of the bracket. We did mention DB being taken out by Junior Moraes.
Nice.
Junior has been taking out some good people here lately. DB just happened to have a tough day. Hasn't really been feeling it lately. I was talking to him a little bit. That was actually who gave me that little bit of that little tidbit of info.
Yeah.
That was DB coming through on that one. Junior Moraes then ran into Kyna, got taken out, kind of took that 3-1. It was all with the Koji on that one. Let's see, Nuez also made it down into the top 8 on the loser side of the bracket after taking out Balthazar 3-0. Vem10 Kilo now down in the losers bracket, going to be going up against Hazard L-Star, which for those at home, I don't know if this is going to be a permanent name change, but that I believe is LX.
Oh, yes. I think I do remember hearing
this
about
is
that name change.
Unless I'm incorrect. I could be incorrect. I don't think I am, but I could be. So, seeing this person Hazard L-Star is not that's not crazy. That's not just some random person coming out of nowhere.
It's a rebrand.
It's definitely a rebrand. It used to be LX. That's not a surprise whatsoever that he's made it that far. Then Monexo was taken out by Brucho. Saw some Brucho set earlier. Brucho also took out Lorez. Lorez was maybe a possible, top 6, possible top 8
People were
placement.
mentioning the name.
Definitely, you've seen it starting to creep up on the bracket. So that's sort of a bracket update for you right there. Our full top 8 has has all been decided. We're just waiting on Vimtankilo versus Hazard L-Star for the final. It's going to be Power Ranger versus Use, West versus Fiend, Nuez versus Kyna, and then Brucho versus the winner of that Vimtankilo set.
Yeah, and from what we've seen or what you've said, it kind of makes sense. The way that Nuez is playing today, looking very good. Not too surprised to see him in the top 8 of things, of course, on the lower side, because he did unfortunately lose. And then, of course, Brucho also looking very good today. So not overly surprised to see some of the people that we've seen on stream make it this far, with just how well they're playing.
Definitely. So we're going to be moving into our next set on the winner's side of the bracket, right?
Yes.
Okay, you looked at me, and I didn't know if you were like looking.
Well, you
at
were
me.
saying words, and
Okay,
I was making eye contact.
Just like the velocity that
the
your head moved over to me, I didn't know if it was like you were trying to give me a hint. Like, no, we're actually, dude, we're going to a break, guy. It's not actually that one.
We're in the winner side, top 8 of things. We're going to be going into Power Ranger versus Use, and my question right now is, what's Use going to be going in with? We saw the Vector. I'm a big fan of the Vector. I love the Vector. But you're shaking your head because you're not a believer in the Vector.
No, I'm definitely not a believer in the Vector.
Okay, what are you feeling for him?
Not at all. I'm maybe feeling the Ulgrim coming out of it. Like, the bow was nice. The Lance, though, like I say Ulgrim just because that's like another character that we saw him play. The Vector definitely leaves something to be desired. It seemed to feel like one-dimensional at times. Like he had some good Lance gameplay, and then on other games he had some fantastic bow gameplay. But it never seemed like those two gelled all in line at the same time, and I don't know if that was just a kind of thing, if that was a Use thing, if that was happening to be that early in the bracket, if it was a Koji thing, which if it was a Koji thing, you're going to struggle because guess what? You're going up against Power Ranger next, who has already locked in the Koji. You can see it behind us.
We're getting ready.
And Use has already locked in the Vector as well. I'm okay certainly with him starting with it because it's a best of 5 going in game 1 with basically the legend you've been going through all day today. Like, he did play the Ulgrim a little bit, but it's still mostly been the Vector. I think you should dance with the date that you brought, at least for a little while, until you find a much hotter date who laughs at your jokes.
Also at the dance. Oh, yeah, honestly, laughing at the jokes is definitely the most important part. But Use in the edge guard already against Power Ranger. Power Ranger wanting to play that one out. He's definitely getting the damage advantage over Use, and here we're seeing Use back to the Lance. This is the weapon that, honestly, I didn't have the most confidence in. Use, you're not seeing the standard Lance play. Instead, it's a lot of neutral lights and down lights, not the side light nairs that we've seen from other Lance players.
Definitely. I think the success that we were maybe seeing against the Kyna game is it was like Use was finding side airs and stuff, but really it was just that he was already ahead due to the bow play rather than a standing out or a shining star on the Lance play. He's starting off this one pretty well, though Power Ranger does have a nice lead here. Definitely in the range where Power Ranger might be finding himself a KO, but Power Ranger himself is getting into that damage as well, so we could see this stock going either way as we get about 1 minute and 10 seconds into this game.
Use does hit the neutral air, hits the recovery, and Use gonna take the first lead here in the winner's semifinal. This is a big one. If Use wins this best of 5, he goes into the winner's finals. A guaranteed top 3 finish for Use over Power Ranger would be massive.
It was really nice that he found that recovery all the way up there.
Yeah,
if he hit like a D-Light recovery on the ground, I don't think that would have KO'd, or at least it would have been close. Nice D-Sig for Power Ranger. He spawned back in the game, hit the neutral air, but it was so low to the ground that it really wasn't in danger of knocking out Use, so he did find the down Sig. He is a little bit behind here. We are seeing that Lance come out. Not too much. It's been about 1 or 2 hits so far for Use. Seems like he's a little bit cautious about throwing out the neutral air. Doesn't want to get caught with that, even though it just recently got a little bit of a buff. It seems like he's still worried about getting punished by Power Ranger, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, I mean, despite the fact that hitbox can be nice and large and protective, it isn't the safest thing as Power Ranger, again, trying to play that edge guard onto Use. Doesn't hit the side air. That side air would have been brutal, and Power Ranger thinking his lucky stars that he got past all of it. Falling side air, beaten out by the neutral light from Use, and again, Use looking for that high recovery.
Ooh, Power Ranger's even able to pick up his weapon off of that one, so he's not at the weapon disadvantage after hitting.
Just over it.
Ooh, let's see. Use over on the edge. Power Ranger being very careful. You saw him dash forward, dash back, but they didn't go anywhere near that edge. Again, not quite enough to KO just yet. Lance coming out. I think a side air will KO. I think that one actually bounced off the stage, so it didn't immediately lead to the KO. That neutral light, man, that's getting close to KO. Neutral air, that one still didn't KO.
Bro, this is Small Brawl Haven. These things KO earlier than normal, but man, that took a while for Power Ranger to find that finishing blow. The neutral air finally does it.
We're 3 minutes into this game on Small Brawl Haven. That is a very long game for this map so far. We'll see if Yu's is able to find that one. Ooh, it's a neutral air. Doesn't get the KO on it. Getting close. I think one more might do it, depending on where he picks it up. Nice D-Light recovery. Power Ranger knew that Yu's was going to be looking for the D-Light setup to lead into the recovery for the true combo KO option.
I love that chase from Power Ranger. He hit the side light and just followed Yu's. Didn't go for the immediate down light. He just waited, and the second Yu's opted to go for something, he waits for it and punishes with that neutral light. I just love that movement and that mentality from Power Ranger.
GC in light, good way to start this one. Adding up more and more damage. That has Yu's in the red. We'll see if Power Ranger struggles just a little bit longer to end this stock like he did some of the previous ones. He still did find it. We're about 4 minutes into this game. Power Ranger still in the yellow. Oh, man. Power Ranger's looking for the perfect setup. He may have gotten a little bit impatient there. Now he found it perfectly. Didn't quite get the KO as it was all the way on the right side of the stage.
Nice.
There is the one that he wanted. Power Ranger going to take game one. 655 damage that he had to put out. Oh, my goodness, Duke.
That's a lot of damage that he was forced to put out to finally finish off these stocks of Yu's. Again, very suboptimal. 450 is what you're looking for the theoretical perfect. And one of the things that I definitely noticed from that matchup is like Yu's was doing these side airs right over Power Ranger, and Power Ranger was definitely in that sword mentality of like, I need a downlight punish this. And he's like, Yu's is landing in the air. And he's like, well, I can't downlight right now. So there's a period in time where Yu's is doing these side airs and Power Ranger's just standing underneath him. Finally, he does end up finding those punishes, swaps to the bow, and gets the KO. But if Yu's kept playing that, could have seen things change. But instead, he's swapping over to the Volkov.
You saw how high those peaks were on that graph. That is your visual representation of how much damage it took to finally knock out Yu's there. But yeah, we're getting that Volkov swap. I think in the past, when Wes has played Volkov, I feel like I haven't seen anybody else play Volkov in South America whatsoever. So this is definitely a treat for me. We'll see if he leans on the light attack button just a little bit more than Wes does. Maybe that heavy attack button is a Wes classic.
Well, so far looking very different to that heavy attack playstyle of Wes. We're already seeing Yu's use a lot of light attacks. Unfortunately, it's not enough to give him the damage advantage as Power Ranger was going for the weapon denial. Yu's does find the axe, and this is the thing that Wes was throwing those side sticks out on, and Power Ranger with the punish.
He found out how to punish it.
He knew.
You have to know it's coming and then throw out a neutral signature, but even with that, like, it was a 50-second stock takeout, but you saw the neutral signature that hit on the left side. Yu's was pretty close to red. He might have been in red. The neutral signature from Power Ranger didn't even send him off screen. So even though he did find that KO at a very good spot in the game, I am still a little bit worried based on the previous games that we saw, especially on this stage compared to like Small Brawl Haven, that Power Ranger is going to find efficient stocks.
Well, at the same time, Power Ranger is finding efficient punishes. You're seeing those weapon tosses, seeing all sorts of hits, and he's able to land back safely. Yu's not able to deny those landings, but he's still denying any damage opportunity. Power Ranger finds the punish, finds the downer, gets a neutral light. He's getting more and more damage added up. This is all extra credit going into the second stocks.
Just kind of playing footsies around with each other. The side light does have the range that he needs to sort of beat out the range that Power Ranger has. Good punish there. Isn't able to find the side that you know he wanted on it. Yo, the D-Light from the middle of the stage. That's going to be the KO option. Yu's definitely taken a fair bit of damage here. He is kind of midway through this stock as he is in the orange. Weapon spawn is going to be grabbed by Power Ranger. Opens up with a nice little signature very quickly. Ooh, Power Ranger went for the big one.
Oh, snap. No recovery used, yes? Okay, he's good. He gets the wall touch. One thing, talking about that, okay, nice big ground pound from Power Ranger. Talking about that side signature from Volkov, very interesting mix-up that you can do. It's kind of a 50-50, right? If you charge it, you go for the overhead swing. If you just tap it, you'll go for the underhand swing. And so Power Ranger, he already has the punish on the overhead swing, but if Yu's is just tapping it, then that punish is not going to work the exact same way. And so Yu's can kind of do this mix-up on Power Ranger, but for now, doesn't really have to worry about it. Power Ranger with a stock advantage is getting more added up.
Oh, that's going to bonk him on the head and completely in that punish that he wanted. He was probably, based on him going for the downlight ground pound after that, he was probably going to go for the downlight ground pound rather than any vertically upward move because he wanted the more damage since Power Ranger's just in the orange. Yu's definitely fallen behind here. Power Ranger about a full stock head. That could be the nice way to start this one off. Is he going to be able to confirm the edge guard? No,
Dodges
a dodge through from Power Ranger.
And you saw Power Ranger try to punish, but a nice ground pound from Yu's. Final stocks here. Yu's if he sticks with the scythe. We've seen people steal stocks with scythes before, but is Yu's the type of player to do it?
He certainly has the weapon advantage until Power Ranger grabs that bow right out of the air. Nice little 3-piece, 4-piece. See if he can pick up a 5 right here. There it is. Not quite a pick 6 coming out from Yu's, but he did grab 5. That would have been a nice move to hit.
Would have been juicy, but he is getting hit after hit.
He's straight up doing it so far.
The fastball saving Power Ranger's life. Another side sig doesn't spike. Power Ranger's living for a moment, avoids it, falling there. Power Ranger getting a little nervous here, but uses disarmed, and things are good for Power Ranger. He's going to sit on the corner, goes for the down heavy use. Now with his pick of weapons, goes for the axe neutral sig misses, side sig misses. Power Ranger doesn't get the punish.
He knows that Power Ranger was without a weapon, and he wanted to try to throw everything at Power Ranger that he could while there was a weapon disadvantage to hopefully find. It was signature after signature, KO move after KO move. Couldn't quite find it, and then Power Ranger found the punish that he needed. That was a great ground pound coming out from Power Ranger there.
Yeah, skirting right around that weapon toss from Yu's. Power Ranger showing why he's the current South American World Champion, the #1 PR, the #1 seed, and the favorite to win this one. Yu's 1 game away from going down to the lower side, and Power Ranger going on into the winner's final.
Yu's Volkov is level 27, so extremely low, even compared to the rest of his characters. If you look at the #1, it is going to be that Vector that we saw earlier coming in at level 73, but Yu's is not going back to that Vector. He's making a choice here with this Sir Roland. Let's see what level he has for Roland.
At least level 25, judging from the color scheme, and oh my goodness, what a start. Yu's almost going for the edge guard, does not continue it though, and Power Ranger going to show him how it's done, maybe. Nope, Yu's fights his way back up. They are scrapping. This is a much more aggressive start to game number 3.
It is at least that level 25 that you spoke about, but it's not much more. It is level 32. I was wondering if we were going to see any Sir Rolands today, given the love that Lance got plus Sword.
We saw quite a few Sir Rolands in the 2v2s, but not so much in 1v1s just yet. Yu's thanking that Roland defense that he didn't even go off screen off of the tatami mat, and Power Ranger, he's only even with all the damage that Yu's has done.
Now, of course, we're back to Small Brawl Haven. We'll see who grabs the first stock here. We're about a minute into this game. Yu's completely way too far away from that side sig that Power Ranger threw out to get hit by it, but he also was not in any territory to punish it. So Power Ranger's able to throw that one out for free. Big Duff coming out, cranks back that right hand, throws it out, gets the KO.
All of that based off of the footsies from Power Ranger, staying just outside where Yu's was likely looking for like a jump side air or any sort of movement, and Power Ranger with the punish. He's got the stock advantage, but he needs this extra credit. A side air from Yu's. Look at the neutral light. Almost puts him off screen. The recovery not going to do it.
He charged that one up so early. That gave Power Ranger all the time he needed to respond to it. Didn't even need inhuman, like, 14-year-old Brawlhalla players Zuma reaction times on that one. I think I might have even been able to respond
he saw
to that
that
one. I would have made the wrong choice, but I could have at least reacted to it.
You were able to acknowledge it. You recognized it. The AI saw, that's a recovery. All right, Nair from Yu's, and he's able to even up the stock count. The damage, it's not great, but it's definitely doable for Yu's.
Maybe he just needs to build up some of those neutral lights that Fiend was building up earlier that we saw in that final game. Ooh, that's going to catch him really high, too. Not really in danger of being KO'd. Oh, that's a nice follow-up from Power Ranger, putting him in a huge power position. Going to be a little bit greedy there. Almost betting a lot on that. Not quite. Yo, the second swipe. You thought he was safe. He wasn't safe.
He thought he had the distance. He thought he had the spacing. And Power Ranger gets another stock. The N-Sig connects. Power Ranger 1 stock away from a guaranteed top 3 finish.
Mighty lead going the way of Power Ranger here. He has a lot of room to play with, and he doesn't really have any huge danger of being taken out immediately. Like, yeah, you could hit a Lance ground pound, but we see Yu's is not really leaning on that Lance whatsoever. There is a weapon spawn on the field. We'll see who makes the swap. It is going to be Power Ranger. So, yeah, there's really not much that Yu's can do right now other than, like, some Hail Mary miracle position that Power Ranger really needs to be worried about being taken out off of the second stock and evened up. Of course, he is still going to play carefully. He's not going to do anything super dumb. random, but he has a lot of room to play with, has a lot of slack in the line.
Yeah, as long as Power Ranger doesn't go too aggressive off stage, should be walking away with a dub here in game number 3. Goes for the NSIG read use, able to avoid it. Power Ranger, perfect timing, gets through the blades. The tatami mat almost does it. One more hit from Power Ranger could be enough, but Use does get back down onto the stage.
Power Ranger not being too greedy. He
No
knows
punish.
he's in such a
Okay.
solid position. Dash into the neutral signature, grabs that one, gets the KO, had 2 stocks to his name. We were seeing big damage that he was having to do to take out stocks. Not that time. All it took was 577.
Yeah, a little bit of warm-up time there for Power Ranger, but once he was hot, he was good to go, and he was able to keep that momentum all over Use. Power Ranger, our first one in the top 3. We'll see who ends up challenging him as we're going to rotate to the other side of the bracket. But for now, look at the damage. 577 to the 352 of Use, like you were saying. 32 damage per engagement in favor of Power Ranger.
Look how long that first stock. I mean, he was on his 2 stocks by the end of the game. So each stock lasted about half of the game. That's a nice balance between those. And you see on the second one, not too tall. That means he didn't take too much damage on the stock. Meanwhile, the damage that it took to take out Use's stocks kind of spread evenly among the 3. If you just take the total damage, cut it into thirds, that's about what it took per stock. So he was very even on that, very consistent on that. And that was something he struggled with early on that he was able to really turn around towards the end of the game. And he was playing the same character the whole time, so he didn't need a character swap. He just needed like that mental adaptation and that physical execution on the hands.
Yeah, I love seeing that graph in particular because it really showed that it was like, he was like 1.5 of Use's stocks to 1 of his. So it just showed like that, like you said, the consistency, just the control that he had once he got that lead. He just maintained it, and that bodes well for him because, I mean, either of the 2 opponents he's going to run into, Fiend or Wes, I think he's got a solid answer just judging from how he played against Use.
If he runs up against Wes, he has the answer to the Lance that came out, though I do think Wes is sort of a different caliber of Lance player. And then if he runs up into Fiend, I think Power Ranger probably has a ton of history against Fiend, sort of both favorable and not so favorable, but probably here recently more on the favorable side of things. We'll see if that happens because we're about to watch the Wes versus Fiend fight. It's going to be a juicy one here. This is what a lot of people, if you were to just maybe point to a possible set that could have happened other than like the obvious possible Wes versus Power Ranger, this would probably be another one that people might guess about. You certainly guessed about it. You expected Fiend to get this far into the bracket and push a little bit further. So we'll see if it ends up that way. Wes versus Fiend, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. They have quite a history, and I'm again going to make a speculative statement that's completely out of touch with reality.
Love those.
I love them as well. But I think they have maybe the most history in terms of competitive South American Brawlhalla. I think that they have run into each other many a time. I mean, there's been a year where they were running into each other in the grand finals of many tournaments. So I want to say I think that they have quite a history. And in the past, it might have favored Fiend. That's what those numbers are looking like. But of late, I think they lean a little bit more towards West.
Well, if we look at the actual raw numbers of it, I would
Real
probably
people
agree.
numbers?
If they're not the actual most history 2 players in this, they're probably up there at the top. It is 26 sets to 24 sets. That is huge. That is 50 sets between these 2 players in tournaments, including community tournaments.
Okay.
Coming out here, it is 93 games to 91 games. The favor here is going to be on Fiend in both of them. But let me look here recently at the World Championship. It's going to favor West for 2 of those sets. Then at Autumn Championship 2021, it's also going to favor him there. Coliseum 11 going to favor West. Sobraldo 53 going to favor West. Sobraldo 52 going to favor West. Summer Championship 2021 going to favor West. Your point, I'm going to get out of the way because he don't need me standing in front of him. Coliseum number 4, it's going to favor West. Sobraldo 49 is going to favor West. Sobraldo 46, it's going to favor West. Sobraldo 43, South American Spring Championship for 2 sets. The last time that Fiend beat West in a set was back in 2021 at Sobraldo number 41. I'm going to get the date on that. It is April 17th.
That was
That's a long time.
Almost a year ago. Not quite, just shy, but still. Quite a while, but now we're going into game number 1, winner semifinal, and Wes starting it off with the Volkov. No Ogrim this time. The Volkov, we've seen it happen, and you've already mentioned how brutal it feels as a viewer watching Wes run over people with these side sigs. I can only imagine how brutal it will be for Fiend, as, like you said, as of late, has not really been getting those dubs over Wes.
So I think last time we actually made note of the count. I believe it was like 48 light attacks and I think 35 signatures. We'll see how playing against a player like Fiend changes that. If it just kind of stays the same, or if Fiend's punish game is a little bit better, maybe his map picking game is a little bit better to where he plays sort of these more clustered maps that have these small platforms kind of clouding up the middle.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of things. Again, Fiend, with the experience, he's got a lot of decisions that he can make to try to limit what Wes is doing. But for now, Wes has gotten the damage advantage over Fiend. Been hitting those signatures. Another signature would work out for Wes. Fiend, not quite enough. The side signature not going to get the stock. Weapon advantage doesn't hit the recovery.
Oh, he was getting close to grabbing that one. Wes did find the neutral air punish. Not going to lead to a KO just yet. Fiend also finding a move that doesn't lead to a KO just yet. Both of them have gone definitely close to the blast zone on the top. Now Wes has gone so close to the blast zone on the left.
The D-Light almost does it. The N-Light for sure will. Wes gets the first stock here in game number 1. Can he get the extra credit? He's got the axe in hand. You know he's looking for the spacing for the side stick. Throws it out to cover the weapon spawn. Again.
He gets punished. We'll see
Not
if he
the biggest
keeps
punish.
throwing those out.
A neutral air is not quite enough. We saw Fiend struggle to finish off stocks earlier against a player like Wes. That's going to be very bad if it continues. Opportunity here. Good spot dodge, but he doesn't hit the punish. He doesn't hit a down air or anything.
So one major change that we've already seen from Wes, like he still is using a lot of these signatures. Definitely not as much. And he's not using them like as his movement. Because before he'd be like standing still, being like, I need to go to the left. I'm going to throw out a neutral signature. And then when I land, I will be more
I'll be
to the
over
left.
there. Yeah.
He's definitely using them in addition to movement, and he's using them less frequently. You're seeing some edge guarding coming out. A lot more light attacks coming out from Wes. I think he's afraid of the punish game of Fiend. Of course, everyone in their right mind would be. If you weren't, you're crazy.
Yeah, you got to respect Fiend. Again, high caliber player. At the same time, Wes, he still has the game plan. He's throwing out the sigs, but maybe just not as frivolously as he hits a recovery. Fiend able to get the wall touch. Down sig, going to just burn some time. Fiend gets up. Nice punish. D-Light side air. Backs away. N-Sig catches him.
Power position.
Needs to touch the wall, and Wes is going to get the stock. The N-Sig connects.
There's so many active frames in that. Oh my gosh. You are basically not spot dodging that. You have to be in like maybe the exact perfect spot to where it will already go through you by the time your iframes are done. You have to be really in there or else you're getting caught by that. It is tough to punish.
Yeah, that signature, you got to be out of the way, right? But a side sig from Fiend, Wes was right in the way of that one, and now Fiend has evened it up. There's the opportunity for Fiend to put himself on the board.
Oh, nice landing neutral air. That's going to hit Fiend away.
Oh,
man, grabbed him. All those bats coming to Wes's aid. Neutral air turning him around. Nice ground pound. Is there going to be weapon toss? No, Fiend is going to go under. Wes wanted to wait and see what Fiend was going to do. Strong D-Light coming out.
Doesn't get the punish. Fiend taking quite a bit of damage here. Things are looking dire. He throws away the spear. Okay, a neutral air to punish the side sig. Wes with a neutral light. He is almost taking game number 1. A side air will likely do it from the right spot.
You see those beautiful chase dodges coming out from Wes around the corner. Gets the fading back turnaround side air. 636 damage. It still kind of took a lot for him to finally take out Fiend, despite Fiend being on a lower defense character. But still, he was able to take it. Man, that sig is so hard to punish.
Yeah.
It's so hard to avoid if you just happen to be in the wrong spot when they use it really well. He didn't even have too much damage on that final stock either. He was in the yellow, not even really close to orange. So there was a lot of room for Wes to throw out even more signatures, take a punish here and now. But you mentioned it about the punishes, the spear down air, like a falling unarmed neutral air. He's not really feeling that too much.
I mean, it's better punishes than what we were seeing earlier, but they weren't enough to make him go, oh, I should probably stop running out and throwing all these signatures. Instead, it was just like, okay, well, I'll just be a little bit smarter about it. And unfortunately for Fiend, that means he's going to have to go into it again. Another Volkov matchup as we go to Mammoth this time. And he doesn't have the soft platforms, which may or may not be good, right? Like, he doesn't have the slide charge ability, but it's not like Wes was really using them.
Now, talking about that, about how the punishes are like they're better than nothing, but they're not quite good enough yet.
Yeah.
That's all part of the learning process for how Fiend is going to figure out how to fight this Volkov. That was just game one, so Fiend still has some time to sort of figure this out a little bit better to get maybe more meaningful punishes, avoid signatures more, maybe not spot dodge right where you can take a side signature, or maybe not dodge in where you can take a side signature or anything like that.
Yeah, and we're seeing Wes yet to really throw out signatures. A little bit more respect being given to Fiend here in game number 2, but still, oh, snap, the NC catches the jump. Fiend running out of movement, does get the wall touch, goes for the fadeaway side air there. Would have been nice if that connected, wouldn't have killed, but still, would have been some pressure, some turnaround, because right now Wes has all of the pressure advantage.
I almost expected Wes's dodge to be back up off of cooldown, and then he just goes into another neutral signature just like we saw last game. That would have been absolutely filthy. Fiend does have weapon control here. I think one of his game plans needs to be to keep Wes off of the weapons, which it's going to be hard right now because like a neutral air, an unarmed neutral air is going to send Fiend flying so far that he can't really get back to stage in time to take a weapon spawn if it's not already there for him to control.
Yeah, being able to completely strip away the option to go for those signatures could be really nice for Fiend, but he needs to get the opportunity to do so. Right now, Wes with the scythe hits the down air. Fiend was jumping, so he has less movement, but he gets past Wes. Another recovery. Fiend in trouble, weapon toss, and Fiend's going to lose the first stock.
Now, we are over a minute and a half into the game, so it did take Wes a little while to get that stock, but I don't necessarily think he's in too much danger of being taken out immediately. He is in the red. Of course, we have seen Fiend pick up some really nice signatures throughout the day today, like a nice side signature, really clutch down signature on the spear specifically to get those stocks, like right as they get into that red territory. We do see Wes playing sort of the center of the stage. Now he's over onto the wall. A lot of room between him and Fiend.
That weapon toss, and there's the weapon toss from Fiend. He'll even up the stock count. He's taking a little bit of damage here. He's going to go for the weapon denial. This is his opportunity, right? He's got some health to play with, so he's not going to get launched as far from things like the unarmed nair, but Wes finds the axe spawn.
You see where those weapons spawn. It's so high up. Even being orange, that still sent Fiend pretty far away, even though it's not like off screen or over onto the wall. The weapon-starving game just hasn't really been too much of an object for Fiend yet, and these signatures are really coming through for Wes. He has a massive lead. Again, Fiend isn't able to punish that one. Wes didn't hit the move right after, but he might have been able to if Fiend didn't go for a more aerial punish on it.
Yeah, Wes knows he's got such a huge lead here, even though signatures are oh my gosh, if he had done that. All right, side air will clean up the stock, but as I was saying, like, he's got such a big lead here. He can go for those riskier plays. Usually in those situations, the riskier play equates to going for some sort of off-stage style play, but for Wes, that could just equate to throwing out these riskier sigs that pay off big if they hit.
Wes is in the orange. Oh, didn't quite have the range for that. Fiend gets a nice punish afterwards, hits the side light. No major follow-up, though, so it's going to add just a little bit of damage. Neutral light adding just a little bit more.
All right, Fiend back to the neutral light game. Get those punishes in. Just completely lock down the opponent. Needs to finish off this stock. Wes with a weapon toss. Another weapon toss, just getting in the head of Fiend. Oh, he tries to outspace it.
He thought he could run. That signature charge up lasts so long. You can move so far, even faster. Sorry, bro, he still almost was able to get him if he was on the left side of that soft platform. Fiend straight up dipped down below the stage. Is he gonna get the touch? He does. This character seems to have everything right here. So much movement in these signatures. And you see, Wes is using them more and more now. He started off the set not using quite as many, but he is back to using them all the time now.
And they're working so well for him, getting that movement, getting that damage, getting that threat. Fiend does finish off the stock, but he has so little health to play with here. Like a nair will guarantee a weapon spawn for Wes if he gets it.
Oh, that's going to give him some time.
Okay. Keep the control. He's got to stay on top of Wes.
Oh, he's doing a great job.
Oh, but the side air.
Already denying two weapons. That's good. Denying the third weapon. Doesn't matter that he didn't hit the end sig and he did hit the weapon toss. Weapon denial is strong.
Oh, he can't cover, though. Wes finally picks up a weapon. He's got the scythe. Fiend did some damage. He's back in it. Wes throws it away. He wants the axe, and he's going to get the pickup. You can see how high Fiend went, respecting that side signature threat. Oh, there it is. Nice neutral lights. Oh, Fiend. He wants it. He knows how close he is to getting the reversal and taking this to a tied set count.
He'll put so much space between him and Wes because he knows that he can react to the neutral signature on Axe a little bit better than he can against the side or neutral signature. Oh my gosh. This game is so long, dude. We are 5 minutes and 15 seconds into this game. Both of these players are so red. That's not going to send Wes even off screen. He's going to be able to get back so easily because Fiend is so nervous about being knocked out. Wes is not even worried about throwing away his weapons and not being able to grab them.
Wes is just hitting weapon toss after weapon toss. The D-Light recovery, and Fiend puts himself on the board. The nail biter, and the nail ends in one part of the coffin. Fiend ties it up. Wes, is he going to make a swap? Is he going to change it up, or is he just like, you know what, more
I don't
Volkov?
think he should, dude. I think the Volkov is still just too nice on it. Even, dude, that game, that was a 5 minute and 34-second game. That is incredibly long. Look at the signature count. Before it was 48 light attacks to 35 signatures. Now it's almost double and half, respectively. It's 90 light attacks to 19 signatures.
Yeah, you can see just the adjustment that Wes is forced to make. Yes, Fiend didn't get the biggest punishes on those signatures in game number 1, but just showing the ability to do it and showing that threat and that potential, that recognition. Oh. Okay.
Indication that there are connection issues.
That's the pause, please.
This is a very South American vibe that we get into. You saw the green potion coming out. That is, of course, because Fiend is from Brazil. That is confirmed. We do know this.
Totes true. Ooh, misses the downlight. He was in active frames, but Fiend misses the punish. He gets the recovery that time, though. Will get some hits on him. Again, not able to punish Wes. He's just got so much movement inside of these signatures, and now Fiend's on the sword. This has been that comfort weapon, that thing that was getting the hits that he needed. All right, neutral light.
Ooh, Wes is going to get punished on this landing.
He's
already
unarmed.
took 2 neutral airs.
Ooh.
If Fiend can control the weapons, I fully believe he can control the game. He doesn't even necessarily need to keep Wes completely weapon starved for the entirety of the game because it's virtually impossible.
Ooh, nice side
His
sig.
ability, if the weapon spawns come to his aid, and if he's able to control that, I think that is should be his #1 priority in taking this game. And we've seen him opt over to that, definitely more than he has against players in the past. Weapon starving
good dodge.
Isn't necessarily the biggest priority for a lot of players, definitely in South America, but definitely Fiend. Even being at the weapon disadvantage himself traditionally has not been a problem for Fiend.
Yeah, you're seeing Fiend in his desire to make sure that he has weapon advantage. You're not seeing him go for those stylish, like, do a couple hits, reset to neutral, and do a weapon toss to try to maintain pressure the way that he has against some other opponents. Has to fast fall.
He's going to hold that one. Fiend sees that one coming in. Wes, they're playing a little bit of chicken there. That's going to turn him around. That's going to get the KO.
Yeah, really good fight on the outside there from Fiend and Wes, but Wes does find that side signature, which has the active input option to go forward or backwards. Fiend, he has the opportunity now. Plenty of health to play with. Weapon spawns are low, so he doesn't have to jump super high to try to steal them out. And Wes, he's just waiting for the one weapon spawn, and it's right next to him.
Tried to run away. Hattori's speed is just a little bit too much. That's something that is also really helping Fiend here. Helping him run away from these attacks, these movement signatures that Wes has in his kit. Lets him overspace and then close in on his target.
Not only that, but it helps him take that stage control, right? Again, like, that's one of the things that's working so well for Fiend is that weapon control, that stage control, being able to just take whatever Wes gives him, and that high movement speed helps him do so. But Wes, getting hit after hit, he gets the read, and Wes gets another stock.
So brutal. That's one of the few of the side neutral signatures we saw come out this game. He threw it out earlier, but Fiend was a little bit too stacked. Even though he was in the air, he was still a little bit too stacked that Fiend was able to get through it. I don't even think he needed to burn a dodge.
Yeah, now Wes, he's looking good. A D-Light recovery, not even enough. Fiend, you didn't see him chase dodge up to look for that second nair or anything like that. He was just expecting that to KO. Over to the spear.
Oh, he didn't get the punish on that one, and then neither did Fiend.
Punish opportunity. Wes jumps out of it, and Fiend's running out of jumps, and that's going to do it. Wes takes game number 3 up 2-1.
508 damage compared to the 413. I'm going to whip out the calculator and do some math for the ladies and gentlemen at home. That is 169.3 repeating damage. We say this all the time. We're going to say it again. You turn red at 150, but depending on the map, depending on the character, we don't really expect players to KO right when you turn 150. A lot of things have to be in your favor for that to happen. Wes is doing basically that. He is ruthlessly efficient with these KOs.
Yeah, he's looking so good, getting these stocks right when he needs to. And now he's 1 game away from earning his fight against Power Ranger. Fiend needs to win 2 in order to finally vanquish the bracket demon that has been Wes for the past year of competitive Brawlhalla.
Scythe coming out. Wes is going to throw that one away. Fiend also throws his weapon away. He completely opts to grab the new spawn that comes in rather than attempting to pick up his spear. Oh, you see him immediately move back to it. He still is a little bit worried about throwing his weapon if Wes is able to dodge through it, or the weapon toss is a little bit off the mark, not quite in run to hit, then that can mean Wes gets the weapon there and then Fiend is without one. So that's why you see him maybe hesitating a little bit to pick up that weapon spawn.
Wes is so good at baiting with those side signatures. We've seen him throw it out like to fake an edge guard, and it just works so well for him. Fiend still finding some damage, but right now Wes is 1 good hit, and yeah, that weapon toss is a good hit from taking the stock, and he is going to go up over Fiend.
Fiend's able to grab the weapon spawn right away. He does take a bonk on the head from Wes's weapon toss, but he got the weapon in hand. That's so much more important than just the frog's hair worth of damage that came from the weapon toss.
Yo, love the fadeaway. Fiend needs to find this KO. We haven't seen like those D-Light side airs. It's been the side sigs. Wes is good. He's going to get to the outside. Fiend still needs it. No, can't get the downlight. Wes spot dodging just above the ground.
I think Fiend wasn't expecting the spot dodge from Wes coming after because he's throwing out so many moves after that, whether it's been like a neutral light or whether the immediate down air while he's still in the air.
Yeah, covering himself with hitboxes very often. Chase dodge. Okay, Fiend finds the hit. The D-Light recovery. Weapon denial opportunity. Going to juggle for a moment. He wants to stick with the sword, the safer option. We haven't seen the Fiend neutral lights that we were seeing earlier.
He's too far away, man, to even think about hitting those. He's putting too much space in between them. Nice 2-hit follow-up. Wes trying to go for the read there again. Doesn't get punished on that one. It's so hard to punish these signatures.
Yeah, you have to be ready and expecting it. Like just there, Fiend was thinking about getting back to safety, right? He's like, okay, I get back to the ground. I'm able to touch down, reset my jumps, and then I'll look for the down air. But by then, it's too late. Wes was able to make some sort of movement after the recovery frames, and now he's back to the scythe. Immediate side sig thrown out. Fiend with the juggle. He's getting damage done.
Fiend still keep it pretty even here. That vertical game was really helping him against Wes Scythe. But now Wes is going to have the axe in hand.
Nice.
Those down airs might be a little bit more potent. You already see that one coming out. Doesn't get the immediate follow-up, but does get the gravity cancel neutral light, punishing the dodge from Fiend that came out. He has weapon control as well. Fiend's going to make his way in.
What?
Yo, that was nasty.
The weapon toss down, gravity cancel unarmed downlight, pick up into recovery. Wes finds the unarmed recovery, and he is up 2-1 over Fiend. He's 1 stock away from earning his fight in the winner's final.
Fiend is able to grab the weapon. Oh, Wes was in the air like that entire time. So you saw the downlight that came out from Fiend's sword while he was grounded. Wes was too high. He was expecting the landing from Wes that he was going to punish with the D-light, but Wes never touched the ground. Yo, he is adding up this damage so quickly now.
Yeah, things just moving closer and closer to a Wes victory. Fiend not finding the punish. A D-Light recovery might not even do it at this point. The neutral sig read. I
thought that was going to hit.
He was inside of it.
Yeah.
He was in the code looking like Neo, but he got away with that one, and now he's on final stocks here alongside Wes.
That was straight up Fiend caught in the middle of that saying there is no neutral signature.
Bending alongside of it, Eye of the Hurricane, but final stocks here. Fiend still has a hope and a prayer of taking this to game number 5.
Dude, he's adding this damage up. He's beginning to believe.
You can see it. Victory in sight. He can taste it. Oh, but he's disarmed by the down air. Wes finds the side air, and Wes is going on 3-1 over Fiend.
That was a tough game for Fiend. Now Twitch chat will have their opinions about somebody playing a character and throwing out a lot of signatures. I don't want anyone in Twitch chat to get the wrong idea that one, Wes isn't an incredible player and that they too at home could lock in Volkov and become a professional player by pressing the heavy button on the controller, because that is certainly not the case. It is Wes recognizing what the character can do. It is Wes using the character really well. It is also Fiend trying his best to counter the pros, the strengths that Volkov and that Wes bring to the table, and it's Fiend not having quite enough to do it.
But you still got to give credit where credit is due. Fiend was able to make enough adjustments that, like, if you look at the numbers, Wes was going from throwing out like 50-50 light attack SIGs to throwing out like 90-10 light attack SIG in terms of usage. So, I mean, like, there's definitely like statistical data to support the fact that Fiend was able to find punishes to force Wes to not just go in with that original game plan. Fiend was able to make those adjustments.
I'm not sure if I think anybody will have a better chance at beating Wes than Fiend just did. Maybe Power Ranger coming in with that Koji pick, maybe the bow is what he needs, maybe that comfortability on Koji rather than a character like Hattori coming out from Fiend. Maybe that'll be the thing, but really, I could theorize all day, but it would just be a guess, because at the end of the day, I truly don't know if anybody has a chance to deal with this better than Fiend just did.
Well, at the very least, Power Ranger has some time to look at the data, look at the previous matches, and maybe just theorize on what will work out against Wes, because for now, they're both in the winners final, and they're going to be taking a break alongside with us. They're going to be chilling while we at home and on the stream go down to the lower side of this top 8 bracket to see what's going on. Sparky, any parting words?
We have a lot of really good matches coming up for you next. The top 8, we are now fully inside of the top 8. We're going to be moving through that. A lot of really sick matches coming out, a lot of really sick players that we saw some earlier today. They're going to keep their tournament groove moving. Duke, take us home.
On that note, again, we want to remind y'all that you can tweet at us, hashtag BHEsports, if you want to get involved. It's not too late to get your predictions in. I might wag my finger because you have a lot more information on how today's playing out.
That's true.
But at the same time, it's not too late. The tournament isn't over, and of course, we're not done here today. We've got plenty more Brawlhalla action coming in just a little bit. We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, it'll be the lower side top 8 for South American Winter Championship. Stick around.
Hello all and welcome back to the official Brawlhalla 1v1 Winter Championship for South America. It has been a phenomenal journey thus far, and I'm so excited for what we are going to see very, very shortly here. My name is Rain Raps, and today I am joined by the one and the only Surus. Surus, how you feeling today, brother?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. We've had an amazing day today in South America, which I might say might be my favorite region.
Really?
You see a lot of aggression. You see a lot of different gameplay, and I'm here for it, Rain. We've had a little bit of upsets, and I'm expecting to see a little more before we're done tonight.
Well, you know what? And I think we're definitely in the best position to see those upsets as we are going to be journeying into the lower side of the losers bracket thus far. So ultimately, it is going to just be a great wrap up to what we've seen in a lot of these matches thus far. But one person that I definitely have my eye on so far in this tournament is Kyna Ackerman.
Definitely, definitely. Rain, before we talk about that, I want to know, how are your predictions holding up?
They're not bad, they're not good. No one in my top 3 is currently out of my predictions yet. In my top 3 predictions, I have West Power Ranger and I have Kyna. Now, Kyna did happen to get upset earlier in this tournament, and that was definitely something that, I think not only my heart was pumping out, but shout out to Sparky. I think his heart might have fell out of his chest throughout that matchup too. But that's the beauty of these tournaments, is that there is not only a winner's side, but there's a loser's side.
Right. You get a second chance in case you get knocked out.
Exactly.
Right.
And we've seen it so many times. People on these loser side go all the way to the bottom and then rise all the way back up to the top in that grand finals reset and bring it home.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of motivation as well. I feel like you take that one loss and you want to just go real hard on that loser side and then make it to the end, which is extremely possible, and I'm excited to see what people do here. And just to mention, I did have Kyna as my #1 for tonight, so I'm excited to see what happens, Rain. Who do we have first?
So actually, I love that you said that, because what we have coming in first is actually going to be Kyna going against Nuez. Now, Nuez is somebody who we've seen thus far within the tournament who has just played so well on that Hattori, and then Kyna being, a little bit different, not playing on that Bodvar as much that we've known Kyna to, really be successful on within the past.
Right.
But now really starting to pull out that Koji and starting to dominate pretty much most of the sets that he's coming into.
I gotta say, I've been pretty impressed with Nuez's performance as well.
Yeah.
I believe it was against Brucho. We had a little bit of an upset. Brucho was ranked a little bit higher, and Nuez just kind of pulled it. Was it a reverse?
It might have been. All I know is it went to a game 5.
It went to a game 5. I believe it was a
game.
reverse, and it was a great set.
Yeah, absolutely amazing set. And speaking of amazing sets, just being in this lower end of the loser side, I think all we're going to get is amazing sets.
It's true.
And it looks like we do have our legends locked in for game #1. We have Kyna, we have Nuez, and we have Kyna locking in on the Koji going against Nuez on the Hattori.
Now, we have seen Nuez on that Hattori a lot, and Kyna switching up that Boji, as I like to call it. We've talked a lot tonight about Kyna on that bow on Koji. I'm just going to call it a Boji.
Okay.
It's going to be a thing.
I like it.
So, what is your prediction going into game 1?
You know what? I think that Kyna is definitely locked in at this point, into the sense of like, okay, I cannot mess around. I can't switch up which character in Legends I'm going to be playing. I need to lock in with the Legend that's giving me the most success, and that's why we're seeing Kyna on this Koji here. Yeah. So definitely seeing all business. I think Kyna is going to have a strong performance, but definitely expecting, Nuez to put up a very, very good fight in this matchup. Agreed. So here we go. Game #1, best of 5 begins right now. Kyna
getting the first weapon.
Nuez.
Kyna looking strong with that sword right now.
Yeah, rotating on that right side. Loving what Kyna's going here. Trying to hit the bait, though, holding on that side stick just a little too long, but still a pretty even damage output thus far from both of the opponents here. Oh, but Nuez going a little too low.
Oh,
I don't know
and there it is.
happened.
Unable to touch an early stock loss by Nuez. Kyna taking the first stock with a great lead. I think Kyna's really just going to want to build up that lead right now, and he's in a great position to do it. Nuez hasn't picked up the weapon just yet, and there it is, just punishing.
Oh no, and you can just tell right now Kyna has definitely had the mental game going, but a beautiful read on the double sidelight into then the GC downlight to then punish him with the Sarah to confirm the KO. And now, Nuez is still in a tough position, but definitely looking a lot better than that first SD we saw in stock.
Yeah, it's not looking as grim as we thought it would be, and Nuez really using those soft platforms to great extent there, getting some good combos in. Kyna with the Sig, unable to connect though. Nuez doing some great edge guarding over there.
Dude, I love it. Nuez doing absolutely everything in their power to make it back, but Kyna extending all the way past every single jump, even the GC to go all in on that recovery to confirm that KO early once again. Kyna's been finishing these stocks literally at orange, both back to back, and in a situation this big, it is going to take something major for Nuez, because that is something you cannot afford to do if you're going to beat Kyna Ackerman.
And we've got both players on the sword as well. Both have sword legends, so we're going to see a lot of that recovery to send on this map, especially when both players are in the red. Nuez! Early loss! Wow! Okay, two stock by Kyna over there. I don't even know where Nuez's second stock went, honestly.
You know, I thought this was going to be close.
Yeah, massive damage difference there.
And
Kyna doing almost double the damage there.
Dude, I mean, it's ridiculous. Looking back at the replays here, I mean, again, just Kyna overextending on each and every single combo, and it just paid off every single time. And look right there.
Punish.
D-Light
Look at
going
that.
into ground pound, into recovery, and then finishing it off with a nair at the top.
You know, that recovery, just being able to send off of the top of this map, man, that was a quick and easy punish with that recovery. But Kyna showing some amazing knowledge with that sword, picking the exact right options you want to see, and a great punish against Nuez.
Yeah. Absolutely. So we're definitely going to have to see a bit of a different game plan. We are getting a different map, though, going into Demon Island. So Kyna is not going to be able to rely on a lot of those soft platforms in which we saw in the last map. But it does not seem to matter at all here, sir.
No, Kyna punishing hard right now.
Loaded.
So, Rain, tell me, what do we need to see from Nuez right now to just kind of take control of this match again?
Yeah. So a big thing for Nuez right now is, I'd say the benefit is being on Demon Island and then focusing on using the spear. So what you're going to see Nuez try to do a lot. That was a bad weapon throw, but Nuez has to find a way to create space, bait out either a side light or just an end light that Kyna's going for, and then punish just like that.
Follow-up with the signature.
Look at that.
Unarmed downlight, ground pound. A little classic off the edge over there. Nuez taking the early lead, but Nuez is in the orange, so Kyna has a little bit of work to do, but not that much right now to catch up. This is where you want to be right now if you're in Nuez's position, being down 1-0 right now.
And the key for Nuez is right here is to not get greedy. You know, you just build up that damage, understand that you are in the advantage here, and find a way to not get caught out before you can build enough a lead to take down someone as good as Kyna Ackerman. But man, just the dude, and that's what's kind of doing so well. The overextension again, hitting the Sair, falling off the edge, and then exhausting all recovery options into another Sair, then to use the dash back to then make it there. It is just incredible. Kyna's going all in this matchup, and I'm loving the confidence we're seeing this far.
Yeah, Kyna's doing great with those side airs. I mean, you know, we wanted to see Nuez play a little more conservatively, kind of be able to build up that damage with the stock lead. Unfortunately, Kyna had the answer to that. Hitting them with those side airs. We're seeing those side lights come out on ground right now as well. Great options, great defense right now from Kyna, and he's taking the lead.
Yeah, and I want to see Nuez go back to the spear. Yeah, okay, you can see Nuez at least going for a little bit of web throw. Wait, Kyna overextending off the edge, and the GCD line into the ground pound. That was such a huge mistake for Kyna that we have not seen at all from a composed, just collective so far within their gameplay, and that is just something that is very uncharacteristic of Kyna, and that's just exactly what Nuez needs to get back into the series.
Definitely. I got to say, though, Nuez is playing great. He's holding his own after taking the loss in Game 1. He's still come out real strong, weapon starving great over here, showing great stage control, and has managed to come back and take the lead.
Yep. Nuez is looking so good on this edge right now. Kyna, though, is still somebody, no matter what they are in their stock, they can always find a way to come back in this matchup.
Beautiful weapon throw recovery there from Kyna, sending Nuez to his final stock.
That was nasty.
Yeah.
That was so nasty. All right, now Kyna's in a position, sir, to come back here. And if Nuez loses this match, you got to think just from the mental aspect, this is going to be such a tough one because Nuez has been in the lead the entire time thus far.
Yeah. I got to say, I feel like these two are really evenly matched, though. And, after coming off of Game 1 where Kyna took the dub, I feel like Nuez has got a little bit of an advantage coming out strong here.
Going for the bait on that end.
Beautiful, both players in red right now.
Come on.
Nuez getting that side air with the weapon throw follow-up.
That might be it. That might be it. No, it's
not enough. Kyna able to make it back on stage.
Wow. Kyna just looking for the
Beautiful neutral sig from Nuez.
Wow.
Taking
Wow.
game 2, Rain. We're tied up.
You know, they say if you never shoot your shot, then how are you ever going to hit, right? And I'll tell you what there, Nuez baited out so many times with the NSYNC and finally was able to connect there. Looking back at the replays right now, just great spacing from Nuez. That was off that second stock where Kyna Ackerman made a massive mistake, exhaust all options way too early. And just like that again, Kyna Ackerman misses a Sair that usually Kyna Ackerman wouldn't miss there. And Nuez was right there to then counterattack and then, you know, confirm the KO. So
Rain, take a look at these stats right here. They're pretty close. We've got 499 damage to 517. They're exactly even on average damage per engagement, as well as light attacks. Look at that. Now signatures, we see a little more. Nuez has been really relying on those signatures a lot more with 50% accuracy, but can't find a difference just yet. It's tied up 1-1.
Yeah, it's actually extremely awesome that they're actually that close, especially with even looking at the charts. And, you know, ultimately, it is now a 1-1, right? So are we going to see Kyna adapt within this situation where, okay, the Koji's worked well, but I think another legend might work out a little bit better.
I think so. And we can't see this just yet, but a little spoiler, Kyna's locked in on the Bodvar.
Oh,
a
is it
little
time?
bit of a switch over
Is it
here.
time?
Yeah, so still grabbing onto that sword and then switching up that bow for hammer. So much for that Boji.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what Kyna's definitely looking for here is just a way to, you know, create a lot more space and build up more damage. A big thing that, you know, Kyna's noticed against Nuez this entire time is that if Nuez is able to hold stage control, Kyna is not really able to build up a lot of damage just because Kyna's not able to confirm a lot of these combos off the rip. Whereas if Kyna can find a way to kind of utilize this hammer action and force Nuez to play a little less aggro, it's definitely allow Kyna to remain very comfortable in the current situation.
You know, I see Kyna hasn't been picking up that hammer just yet, though. Still relying on that sword. Doing great, doing amazing on the edge guarding. Nuez hasn't been on the stage too much just yet. Nuez opting for that spear now, but kind of still sticking with that sword. So wonder where that chain's going to come in. When is that hammer going to come into play?
Yeah, and it definitely looks like Kyna's still feeling very comfortable on the sword. Obviously, the one weapon that does rotate off the Koji pick. But Kyna just taking... Oh, I love that!
Beautiful GC.
Over there, GC into that side light there, now getting the Nair. And look at this. Notice where Kyna puts themselves in a position every time.
Yeah.
They always rotate back to the middle of the map and then look for a punish option against Nuez every time.
I do feel like Nuez has got more stage control, especially in Game 3 right now. Nuez is kind of showing a lot more dominance, not letting Kyna come back on stage, hitting those side airs. There it is, even unarmed. Beautiful ground pound. Wow. What a move.
Wow. And the crazy thing about that is that Nuez was so overextended. Nuez had not touched the ground throughout that entire time, and then hitting a final rotation in dark red against Hammer? What?
Yeah.
But you know
a
what?
little risky,
That's what
but
it takes.
you got to
That's
risk it
what
for the
takes.
biscuit, right? Kind of beautiful side air to send Nuez almost on their second stock, but not just yet. Kyna's going to want to close this gap as soon as possible and not get darker into the yellow. There it is, big
so
side air.
clean.
It's not enough to send, unfortunately.
That's crazy.
Ooh,
oh,
okay.
whoa,
Nuez not able to touch.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a misclick on the GC because, you know, if Nuez was able to GC right there, Nuez should have been able to make it back with a dare. But definitely a little bit of a lax in gameplay on that aspect.
You know, we came into Game 3 and I felt like Nuez started real strong.
Yep.
We're seeing a little more stage control and dominance from Kyna right now. Kyna has kind of taken over the center of the stage, exerting a lot of those side airs, keeping that pressure on Nuez right now, and that's what I want to see from Kyna. I want to see beautiful down sig. I want to see ground pound.
Do it again.
Followed up with the side
Do it
air.
again.
And amazing, amazing. Great offstage control right there from Nuez, taking Kyna's second stock.
That was
2-1.
incredible. That was incredible. And Nuez is saying, hey, man, I might be the little dog here, but I got a big bark, and I'm not going down without a fight. Nuez building up so much damage. Again, just going so aggressive on the attack and making the most of their opportunities to bring this game back into an actual advantage state, which we hadn't seen it at all this far.
Yeah, and Nuez is going to want to build up that almost lap on the stock, but kind of answering back real quick. Didn't take a lot of damage in their third stock.
Yeah, that was tough. You know, 3 hammers to the face off the edge, that'll definitely send you out of the map pretty quick there.
Right. All right, so this is it. Third stock in Game 3. Both players almost even right now, kind of just a little bit more damage.
Uh-oh.
And again, they've been so evenly matched. Honestly, it could go any direction. Great down sig.
That was so good. That was so good. Such a good bait on that one, but Kyna said, hold
Beautiful
up.
control.
You didn't think I'd come at you unarmed.
Ooh.
Oh, no, it's still not enough, though. Kyna doesn't even need a weapon. What? He's a madman.
Not at all.
He's a madman, Cyrus. What is happening?
Hammer, sword, unarmed. It's all good. It's
What?
kind of staged for right now. But Nuez letting him back on stage, giving him a little bit of respect, especially here in the third stock.
Oh, that's it.
Big side
Oh,
air.
that's
There
it.
it is. Kyna ending it,
Oh,
taking game
my.
3. Rain, just a reminder, all of these games are going to be best of 5s right now.
Yeah, dude.
So we're in for
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And just, I'm looking back at just our reactions for each of these matches. They are incredible, and I cannot believe what we've seen thus far. I mean, everything has just been, like, even this when it came down to that last stock, what makes me so just sad is that Nuez had every opportunity to win that, but Kyna was just able to strike back and strike harder.
Stats, again, pretty much even between both players. And I think this is a great set to go to game 5, honestly.
Yep, definitely going to be a good possibility. And I do like, okay, see this right here? They did end up making it back on Demon Island, and Nuez is going to stick with the bow in the very beginning of this matchup.
Kind of
sorry,
sticking
the
with
spear, the
Bodvar.
spear.
Yeah,
The
and
bow.
kind of sticking with Bodvar, you know, got that dub in the 3rd game, so why change something if it ain't broke?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So already a lot of damage, though, initially here for Kyna to build off Nuez. And that's just one of those things with Hammer. If you take a lot of those Sayers, a lot of those Nairs, it is going to add up so fast and eliminate the stock before you can even see yourself having a chance to come back here.
But, you know, we have seen Nuez kind of close this deficit pretty easily and pretty quickly as well. You know, a couple ground pounds, great edge guarding, Nuez, which Nuez has been showing all day today, and easily evening it up.
Yeah, and that's what works so well for Nuez is that, you know, Nuez just overcommits. Oh, wow,
Yeah.
what a beautiful GCD
And a great
line
example of that
recovery.
right there, right?
Where it didn't pay off for Nuez, right? Because that's where Nuez has been getting a lot of these early KOs on Kyna is just overcommitting to these just insane strings, and Kyna has no idea that it's coming, but it's paying off. But apparently Kyna has now at least found a way to adapt against Nuez's playstyle and is definitely building up a ton of damage thus far.
You know, as we get into game 3 and game 4, both players are starting to learn and starting to adapt to their opponents.
Yep.
And I think this is a great example. Kyna and Nuez, already so evenly matched,
Yep.
are just getting a little bit better at understanding their opponents.
Yeah, and now we're back on the sword on sword, something that we've seen thus far, but Kyna wanting to rotate back into the hammer. Oh no, is Kyna gonna do it again? Kyna's like, I don't even need a weapon. Let me just go all in and hit you with these shakeups to where it makes the most of each of these opportunities.
Look at these weapon throws, the aggression, the going in. This is what I love about South America.
Oh, D-line head sig! D-line head sig!
Beautiful offstage option.
and
He
the
doesn't even bother with the
downstage!
follow-up. He
No
says, you're not
way!
making it back.
No way! Comeback season?
I think so.
Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all thought Nuez was finished?
Now, Nuez is in the red, but I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful for a game 5.
Oh, kind of looking off. Wait, what? That was the most insane take I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Weapon throw off the stage, bouncing off of Kyna's head to make it back, and now Nuez getting a little bit of the extra credit there, but Nuez, unfortunately, was not able to capitalize enough of that. But still, it's extremely even.
Pretty even.
They're
And hey,
literally one hit away.
weapon throw off stage, do what you got to do, you know, to make it back.
Oh, the weapon star's coming in real heavy here, though. Okay, Nuez is back at sword, though. Kyna has pretty much won every single sword engagement thus far when it's been in this 1v1 situation. So I'm curious to see if Nuez decides. Oh, see that? There we go.
Beautiful little
Overcommitment.
options there.
But
Wow.
it works. It works.
Nuez following up with his own.
Come on. Come on.
Rain, I want to see more of that kind of hammer. I feel like we just
I
haven't
know,
seen
I
enough
know.
of it. And as I say that, he picks it up.
I think Kyna must be listening to you, sirs. Are you a coach? Are you tapped into his ear? It seems to be working. Oh, big
Beautiful
stare.
side air.
Oh,
and
that's
another
it.
one.
No,
Is
no.
that enough? It's not.
Oh, no.
It's not.
Oh, no.
Nuez unable to make it back.
Oh,
Kyna
no.
doesn't even try. Taking game 4 and the set. 3-1 to Kyna. Hey, it was a great series.
It was.
Nuez got nothing to be ashamed of.
Nuez did a phenomenal job in that matchup. Just
Definitely.
ultimately, you know, it just, you know, a Hammer, I'll tell you what, Hammer Sayer, a whole lot of
Hammer
Hammer
Sayer.
Sayers was smacking Nuez in the face that entire matchup, and ultimately it did lead to the downfall within that match. So,
Yeah.
you know what, GG's to both players. Kyna will be moving on in that matchup. Nuez tournament run is officially out.
Yeah.
Cyrus is having a huge smile on his face, feeling real good. And what an amazing capture right there. Was that a half dab?
I don't even
little bit
know.
of half dab. I was maybe playing the bongos
It was,
at the table.
I think he's done.
Oh, he's out of here.
He's out of here.
All right, looking at the damage breakdown here, Cyrus, rotating into a bit bit of the stat chart here. What do you got for us?
I mean, coming into Game 4, this is the first time we've seen a big difference between the two, and Kyna taking the game,
Yep.
building up that deficit. I think Kyna just kind of took the edge on it, learned, read his opponent, and kind of just built that up. And we see it. We see it here in Game 4. It took a little bit to get there, but he got there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I feel like that's kind of a big part of why so many people's, you know, predictions using hashtag BH Esports all over Twitter has Kyna at least at a minimum in that top 3.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because Kyna has just been on this exponential progressive, you know, route of just doing better and better and better and better and better and better and better in all these tournaments.
Yeah.
And what we're seeing is that Kyna, being this kind of, you know, new upcomer on the scene, is slowly molding into now this established veteran.
Right.
And with that, you just you make the plays.
Kyna popping off. Huh?
Hashtag Kyna pop, hashtag BH Esports, hashtag Kyna popping off.
Right.
I love it. I absolutely love it. But that was a phenomenal game. Sirs, what does it take that you had from that game that you feel was really the key to kind of success in that matchup?
I think it was a matter of stage control. I mean, both players were so evenly matched. I think it came down to who is showing more aggression and more dominance on the stage.
Yeah.
We saw Nuez come out in the early games showing a lot of stage control. Kyna in the last game just taking over, not letting Nuez back a lot, and he took the game. Built up that damage deficit over the 3 stocks to victory.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's something that, you know, I was so excited about at first. I was like, wait, oh, Nuez? Nuez with the mix-up? Nuez breaking the headlines and changing the news with this news? Wait, what? And then, you know, kind of just started to kind of pop off.
Right. And I'm still rooting for Nuez. I mean, very talented player.
Yep.
I think we're going to see a lot more of him.
Yep. And it does look like, although that was a phenomenal matchup, it does look like we're about ready to now rotate into our next amazing matchup that we have coming up next, which is going to be Hazard L going against Brucho.
Brucho.
It's
now,
fancy.
Brucho was, I believe, power ranked, definitely top 10.
Yep.
A little bit of an upset early on, right?
Yep.
Against...
I believe it was...
It was Nuez, wasn't it?
I think it was Nuez.
It was Nuez.
I think it was Nuez.
Yeah, I think we had Brucho favored to win that one.
Yep.
But Nuez came and took the dub over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nuez has been playing real hard.
First upset of the night.
Yep.
In my opinion.
Technically, it was a 19-18, so technically you are right.
Right,
It is an upset.
It wasn't the biggest upset, but we count it. We take those.
Man.
We take those.
Hey, man, a dub's a dub. A dub's a dub.
Agreed.
A win's a win.
Agreed.
And it does look like our players are locked in and ready to go. And I'm actually super excited about this because Brucho is going to be pulling out the Ogrim, whereas Hazard L is going to be pulling out
Jae-Yun. And now we have seen Jae-Yun in the South America already, but I love it. I love to see it. It's an interesting switch up. We don't see it a lot. We've got the great sword and the sword. You know, we see a lot of sword. I want to see how much he uses that great sword.
You know what? And you know what? Shout out the pro players that are using, you know, players in the game, characters in the game that we don't see a lot. Like, you know, Yu's who pulled out the Vector and then the Jae-Yun as well.
I know you're a big fan of the Vector.
I mean, hey, Team Vector. I mean, you got Team Orion. You got Team Artemis. But where's Team Vector? You know what I'm saying? I think Yu's is leading the initiative for that campaign of hashtag Team Vector. So we'll see what happens. But enough of that action. Let's get to the real action.
You know, he did switch to Jae-Yun between in that little Vector set.
Really?
Yeah. Wasn't it Game 5? He
I believe. I think it
Jae-Yun?
actually was. Yeah. Maybe it's a sign. Great sword. Hashtag Great Sword's back.
I think so.
All right, here we go. Hazard L going against Brucho. Hazard L on the Jae-Yun, Brucho on the Ogrim here. Obviously, with the most recent Lance buffs, we have been seeing a lot of Lance gameplays thus far within this tournament. You know, Sirs, what do you feel heading into this matchup is definitely going to be the key to victory for someone like Hazard L going against Brucho?
I think it's a great pick by Brucho right now. We've seen his Ogrim earlier today.
Yep.
He's great on the axe. He's great on the lance. Now, Hazard L's got that sword, that great sword, a little bit slower, but Brucho's got 2 slow weapons too. Let's see how it plays. Wow, easy early stock. Didn't even finish my analysis, Rain. I think that's where.
I think Brucho only got hit once. I'm going to be honest. I think only one hit got on Brucho, finishing it off nicely with that Ogrim D-Sig after just juggling in the air, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth with the repetitive nairs into the stairs and then falling into the D-Lights. Hazard definitely has to find a way to kind of get Brucho out of their comfort zone because Brucho was looking locked in. What a beautiful read going to that side light nair.
Throwing out those
huge.
6-2. But, you know, this is what we were talking about earlier, right? When you're in the loser's run, you're going hard.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And I feel like the energy that I'm seeing from Brucho right now is he wants to take this run all the way to the end.
Yeah.
And he's doing it. I mean,
no.
He's almost
don't do it.
him.
Oh, don't do it. Oh, Hazard having such a smart, genius game plan to just bait out that side sig, is able to keep Hazard alive here. But Hazard in such a danger zone, about to almost go down 2 stocks. That's still not enough.
Not
Demon
enough.
Island.
No,
Oh my
Brucho
goodness.
coming back, still on his 3rd stock. And remember, the more Hazard is in this, the bigger that gap leads.
Yep. Oh, look at Brucho. Hazard has to find a way to eliminate this stock right now. Brucho is so comfortable, about to go up 2 stocks. They're really neck and neck right now. 1 full stock lead right now for Brucho. And oh no, back on that lance, that is such a good weapon to confirm any KO in just 1 read. Oh, but a weapon throw! Hazard going all in. Oh, but unable to
beautiful
connect
lance
with the
play.
unarmed.
Hazard down to the last stock. Brucho still sitting on 3 stocks, even though that red is looking a little dark to me right now.
Oh,
Beautiful
my
axe combos.
goodness.
Wow.
And that's been the story of this game. Brucho is hitting every single light attack combo you can imagine with both of their weapons.
Yeah.
Hazard has just been unable to string up a lot of moves with Greatsword, which if you haven't played Greatsword a lot, okay, there you go. You're starting to see it a little bit now. Hazard's starting to get a feel. But Greatsword is a weapon that completely relies on getting a read. If you're unable to get that read, you're only getting 2 hits, and then you're going to get countered immediately. But if you get that read, you can deal out a ton of damage instantaneously.
Yeah, be careful with that spacing. Be careful. You got to be a little more patient, but if you start connecting, it's a lot of damage.
Speaking of a lot of damage, this might be it for Hazard. I don't know how that D-Sig did not hit.
But there it is, Hazard
Yep.
doing some great spacing, getting those little 2-3 pieces that are so good on Greatsword, and equalizing it, but unable to get the ground pound over there.
We are seeing definitely a lot more reads come out from Hazard, but unfortunately the Olgrim D-Sig sends Hazard packing, going down 0-1 in a best of 5 for our first matchup here. And wow, I mean, just looking at the replays here, Sirius, what was the biggest difference?
Whew, I mean, Brucho coming out strong. There was a massive damage difference there. I think, Brucho's very hungry right now. I don't think he wanted to be in losers, and he's going to try and prove it right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of dominance, too. If you're asking the difference, I think Brucho exerted a lot of stage control.
100%. I mean, even you look at the damage breakdown right there, over 224 damage advantage for Brucho, and just looking at the accuracy for everything in as well. 8 SIGs compared to 1. But we are getting a bit of a switch up here. So, Suris, we have Hazard now rotating onto the Magyar.
Right, sticking with that greatsword.
Yep.
So definitely the weapon he's favoring tonight, but changing up that sword for a hammer, and I wonder if that's going to play well.
I definitely think it is, and obviously Magyar being one of the best defensive characters in the entire game through their stat sheet, and I think Hazard right now, I'm going to give the advantage of game 2, as weird as it sounds, to Hazard right now, because Hazard towards the end of that game has a read. Hazard is understanding now, okay, I know what to do with Greatsword in this scenario, I just have to not take as much damage from these light attack strings.
So you think that extra little bit of defense is going to help him out here?
Absolutely.
He's going to want to try and survive a little longer in those stocks, maybe build up the damage with the hammer.
Yep. I mean, look at this right now as compared to the last stock. Oh, wow. Missing the stomps there, that's tough. That is a tough one right there. That would have been such huge stage control. But Hazard looking for an opportunity to build this damage. But yes, again, Hazard, look at that. Brucho has already hit 4 light attack strings on Hazard, and Hazard is only at light red.
Right. And there it is, a little 2-piece, not much more than that yet. But, they're still neck and neck. Hazard is in the red, where Brucho's still in the orange.
Yeah, Hazard just looking for the opportunity, just still unable to get the read, but gets it down. Oh, wait a second. Brucho said, psych, you thought you had it. Going in right there with the D-Sig as well. I actually like that Hazard is not getting hit by the Olgrim D-Sig.
Yeah.
Because we saw, I think, 3 in a row.
Oh, beautiful offstage control there. And, I think Hazard has an understanding of the spacing that they need right now.
That was stanky. Yeah, you laughing? That was stanky. That was a stanky ground pound.
A little bit of
Putting
garlic.
them down in the dirt.
A little bit of garlic
real
in that
quick.
one, you know what I mean?
Yep. Oh, absolutely, man. Reminds me of lunch we had earlier. I'll tell you what. Ooh, better out and in.
And
But
there it is,
Hazard ain't
heavy
giving
side
up.
air to even up the stocks
Yep,
right there.
yep.
And just like that, I think Hazard's right back in it into game 2.
Yeah, Hazard, and what we're seeing is we're seeing a lot more confidence come out from Hazard here, right? Like, Brucho was kind of like a bull out of a china shop in game 1, building up so much damage, going, oh, no, okay. I was like, all right, if I'm about to say that Brucho pops off, I'm about to lose my mind.
He got a little too. He didn't get the 3-piece. He didn't get the 4-piece. And that's kind of what I'm seeing in this game. Hazard is spacing himself better. I don't know if that's the hammer or he's just kind of getting used to Brucho's playstyle, but they've been pretty much neck and neck, first stock and second stock this game.
Yeah, it's 100% Hazard's. I mean, look at that right there. Going into the D-Light ground pound, then into N-Light once again.
Right.
You can definitely tell that Hazard is starting to really download Brucho's gameplay book here. And Brucho, if they do not start to mix it up, I guarantee you that Hazard is going to pull out with the dub.
Yeah, but is it enough? I mean, it is only game 2 right now. We have a possible 3 more games. Hazard taking the stock, taking a little bit of lead right now, but it's still so close.
In the first lead of the entire tournament thus far, Hazard is starting to look so much more confident, cool, and collect here. And Brucho really just hasn't had an answer for this greatsword. And again, over there baiting out the sideline, hitting another greatsword string. Brucho would have had an amazing Sarah right there, but ended up connecting it once
Beautiful
again.
unarmed.
And
He
just look
doesn't
at the
need a weapon.
damage.
He's picking up that hammer now just to punish, and look at that. He's almost taken an entire stock lead just like that.
I'm telling you, this is a different player now. Look at that.
There it is.
Look at that.
Hazard taking game 2.
Yep, scoop
It's
the
evened up.
kids, scoop the kids, take them to daycare. That's what we call a hammer dare right there. And man, oh man, Magyar popping off for the Hazard. And look at the damage difference as well. As we go back to these replays, you know, you just see Hazard with so much confidence. I mean, look at the GC rotation, weapon starve, then going back into the hammer, hitting the Sarah.
Look at the positioning too. You know, we're seeing a lot more dominance and stage control from Hazard. And again, you know, I think in a region that is so aggressive, in a region that really goes for it, dominance and stage control is extremely important.
And what an interesting stat right there. I don't know if you saw it. Hazard did not use a single signature. Not even one.
Is
Not
that a
a
battle
single
pass
one
mission?
attempted. Honestly, it might be. It might be. If you guys don't have the battle pass, make sure you check it out. A lot of amazing skins and cosmetics up in there to really up-level your game. And what a better way to up-level your game than watching Brawlhalla Esports and earning those awesome viewership awards over here on Twitch. Let us know how you feel about the current matches with hashtag #VHEsports as well. And here we go. Game number 2, Hazard on the Magyar once again, and Brucho on the Ogre. Now, something I like about this switch up thus far, sirs, is that we're now on Small Mammoth Fortress.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So there's that platform.
Haven't seen a lot of this map recently.
No, not at all. Not at all, actually, today.
Yeah. You know, I do love the fact that the last couple games have been pretty much neck and neck.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Like, we haven't seen anyone take complete dominance. And, you know, at this stage, even when you're getting into losers, it's just top-tier players. This is what you're expecting, and this is what you're getting. And I'd love to see another Game 5 here.
Yep. A whole lot of adaptation and not missing any of the guaranteed hits that you know these players should be making in each scenario. So right now, look at Hazard. We talked about it. The great sword read. What a beautiful dodging right there. And
Nice little down air as well.
Oh.
Beautiful dodge out.
You know, we still have not seen a SIG. I want to see that Magyar end SIG.
Yeah.
One of the coolest SIGs in the game. We talked about it actually earlier. When the Soul comes out, grabs the opponent, and then launches them all the way out of the stage. One of the coolest ones ever.
Honestly, man, when that connects, it takes a little bit of my soul, too.
Absolutely.
Beautiful uppercut. Not enough to send, though.
Ooh, stomps there. Stomps there. Oh.
Ooh, Hazard letting him get back on stage. But again, they're just so neck and neck. Beautiful landside air.
We're never going to see a SIG again. Hazard's like, you know what, I tried.
Oh!
What a
The
great
mind
bait.
games.
What a
The
great
mind
bait.
games. Yeah, he wasn't able to make it back, and a lot of that is due to that pressure from Brucho.
Absolutely. And right now, the mental for Hazard is going to be at a huge test.
Yeah.
Because Hazard should have definitely got that stock, but Brucho outplayed Hazard in such a beautiful way right there that it now has Hazard having to play on the offensive, but Hazard clapping back.
Yeah, it's
a
even.
beautiful Sarah once again.
Now, I got to ask you, Rain.
Yep.
If Hazard takes this series,
Yep.
is it an upset in your opinion?
Honestly, I'll just say yes because of the Magyar pick.
Okay.
You know, we haven't seen a lot of success with Magyar, you know, besides Sandstorm and NA of last year. So I think I'll actually be very happy if Hazard wins. So I'll be like, yo, let's go. Look, see, Magyar's not bad. Magyar's actually pretty good.
You know, I wasn't expecting it, but I didn't think it was going to be this close. And again, love to see a Game 5 right now.
Yeah, and I'm loving Brucho. So Brucho started to understand, like, okay, if Hazard's going to stay stacked, I got to start throwing out a lot more nairs. And what that's doing is at least building up enough damage for Brucho to maybe get one of the confirmed KOs with those SIGs. But Hazard is just hitting these wake-ups again! Double stomp into the sideline, then in the Sarah. How's he going to finish it? How's he going to finish
unable
it?
to get the recovery, a little scoop over there. But, it's not enough to send Brucho. Brucho's still in it, but Rain, they're still neck and neck. I mean, both of them on their second stock, and they just cannot confirm.
Oh, no.
Breakdance action.
No, Brucho. Okay, all right.
Side light, not enough. Hazard just able to make it back. Beautiful weapon throw.
Come on. They both know. They both know how critical it is, whoever gets the stock right now, because it's going to lead into such an advantage for... Oh, Hazard! Hazard, I guarantee you, meant to go for recovery there, but it's not where... Whoa. The end light interrupts with the weapon throw. Both these players are literally at Barbecue health. Magyar's not dead off the headlight.
It's not enough.
That's what we talked about, the difference.
The big defense there.
The difference.
Right. And that's what he wants. He wants to stay alive for longer.
Oh,
Another weapon throw. It's just not enough. Weapon throw after weapon throw. Can he make it back?
Brucho, I love it. Brucho said, I cannot confirm the KO with an attack, so I will throw my weapon at you until you fall off the stage, you giant defensive ghost armor soldier thing.
I counted 3 weapon throws to confirm that one.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. That was pretty, I must say, you know, I think.
That's commitment. That's
you know
commitment.
what? It's like, hey, if you're not going to dodge this, maybe this will work. But again.
And there it is. Hazard answering back so
even,
quickly.
Dead
So
even
quickly.
too. Literally, hey, check this out. Literally dead even.
Yeah.
Because Magyar's dead. All right, here we go. Here we go. Hazard against Brucho.
Hazard,
starting to get
beautiful
those
greatsword
greatsword
combos.
reads. Oh, man.
I feel like Brujo's playing a little more carefully right now. Just playing that little bit safer, not going for the big, heavy, aggressive lance reads we saw earlier on, earlier games, and earlier in this set.
Well, it's because Hazard's just adapted so well, right?
Yeah.
Like, notice Hazard. Hazard's just baiting, right? Dash in, then immediately dash out and try to hit a stomp air, or go into a stomp air for the Russian Mafia. And Brucho, we just talked about that. Brucho's starting to make so much of the opportunities using the nairs because Hazard is floating above Brucho every single time.
Right, and he's building it up, switching to the axe.
Yes.
Exactly for that reason.
Oh, no. This could be dangerous. Could be dangerous. Maybe a little Olgrim Ensig off edge. That'd be pretty neat. Oh!
You know, coming into Game 3, I got to say this Magyar pick has been great. I think it's really brought Hazard back.
You know what I think would be a great thing right now that we would not expect? Would be a sig from Hazard. I'm just saying.
You know, I mean, based on the stats earlier.
Oh!
Beautiful. Beautiful lance pickup right
You know what
there.
we call that? We call that closing the gate. Weapon throw, throwing up, lance spawning. You got nowhere to go but down to the downtown to the Valhalla graveyard. And man, oh man, closing the gate right there. That was beautiful.
Yeah. Brucho taking Game 3, but take a look. Stats are still pretty even. I think Game 4 could be Hazard.
Oh, look at the weapon throw. There you go. That was 3. That was
Third
3.
time's a charm.
Yep. I love it. I love it. Just look at that. Close the gate.
That was great. That was
You
great.
may
Little
not
weapon throw
enter.
to distract, and then right there with the.
Yeah, you know what? You shall not pass.
Hazard coming out a little more with the damage on hammer. So he is favoring that hammer, even though I feel like we didn't see a lot of it, but getting those big hits.
It's the Sayers, man.
Yeah.
Sayers and Nairs. It doesn't look like it does a lot, but once you see 5 of them hit somebody in the face, you're like, oh my goodness. Oh!
Demon
hold up.
Island. Okay.
Forget everything we talked about. A bit of a legend swap here, sirs.
Ooh, Hazard coming out strong in that Asuri pick, picking up sword right off the bat.
I love it. Hazard's over it. Hazard said, look, I'm just going to play a completely different style character than what I've played thus far in this matchup, and I'm going to play extremely aggro as well. And we're seeing Hazard untouched, getting Brucho all the way to almost red now.
You thought you had the read on me with the greatsword, but you didn't because I switched to a Asuri.
Let me see what you can do against sword.
He is playing great. Look at that punishing side airs.
Ensig?
Not enough. He's playing a little conservative. I don't think he's going too crazy right now with the Asuri, but it's great switching it up into Game 4. I mean, that's quite a play. And it's great because he's lost all the reads he's got on him.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Brucho, this is going to tell us how good of a player Brucho is right now at this level, because Brucho is going to have to adapt completely differently to what we've seen thus far in this tournament. And, you know, shout out to Hazard in this situation, being down 2-1, going with such a completely different pick of what you played thus far in this tournament. And it does seem to be working out extremely well. So
yeah, I think
this
this is the biggest gap we've seen so far in the series.
Sure.
I mean, Brucho easily a little bit lower, but you know, that axe just hits so heavy right now. But Hazard with a great edge guard. I mean, he's doing great on this Asuri.
Okay, moment of truth right here. Can Hazard make it shake with the Katars? That's what I'm most curious about here. And is Brucho good against the Katars? We have not seen Brucho play against Katars at all throughout this set whatsoever. Is it going to be a difference? Oh, no.
The punish.
Oh, no. Oh, no, the
there
read.
He is getting the loops.
read.
Whoo, an easy punish with those 6 coming out from Brucho. Hazard just giving him a little bit of taste of the Katar loops right
I smell
there.
a dunk. I smell a dunk.
I think so too. And just remember, if Hazard closes this stock range, he's going to be a full 2 stocks ahead of this.
That's tough. Oh, closing the gate.
Oh, Hazard got it,
Snuck
takes
in.
the stock. Is it enough?
What just
Brucho
happened?
makes it back. What?
He didn't touch.
He didn't
Excuse
touch.
me?
He didn't touch.
You know what it is? See the wall in Demon Island? See how there's a little chip right there?
Right there
That
at the
is. That's what
corner,
it is.
very
Cosmetic.
corner,
Everyone who might be in chat or at home or whatever saying he touched, no. There's a chip in that wall.
Yeah. But listen, Hazard's still got a great lead. Almost a
Absolutely.
stock lead. He's going to want to close it up.
There you go.
The
Great.
recovery's enough to send.
Great D-Light. Great D-Light recovery right there. Tried and true KO confirm option for sword every single time.
You know, a great map for this, too.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, honestly, it kind of looks like Hazard has a bit of a home field advantage, I must say, with the skin and the
agree,
color
yeah.
cosmetic right now.
But this is great. I mean, if Hazard's looking great in the lead right now, which would mean Sears would be tied up, too.
Yep. We would get our first Game 5 that we looked at thus far. But I will say Brucho is still in a very strong position here, because if Brucho can just get a couple reads, you know, Asuri is definitely one of those characters that, yeah, you know, they put out a ton of damage, but they definitely get KO'd very easily, especially if you can maintain stage control and keep them off of their preferred weapon right now. But apparently Hazard does not care, because the sword is out and the KOs are about to be flying out.
Ooh, Hazard following up, though, taking a stock. But Rain, I feel like coming into Game 4, I feel like Hazard's showing a lot more control right now.
A ton. Just so much more confidence, so much more control. Brucho going for the weapon starve now, being like, okay, I understand. I have to find a way back into this match. Brucho still is not out of it, but oh no, this is going to be tough. Guitars into Axe, one of the toughest things in the world with the read.
Hazard looking to end it real quick. Not enough right there. Brucho going for the unarmed. Hazard successful with the weapon starve. There it is. Brucho got the Axe. Again, not really favoring the Lance, if you've noticed in this match.
Yeah. Lance is one of those weapons, either you're going to do really, really good with it or really, really bad. There's pretty much no in between with that weapon. And we've noticed that throughout this tournament a lot in you know, South America, especially even like with Wesley rotating off into the Volkov in that last match. So Brucho, though, holding on the edge here. Can Brucho find a way to build up this damage?
Beautiful D-Light recovery. Taking Game 4.
Hazard.
Rain, we're going to Game 5.
Hazard's looking real hazardous.
Yeah. Well, this is what I mean. Listen, last 2 games have been ridiculously close. We're in another Game 5, and this is what happens when you get up here in the top tiers. Losers run, winners run. I mean, they're just so close right now.
Yeah, and I'm so curious here, you know, especially looking back at these replays, right? Like, Hazard not only won that match, Hazard dominated.
Yeah.
Hazard
I mean, take a look at the damage
neutral.
difference.
Oh, my
636 from Hazard and only 402 from Brucho.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Yeah.
That is absolutely nuts. And, you know, I'm so curious, you know, looking at these different aspects in the stat sheet here, we are seeing, again, like you talked about, you know, 234 damage advantage for Hazard. Like that is, in a fighting game, especially Brawlhalla, that's a whole stock. That's literally a whole stock difference.
Yeah.
And so when it just shows you the difference in, you know, overall potential and commitment to winning in those matchups that Hazard showed was huge. And
Rain.
oh, I like it.
Rain.
I like
Do you
it.
see what I'm seeing?
Dude, Game 5? Why not?
Game 5.
Why not?
Right? Why not?
Why not?
Ooh, we've got a double Asuri mirror match right now in Game 5. Brucho switching to Asuri. Hazard sticking with the Asuri that we saw in Game 4.
And I must say, you know, I'm pretty excited. Oh, Hazard.
Hazard coming out strong with the guitars.
Double N-Light read into the double recovery, already getting Brucho into the orange. Oh, no.
Not letting Brucho
no.
get anything.
I think Hazard's mad. I think Hazard took this as disrespectful and said, you think you're going to beat me with a legend I just dominated with you? Let's find out. Let's find out.
Hazard wants this, and I can feel it.
Now, Brucho's starting to heat up, though. Definitely hitting the guitar reads.
Yeah, I got to say, Hazard threw away those guitars real quick to pick up the sword. Which, I mean, we have seen him dominate with the sword in the last couple matches, whether it's, you know, Bodvar or...
Oh, both players are just trying to play so smart right now. And that's the thing about guitars. Brucho was so far behind on this stock.
Beautiful.
But all of a sudden,
overtaking,
that's
right.
crazy.
Picked
Hits
up
the
that
strings.
sword.
Wow.
Down light side air.
Wow.
Great option, but Hazard's not too far behind. We've seen him take a lead from a loss this
And
game.
what a storyline if Brucho wins this playing Asuri.
Yeah.
Playing Olgrim the entire time going into Game 5 and then wins with Asuri, what Hazard had to use to then start taking advantage of these matches. That's incredible. I love it.
I mean, I think it's a great option. You know, the same reason Hazard picked it in Game 4. We want a little bit of a switch up, and it's a legend that Brucho is comfortable with too. There it is, evening up on the second stock for both of them.
Okay, and it looks like Hazard is going to commit to the guitars once again. You know, guitars being one of those weapons that can build up so much damage so fast if you could just get one read.
Oh, look at that. The read right there. It's enough. And a second one. Brucho in the orange right now.
We better see a dunk. Double Asuri.
Hey,
we
Brucho
better get
answering
one done.
back, huh?
No, it's nasty. Look at it. You literally, if you were watching this for the past 5 seconds, you're saying, oh, Hazard is dominating. And then if you watched it for 2 seconds, you're like, wait, no, Brucho's dominating. They just keep trading back and forth, and that's why these stocks are so even right now. Both players knows what's on the line. This is the loser's side. The loser is out of this tournament. The winner is moving on, and we got to know how bad not only do you want to put on for your country, but how bad do you want the bag?
Whew, for the championship, right? I mean, this is your last chance. When you're in losers, you had a mulligan, you got through, but this is it. This is for it all, right? You got to take it all the way. And both of them want it. Hazard in the deep red, Brucho in the deep orange right now. They're still neck and neck, man. I think it's too close to call.
Oh, go. No way. Brucho did not punish that. Hazard went a little in too deep with the side sig there. Unfortunately, wasn't able to connect. Now going for the weapon throw. And I see both players understand right now, especially Hazard rotating now back into the sword, is that Hazard did not have a true KO confirm option to use those guitars. And that's why we're also seeing Brucho in this very high damage as well on sword. But that recovery will do it. That recovery will do it.
Taking a little bit of lead in game 5.
All right, Cirrus, right now, you're in Las Vegas. You have $1 million. You got to put it on Brucho or Hazard. Who are you taking?
I'm not a big bettor, but you know what? I think I'm going to say Brucho.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
don't know why.
I'll
I
take
don't know
Hazard.
why.
I'll take Hazard.
I feel like he's going to clutch it, even though Hazard's been performing better the last couple games.
We'll put $1 million mammoth coins on it. You know, loser has to go to the blue mammoth. All right, here we go. This is it. Game number 5. It all comes down to this. Oh, Brucho with the reads.
Great
what a
damage.
Beautiful rotation.
This is it. Brucho's going to want to just build that damage right now. He's already got Hazard into the orange on the last stock.
Hazard knows. Hazard knows, too, that if Hazard gets into the red, this match is going to be over. But Hazard confirms
Beautiful
kill.
little D-Light recovery, but remember, Hazard's
health.
in the orange.
Orange health.
All Brucho's got to do is just play a little carefully, build up that damage, and then a D-Light recovery to end it.
And look at Hazard. Hazard playing so aggressive right now, understanding.
Ooh, picks up the sword.
Oh, the read! The
Oh,
read!
there it is again. It's not enough, Rain. It's not enough. Brucho's still in the yellow. Hazard needs a
Look
lot
at the
more
bait. Oh, he
damage.
got the read again! Into the nair. Oh, stop. Stop. Off the edge. GCN sig. Don't do it.
Hazard's
Don't
evened
do
it up.
Oh,
Oh, the sig, the punish.
Oh, went for the dunk. Oh, my gosh. I almost cried. Hazard looking for the perfect
Great weapon throw.
opportunity.
They're neck and neck.
Sirs, this is it. This is it. Hazard has made the comeback. Oh, got the read.
Oh, he
Goes
didn't
for
get the recovery.
Now, a big thing to know with Qatars that Qatars, again, do not have a confirmed KO option, but the read is. Oh, my God.
Hazard
oh my
taking
God.
game 5.
What?
Out of nowhere.
What? You owe me $1 million mammoth coins. Oh, my gosh. Wow.
Wow. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. Brucho had a great lead, but Hazard just played carefully, asserted the dominance, and look at that. Just building up the damage. He got a bunch of those reads on Qatars and was able to claw it back.
And I'll tell you what, it doesn't matter that Hazard won this matchup. You know who won this matchup? Qatar players all around the world. Qatar players all around the world are the winner of this matchup. But oh my goodness gracious,
Ooh.
look
Hazard
at
had
that
the
stat
damage.
difference.
Yeah. Hazard had the damage advantage over there. Everything else looks pretty even. I'd say a lot more light attacks coming from Brucho, but just not able to connect as many.
It's just, I mean, look at it right there. Look at the sword difference, 124 to 125, unarmed, 65 to 58. But the Qatars, and we saw it from the beginning. Hazard's key to victory in there was getting the Qatar reads, whereas Brucho was unable to hit those reads.
Right.
And ultimately, that's what led to
little bit of
Hazard
damage
winning
increase.
that match.
Yeah.
Exactly, because then at the very end. And it's so genius because you saw Hazard understand that Brucho started to rotate upward and would always dodge up. So Hazard hit the end light, waited, jumped recovery, boom.
And he hit that a couple times. I think I saw 2 or 3 of those reads come out, and he was just able to, didn't build crazy damage.
Yep.
You know, we've seen some Qatar loops that can get a little wild. He just built enough to kind of just take that lead step by step by step. Key to success.
That was, are you not entertained, folks? Oh, my goodness.
This is looking great. And, Rain, we've got some great matches coming up. I mean, I'm excited for this next one.
Oh,
if y'all thought the last 2 were crazy,
no.
we've got Kyna and Fiend. I mean, these are top-tier picks right now.
Yeah.
Kyna was my #1. I didn't put Fiend up there, but, you know, as Duke said, how can you not have an SA bracket with Fiend at the top?
Absolutely.
So we're going to see some heavy hits coming from these two.
And just for everyone to know, too, is that this is actually pretty much the make it or break it for all our predictions.
Yeah.
Because Duke is the only one with Fiend in the top 3.
Yeah.
So And Sparky has Kyna winning. I have Kyna at number 2, and you have Kyna, I think, at like
Number 1.
Number 1?
I had kind of number 1.
So
yeah.
pretty much this is like the end-all, be-all of predictions within this matchup right now. But
honestly, I just want
gonna be
Sparky
great.
to be wrong. That's pretty much it.
Really?
That's just my goal. That's just my
Wow.
goal. Yeah.
Elaborate more on that. Why? You want to be the king.
Oh yeah.
I feel you.
2022.
I like the year of Surus.
So we see kind of on that Koji, which
Yep.
he rotated off of that, and Fiend on the Hattori. So pretty standard picks coming from both of them.
Yeah, and it's going to be obviously a very tough task for Kyna to climb up on this mountain. We have, the lifetime score right there, 4-1. Fiend has won 4-1 within this matchup. Fiend being at PR number 3 and Kyna being at PR number 4. But the thing to remember is that Kyna is a new person.
Yes. I mean, Fiend is definitely someone we've seen for a while in South America.
Yep.
He's got the experience.
Yep.
He's got the great tournament gameplay as well. Is that enough to edge it out? Because Kyna has come out real strong in the past couple of years.
And this is the awesome thing, because it's like, if you're a fan of South America, especially in Brawlhalla Esports, you have the OG, one of the OGs of the OGs.
Definitely.
And you got the new hungry dog.
Right.
He's been around for a little bit, kind of, but oh my gosh, he's hungry.
It's
He's
time for
so
change, maybe.
hungry. Is it?
I don't
It's
know.
time for change. Oh, no.
I saw that tweet.
Oh, you did? It's time for change. Okay.
Maybe we got a new king this time.
All right.
Here we are, game 1 of the losers quarterfinal. We've got Fiend versus Kyna.
Going in on Small Mammoth 2. Kyna getting the bow off the rib here. Fiend getting the sword. Kyna definitely, wow. Oh my gosh, hitting the 4-piece string off the bat there too. Kyna's looking very good on that bow.
Kyna's just got some great mastery on that bow right now. And, credit to Fiend, he's got amazing sword skills, but Kyna's just picking up those long strings and being able to build that damage.
Okay. This is where Fiend thrives. The moment Fiend gets you on the edge, Fiend will not let you get back no matter what until I say no matter what, because Fiend just let it happen there. But Fiend's edge guard is one of the most pivotal assets in their kit. But Kyna with a beautiful counter on this to get the full recovery of there. It's still not able to confirm the KO, though. Both players, we're definitely seeing a lot of respect come out from each of them here, sir.
Definitely.
And I'm loving it.
I mean, they're neck and neck right now. I mean, it's game 1, stock 1, but...
Oh, the read!
Beautiful read by Fiend, but it wasn't enough. Kyna just got out of it somehow.
Fiend went for a dare.
Beautiful D-Light
instead
recovery.
of recovery. There had to be a misclick. Does Fiend play on controller?
I don't know. I
Who
don't think so.
knows? Who
Kyna
knows?
taking first stock, but he's not too far behind right now. Fiend needs just one little big hit to confirm this stock.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what there. Everybody out in the Brawlhalla Esports world, what a great confirmed KO.
Yep.
A lot of people, especially community, are like, keyboard have an advantage, keyboard can't mess up. That definitely was a mess up from somebody who could have potentially been on keyboard. So it's all about just skill and putting heart and grit in the game. But here we go. Neck and neck again, sirs.
2 stocks. I mean, Rain, I say it time and time again, but I'm really hoping for game 5.
Okay.
I'm just going to
Why
call
not?
it. Anybody who's ever seen me cast knows all I want to see is a game 5.
Well, statistically speaking here, sirs, this should be our game 5.
Yeah. Agreed.
This should be the one that goes to game 5.
Yeah, and it's going to be a great one. Like we were saying, we've got Fiend, the legend in the region, and Kyna, the young one, coming out.
And Fiend
Beautiful
dominating.
neutral stick. We've seen Fiend hit that a couple times.
All day.
I know, and it's
All day.
amazing. He's still hitting them, just game after game, and massive lead he's taking right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. It's literally a full stock, and really a big part of that, too, was just the weapon starve. Fiend kept Kyna airborne, and by doing that, it allowed, Fiend to keep Kyna from ever getting a weapon, and now we're seeing this once again. Fiend just dominating with this spear, and Kyna not having an answer for it. And I'm curious to see what is it going to take, sirs? What is Kyna going to have to do here to adapt to find a way back into this matchup?
So, Rain, I think there's a couple things going on, right? I mean, we've got the stage control that Fiend is showing right now.
Yep.
I also feel like just Fiend's seniority, right? We've talked about
100%.
how he's a little bit more of an experienced player and how important that is this late in a tournament, right? You need the stamina. You need to be able to just stick with it. Deep into loser's bracket, game 1, game 2, game 3, game 4, game 5. I feel like Fiend has the edge on that. There it is, Fiend taking game 1.
Yeah, and exactly what you talked about there is that if you watch that matchup and just the movement of the players and how everything kind of went down in there, Fiend looks so much more calm, cool, and collected. Just
Composed,
as you see here.
right.
Just hitting simple moves like jump stairs.
Yeah.
And then even right there, going into side light N-sig. Like,
Beautiful,
those
beautiful.
are not extremely complex moves, but they're very, very effective, and they cover your space. Like right there, going for end light,
Right.
and then immediately putting out side sig, assuming that your opponent's going to approach you.
Massive damage difference. And again, you know, like we're
Huge.
talking about, I think a lot of that I'd give credit to just Fiend's experience, right? He knows how to stay calm. He knows how to stay level-headed and get those simple moves
Yep.
that make a big difference, right? We always talk about basics, right? You get your basics down, it'll carry you real far.
Yeah, absolutely. And okay, here we go. Kyna on the Bodvar now.
Oh, interesting.
So this is like the Kyna, you know, the bread and butter. Kyna on the Bodvar. And Rocket, I gotta say, the drip is looking quite nicely as well. That's the is that the gala?
That
I'm
is
right?
yep,
Okay.
the anniversary. Fiend coming out strong.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh. Fiend still. Notice that Fiend refuses to give up center stage.
No. I mean,
Goodness.
with that spear, you've got so much coverage, too. He's just asserting his dominance. He's thrown it away for the... Wow. Great double uppercut there.
Oh, no. It's just
He's trying to get that
Kyna.
neutral sig over and over
Yeah.
again. And you know what, Rain? I predict he's going to hit another one in this match.
Another one?
I think
Well,
so.
Kyna finally adapted.
I think so. I think he's been hitting them enough that he's going to get another one.
Uh-oh. Let me introduce you to Stop Sarah, though,
Hey,
sirs.
kind of taking
Let
the
me
lead.
introduce you to Stop Sarah.
Game 2, Kyna's hungry. He wants it.
Kyna's definitely looking a lot more comfortable on the Bodvar, obviously being Kyna's #1 legend picked and highest performance legend in all of tournaments Kyna has played in. But Fiend is just so good, and that seniority is coming in. But Kyna starting to show a little bit of that
Beautiful
confidence,
stomp, Sarah.
a little bit of that underdog energy.
And you know what I see right now? Okay, coming into Game 2, especially after a loss in Game 1, I feel like I haven't seen any difference in Kyna's confidence. He's still confident. He's still there.
Yep.
And you know what? That's what you want to see. That's
Yep.
what you want to see. You know, that's where that tournament experience comes in.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Kyna's got it. He's holding his composure right now in Game 2.
Yeah, not afraid whatsoever. Not backing down. Not afraid to try a new tech every single time. And look at that, starting to adapt. Understanding that Fiend has gone for that double
Beautiful.
side light on the reverse every single time. And
Right.
Kyna's able to hit that dare to then punish again. Another dare. Uh-oh. Hope you like your ice cream with a double scoop, Cirrus. So I think we might get a third. Are you hungry?
Ooh, nice weapon throw. Kyna just unable to connect the last couple.
Watch the scoop. Watch the scoop.
Beautiful read. Not enough. But again, this is just spear domination with the coverage.
Oh, what a read.
Beautiful read.
What a read.
It's enough to send. I didn't think it would, though.
Yeah, I didn't either. It looked like it was kind of, you know, falling off a little bit on the edge there. But hey, you know, Hattori
Mana
6.
Fortress walls are a little closer.
Yep. All right, Kyna looking for an opportunity here to continue to build up a little bit of an opportunity to confirm this KO, but Fiend is just so good and not falling for
There it
anything but
is.
Kyna. I love that. Kyna, instead of going for the D-Light, which every single time Fiend is spot dodged and then rotated into the side light, it finally opened up an opportunity where Kyna said, no, I'm just going to go for recovery, and I'm going to confirm the KO through that.
You know, again, basics. You want something that's tried and true, something that'll get you what you need. D-Light recovery never fails,
Yep.
especially on a map like this.
Yep. Oh, no. Fiend
Oh,
got
beautiful
the read! The
And
read!
it's not enough to send.
Wow. Wow.
Fiend picking up the weapon and starving successfully. Oh,
What just...
he held it and kind of was like, I'll wait.
Kyna was probably like, I wonder what's the most damage I can get out in this punish with
Yeah,
unarmed.
you know, it wasn't as punishable as
Oh,
I
that's
thought,
it.
but there
Yep.
it is. Fiend taking game 2. And you know what? This is the game kind of wanted to take, right? Like in a series best of 5, you don't want a 2-game lead right now because you've
Yeah.
got the reverse to do now. You want to do a reverse 3. It's a much higher mountain
Absolutely.
if, you know, if he's coming in with game 1.
And just really looking back at those replays right there, you're going to notice that Fiend was in the middle of the map for every single one of those KOs. And now you look at this right here, the damage difference.
I mean,
That's
look at Fiend
insane.
just on the spear the whole time.
500 damage with
Yeah,
Spear.
pretty much all the damage. I mean, 60, that's a weapon throw, right?
So I guess we got to, all right, we are getting a bit of a skin swap for Kyna. And, you know, hopefully maybe that's going to be the answer to the Spear for Fiend. You know, it's all about the mental. You
Hey,
know, it's all about
sometimes
the mental.
the drip change is enough.
You know how they say new year, new me?
Yeah.
In Brawlhalla, it's new skin, new me.
All right, game 3. 2-0 to Fiend right now. But kind of playing great. You know, honestly, this is one of those games, Rain, where I
Yep.
feel like the scoreline doesn't do it justice.
Yeah, absolutely. Because oh, you see this? Okay. All right.
clever with the unarmed.
Kyna's finally got. Kyna understands. Kyna's like, okay,
Yeah.
this dude is gonna chill in the middle the whole time.
Right.
He's gonna punish me with spear every time I come in. So I'm gonna go all in with unarmed and force this person out of the middle.
Bro,
oh,
Kyna has not
grab
picked up
onto
a weapon
throw.
yet.
Oh, that's
Fiend
it.
absolutely
That's it. Oh, no.
savage with the weapon starve.
Oh my
This is the
gosh.
first time Kyna has picked up a weapon the entire game.
That's true. We're what, a minute 30 seconds of no weapon, but
Yeah.
the damage is even.
I know, right?
pretty
I mean,
impressive.
just shout out to Kyna's unarmed.
Dude, a boxer.
Yeah.
Kyna's a boxer. Put him in the octagon. All right, here we go. Fiend still holding the middle every time, hitting
Yeah.
the falling Sarah. Kyna needs an
answered
answer.
back.
This is it, Kyna. You
Picked up
got to
the
dig
hammer.
as deep as possible.
Beautiful option by Fiend there. Kyna picked up that hammer, hoping to confirm real quick, but Fiend just answering back with a beautiful downlight read.
And just, it was still, serious. Kyna does not have an answer for the spear.
No.
And
no.
you know, sometimes, oh, that was such, okay,
there's
good
your
bait.
answer.
That was a good bait. That was a good bait.
Yeah.
Now, Kyna has to weapon starve with all of their heart to keep Fiend off this spear. Oh,
Yeah.
God, but that Fiend is so smart. Fiend set up the stage. So look at the middle of the stage already. Perfect rotation. Okay, Kyna, here you go. This is your chance.
I mean, in such an aggressive
your
region,
chance.
that's what you need. You need that dominance, that stage control. You know, it's what we keep talking about. Fiend is showing a great example of it. But you know what? Kyna's answering back.
Kyna! All right, Kyna found an answer.
Right, he's taking control now, right? He's got that hammer, and he's like, come here.
S-A-I-R. Sair. That's the answer. That's the answer. Oh, no, but Fiend coming back with a vengeance. Looking for it once again. Okay, Kyna is able to make it back. Weapon throw to disengage, but a beautiful sidelight read, but not enough. Jumping up into the Sair. Okay, Kyna looking for the opportunity. Kyna has to have the advantage going into this final stop.
Nice weapon throw. It's not enough. Kyna able to make it
Yes!
back. Beautiful
Yes!
scoop. Fiend on his last stock.
Favorite
Got
ice cream
2
flavor,
games
go.
out. That's tough. Strawberry cheesecake?
Oh, man, that's pretty good. I like sea
Anything
salt.
with a raspberry?
That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Kind of looks like Kyna's skin on Bodvar right now, right? Are you thinking about it?
I think that might be it. Chocolate
Okay,
raspberry?
good. You know what's even better than that?
Tell me.
Game 5. Come on, Kyna. Show us what you got. This is your golden opportunity right now.
Hey, Fiend evening
ties
it up.
Oh, man.
And this is it. I mean, if Fiend takes this, he's taking the
No.
set. So Kyna really needs to dig deep.
No, middle of the stage, weapon starve. Yup, there go the nairs. But okay, Kyna has showed an answer every time using hammer. If Kyna could just find a way. Oh, no. No. Yes. Okay, Kyna. Okay.
Let's
There
go.
we go. There we go.
Picking up that hammer,
There we
dealing
go.
the damage. Come on, Kyna.
Dude, Fiend is so good at baiting.
I
Fiend
know.
is looking for the. Here it comes. Fiend is going to try to bait out one of these Sairs.
The dominance.
And then go into the double
The
sidelight.
stage control.
Oh
Look
my
at that. I mean,
gosh.
even when Kyna is
Oh.
off stage and out of damage, Fiend is just using his weapon throws. A nice neutral sig as well.
This is it. If you are a Kyna Ackerman fan, if your name is Sparky, you better be on the top of your seat
I can
cheering
see
on
Sparky
Kyna
sweating right now.
Are we going to Game 5, or is Kyna Ackerman going to be out of the tournament against
I think
Fiend?
this might be it.
It's the OG versus the new G. Which G is for you? Which G is for me? I don't know, sirs. Who could it be?
I'm not sure, Rain. It's anybody's game right now.
Oh, man.
Kyna's got a long way to go. Fiend just absolutely amazing
Oh,
with
no.
that stage control.
Oh, no.
Kyna unable to make it back. The neutral.
Oh,
the
what a read!
beautiful weapon throw. Is it enough?
I can't watch. I can't watch.
No, that's not going to
Weapon
send him,
throw.
is it?
Oh, he
Kyna
dodged
makes it back. Kyna
Wait,
makes it back. He's
wait,
got the stage.
Wait.
He's got the
wait,
stage.
Wait.
Come on. Come on. Give me that downlight recovery.
Oh, no.
Fiend! Clutching it with the recovery. Whew, Fiend taking a 3-0 over Kyna. Rain.
No. No,
I
I'm
mean,
not,
Kyna
I'm
played
not
great.
talking.
You know, this
I'm
is
not
one.
talking.
This is one where I gotta say close though.
It was.
3-0, close though.
Oh, I can't believe it.
Great run from Kyna.
What a
Great
game.
run.
What a game.
I mean, this is much closer than the last game when it comes to damage difference. 619, shout out Rey Mysterio, over 561. And pretty even on light attacks. Accuracy about the same as well.
Wow.
I mean, they were neck and neck most of the game. But, you know, look at that. Fiend just kind of shut out at the end. Kind of building damage. It wasn't enough, though. Wow.
They're
Fiend just level damage in that last stock, but still was able to connect and end it.
There wasn't an answer for the spear, you know? And in the moment that Kyna started to find a bit of that answer, it was just too little too late, man.
Yeah.
And,
Yep.
you know, phenomenal tournament run for Kyna still.
Definitely.
Great stuff.
Definitely.
And, you know, Fiend just, I mean,
Yeah.
tip my Brawlhalla Bodvar hat to Fiend, because,
Yeah.
I mean, that is just, so much composure, so much just elite veteran experience pouring out of that matchup to every single time rotate back to the middle of the stage, immediately hit the weapon starve, and then utilize the weapon that your opponent is not able to punish that you're using. I mean, that ultimately what won Fiend that game, experience, 100%.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
100%.
And, you know, I think that makes a big difference.
Yep.
We have seen a lot of new players come up and just be able to beat that barrier, but sometimes, especially this late into brackets, this late when you're getting into top 32, top 12, sometimes that experience and that stamina counts for a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we keep talking about it, Cyrus. We're like, oh, game 5. Oh, all these games have been so good. But this one is hands down the one I am the most excited for the entire night.
Me too.
Entire night.
Me too. And tell me why.
Oh, man, because we have Use
Use
going against Hazard L. So I'll let you start first. Hit us with Hazard.
So Hazard L, great showing so far. But Use was another big upset for tonight. And who did he beat to get that?
Use,
was that Brucho?
I believe it was Nuez.
Nuez, right.
Yep.
Right.
Use beat Nuez.
Right. News, yeah, and so Use sent News down to losers, which we didn't expect. News was definitely the favorite coming in that. So strong showing from Use so far.
Yes.
I'm excited to see what he does.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, you know, I got to say it again. Team Vector. Again. The Vector, the only Vector we've seen this far in this tournament. And, you know, the big thing that's so interesting about Use is that Use is diversity. You know, we've seen Use win with Vector. We've seen Use win with Jaehyun.
He had that little cheeky Jaehyun switch up in the 5th game, too. Which was successful.
It's such a weird concept. It's like, oh, I'm going to use a legend that, you know, has a very specific signature kit and then relies on Lance and Bow.
Right.
And then I'm going to switch to a legend
completely
that uses
two different weapons.
Great sword and sword that requires perfect timing, spacing, and punish capability.
You know, honestly, I think that speaks to just what a good all-round player Use is, right? And, you know, another relatively new player to the scene. So, I mean, just from today's showings, I'm excited to see what comes from him.
Yeah, this is going to be an amazing matchup, and I am so excited for it, Cyrus. I got to say, though, so far within everything that we've seen, I got to ask you, obviously with Hazard coming into this matchup now, going against Use, it's two players that surprisingly are actually extremely similar. Because they both have these just random pocket picks they pull out, and they're like,
amazing.
Oh, I'll win with this, and you never saw it coming.
Right.
Like we saw Hazard, that was the Asuri.
Asuri just whipping it out halfway through and then dominating with it with those guitars.
Dominating.
Do you think we're going to see that again?
I think if I was Hazard, I think there's no way I use anything besides Asuri. I really do.
Okay.
And then
interesting.
And then if I'm used though, right? I'm like, okay, so they're going to use Asuri. That's a very close range legend that also has a lot of opportunity to be punished by overextending. So I'm going to use Vector because you know Bow creates a lot of space and has a lot of punish opportunity, especially with Lance too.
Definitely.
So that's my prediction, but
so
usually I'm pretty wrong.
Well, I mean, it looks like you're right this time. We see Use on the Vector and Asuri locked in for Hazard as well. I think Hazard just feeling real nice after the Asuri pick in the last game, and Use. He likes that Vector.
Yeah, and it does look like, oh, they're locked in. Okay, Use on the Vector, and we have Hazard on the Asuri.
Ooh,
and we're going to Apocalypse.
That's an interesting one. We've got that platform up there. I think that's going to play to Use's advantage just a little bit more.
Yeah. I think another thing we saw with Use does not use Use does not use, right?
Got him.
It took me a minute. Use does not use signatures with Lance, which a lot of people would argue the best signature for Lance in the kit 4, and even arguably one of the best Lance signatures of the game, is Vector's N-Sig.
Ooh, we were talking about that earlier,
that
right?
kind of like
great coverage.
How do you even describe, like an umbrella kind of thing? A little like a palm tree looking.
Nice little curve.
Yeah, curve. There you go. What am I thinking with my South America's got me thinking about palm trees. You know what I'm saying? Thinking about the sun, man. I'm from Michigan, man. It gets cold in these streets, man. All right, here we go. Hazard against Use.
Game 1.
Wow.
Losers quarterfinal. Hazard coming in strong, picking up the Asuri. Great edge guarding.
Oh, no.
Use unable to make it back, throwing away the Lance, too, so I think he's going to want to pick that bow for that spacing you were talking about.
Yeah.
But Hazard just punishing with the sword. Relentless.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Hazard's done such a good job from even the last part of the game we just saw with them into this game now is just literally playing on top of the opponent the entire time, giving them no space or opportunity to think or to come out of a counterattack.
Yeah, yeah. Hazard showing some great edge guarding, but allowing Yu's to come back. I think it's a little early for them to just kind of play too aggressive.
Yeah.
They haven't got the read. They haven't understood their opponent just yet.
Oh.
Yu's great lance plays, hitting those strings off stage. It's not enough. There's the vertical off the side. Woo! Hazard just hit him with the haymaker.
Was that just? Oh, that was.
That was
I thought-
unarmed.
Oh my gosh! Wow. And again, that's what we talked about. Hazard is willing to commit to go on. Okay, Use with a wonderful response there. Getting a nice blessing from Valhalla with the Lance perfect spawn, then rotating into the Sertic from the KO. So, all right, here we go. Sirs, I guess in the beginning right here, we have not seen Hazard use Katars at all against Use.
Yep, and I think that might just be a counter Lance play over here. But I've also noticed Use is favoring that Lance.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about the bow spacing. I don't see it just yet. And, you know, so far, Use is in the lead. Despite the first stock, he's kind of crept up a little bit. Maybe when he's got the lead, he'll lean towards that bow for the spacing. Right now, I think he's been pretty comfortable with punishing with that Lance.
Yeah, and notice this kind of what I talked about in the very beginning of the matchup. Notice that Use immediately is just going for attacks that can extend further than the reach of Asuri's sword or Asuri's Katars. So what this is doing is it's opening up so many more opportunities.
Beautiful down
That was crazy. Does Use know where the weapon's going to spawn? It kind of seems
I think
like
he got there just in time.
What a genius. Oh,
wow.
What?
Hazard's
What?
This is his opportunity.
What?
It's not enough. That's the second time he's used that signature to come back.
What? And then the weapon spawn in the GC side tick with the bow? What? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, this is top tier gameplay.
I'm playing
right
Vector.
now.
I'm a Vector man. I'm inspired. You GC NSync. I didn't know that worked like Val Sig.
Yeah, climbs up on the side of the stage.
Wow.
All right, Hazard picking up those Katars now.
Oh.
There it is. Beautiful to even it up. He's going to let him come backstage, but he's got control. Hey,
It's almost impossible to punish that unarmed.
no GCD light down ground pound there.
Yeah, it's just so tough. It's so tough to hit that out. But okay.
Especially when he's got Lance. You don't want to risk it.
Exactly. Because that's a lot of damage too. Like a fully extended recovery.
Oh, beautiful.
D-Light's there though.
Hey,
D-Light's
it's
there.
tried and true, man. Tried and true.
Two things this world I fear. D-Light's there and Stomp's there. Oh wait, they're both the same
Stomp's
thing.
there, right.
Two different weapons though. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Different terminologies.
That's Stomp
Yeah.
hit
Uh-oh. Okay.
Ooh.
This is Hazard's time to shine.
Right.
And I think Hazard has waited to pull out Katars this entire time because Use, basically now going to this last stock, Use has no adaptation whatsoever for what to expect out of Hazard's Katars.
Do you think he's been saving it for the last
I
stock?
really do. But also it seems like Use is like, well, you haven't seen my bow at all because now Use is using bow in the last stock as well. So definitely two players pulling out their trump card early on here.
Right.
We're just going to have to see who can actually make the most of it.
Oh, the side stick not connecting there, but the follow-up
this is
is
scary.
enough. Hazard able to make it back on stage, and Use is just waiting patiently, trying to punish, unable to connect.
Oh, I can feel the energy, man.
yeah.
I can feel it. I'm over here stressing.
Listen, these two players are playing real carefully
Nice
right
recovery.
now. Nobody's overextending. They're just playing it real tight and real close.
Oh, you big headlight. Not enough.
A little bit of offstage control there. Hazard able to make it back.
That was such a good move by Use. I thought Use was going to overextend and go for the unarmed edge guard right there, which Hazard was definitely baiting. Notice how Hazard keeps falling off the edge. Hazard is so good at baiting.
Yeah.
And then Hazard hits that spot dodge into then the GCD line. Oh! What you know about the Vector D-Sig, man?
That's the third time we've seen that one.
That is.
Yeah, he's been hitting them pretty consistently. I think Hazard's got to pick up on that.
And again, Use did not use a single signature move last time they used Vector. And we got
Really?
like 6 that time.
Okay. He's getting a lot more comfortable, I feel like, and maybe he's got the read on Hazard in game 1.
Wow. And now the question is, looking back at these replays, yeah, I mean, they seem pretty even at the end, but ultimately, I feel like Use had the advantage the entire time.
All right. Stats coming up. It's Fiend and Kyna.
That was a good match.
Yeah.
That
Use
was
taking
that
game
was a really
1.
good match.
Wasn't expecting that, to be honest, but like I said, I think this is going to be a close one.
Oh, okay. Overall, now we are going to be rotating into our next match, game number 2 for Use against Hazard. Remember, it is a best of 5, and I love this switch for Hazard going into Sentinel.
Great pick. Sticking with the Katars, but answering back with that hammer.
Exactly. And what we've seen, especially with Hammer against Lance, is
Oh,
just like
look at that, yeah.
It's one of the most long-range weapons in the game, but also between D-Light and then N-Light and then Dare, it forces opponents to not stay stacked on top of you.
I'm going to predict a lot of nairs coming out from Hazard as well,
Okay.
as those beautiful side airs that just slap you across the map.
Okay.
You know what I mean? We've seen Use play a little more aerial with that Lance, so I feel like the hammer is the counter to that. But Use picking up that bow already.
What is this Sentinel skin? This is awesome. Looks like a OG cyberpunk Superstar? I've never seen that.
I don't know the name, but I know this one's got real mean guitars.
That's dope. Oh, I can't wait. Now you got me excited. Hazard might not need the guitars though. But I guess we'll have to see what happens in this aspect though. All right, so Use looking for it right
punish
now.
with the side sig over there.
Okay, waiting for his opportunity.
Use playing really patient right now.
Yeah, it's
and
good.
just kind of baiting it out and just letting Use whiff and then hitting with the hammer. And there it is. Hazard taking stock 1, but he's not too far behind.
What an end sig. And that's okay. Again, I love the switch to this because Hazard realized, like, okay, I'm done really good with guitars, not only in this match, but this entire tournament. And why not choose a guitar legend that has the most defense for me out of my entire kit? Now, the key is, though, is Hazard going to... Oh, there's the read. That's exactly what I was talking about. Was Hazard going to be able to find the reads to keep Use out of that comfort zone with Lance?
Use hasn't been able to confirm the KO just yet, and I think Hazard's just playing a little more safely. There it is. He was not able to build up the damage as I thought he would, you know, especially because he's playing a little more reserved in the second stock, picking up that hammer, spacing out a little more, and that's what I'm going to want to see more from Hazard to kind of take this game. Because remember, he is down a game right now in this best of 5.
Absolutely, and this is where I think Hazard's going to thrive as the guitars. Finally, Hazard is committing to using the guitars, and what it does is it allows so much damage buildup. But a thing that's different about Sentinel's guitars compared to most guitars is that end sig. That end sig comes to play on such great reads.
Yeah.
And look at Hazard. Okay, doing such a good vet move, right? We talked about it. Yes, that sig's good.
Ooh,
but if you build up damage with guitars, it's so easy to confirm the KO with hammer rather than anything else.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, I do feel like Use has the read on Hazard's guitars. You know, so I want to see Hazard pick up that hammer and kind of switch it up a little.
That was such a beautiful recovery. Okay.
That character change. Ooh, unable to connect with that down sig. They're still pretty neck and neck. Use picking up that neutral air. Hazard without a weapon right now.
Oh, man.
Getting punished.
Use is feeling good again.
Ooh, the recovery doesn't connect, but the big side air does.
All right. Okay. If you are a Hazard fan right now, you need to pray that Hazard hits one of those amazing guitar reads off the dodge to build up a ton of damage here, because Use has definitely got a very good vision aspect on Hazard's gameplay.
Nice little nair. I think it's going to be tough, Rain. I think Use is going to play a little more safely right now.
Look at it.
He is afraid of those guitar reads right now because he's up a game. Why do you want to overextend yourself when you're in the lead?
Oh, speaking of overextension, that might have been
barely made it back.
Oh.
Nice. Beautiful ground pound there from Use.
I still can't get over. I never knew that Sig did that.
Yeah.
That'll like react with the environment. That's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Okay. Hazard is able to confirm the KO. Use is now in a position still with a bit of advantage, but Hazard is still not out of this whatsoever right now. Hazard's starting to realize that the utilization of these nairs and perfect punishments is going to have to be the key here. Oh, no.
Listen, coming into this third stock, Use has just showed absolute dominance with that lance. I mean, he's getting reads, he's getting stage control, but Hazard has been able to answer back. It's not enough, though. Hazard without a weapon, great ground pound. Use takes game 2 out of 5. Ooh.
That was a dunk.
Yeah.
That might have been our first Lance dunk of the day.
I felt that one.
That did. I'm hurting.
Yeah.
A little bit of heartburn, indigestion.
Man, that Lance ground pound just hits so hard.
It does. You know what? Every time, too, you're like, you know it's coming, and then you're like, oh, I bet I could dodge it. No.
Big Shaq
you
dunk
can't.
right there.
I'm breaking the bag for you. All right, so here we go. Looking at the last replay here, and there it is again. Slow motion slam, sending them back down into the depths of Valhalla.
So if we take a look at these damage stats, which I think are from Fiend and Kyna.
Again, an amazing game.
Right.
I understand why we keep looking at it, because the game was so good.
Right, and you know, we take a look. It's obvious that players are favoring their weapon, right?
Yep.
I mean, I'm definitely interested to see what goes on with Hazard. Is he going to stick with the Sentinel? Is he going to favor that hammer? Or is he going to stick with guitars, which I feel like Use has kind of got the read on him for that.
I feel like if we know Hazard well enough, right? Remember, Hazard went down 0-2 earlier on in the game. I feel like Hazard's going to do another complete shakeup. Oh, well,
Rain.
That's a shakeup.
Rain.
That is a
you called
shakeup.
it. You called it.
That's a shakeup.
Hazard on that Pearl, the Kaya.
Dude, how many different weapons is Hazard good with? I mean, this is getting pretty impressive at this point.
Yeah, sticking with the bow.
Yep.
Have we seen Hazard's bow yet? And the spear. Now, I think
we
this
have
is
not seen the bow.
I think this is a great play. I think
Yeah.
this is a great play. I want to see a lot of spear. I want to see that coverage. Answer back to use as lance.
Yep. And what this is going to do is it's going to create a lot more space for Hazard to build up damage without having to fully commit inside of Yu's, nair zones.
Right,
with
and especially with that bow,
weapons.
too. Coming into this game, remember, Hazard is down
Oh!
2-0. Big ground pound.
Yeah, this is big. I mean, this is it. Loser side right now. So, like, if Hazard loses Hazard out of the tournament,
Yeah.
Yus will be moving on. And I believe that is going to be a little bit of an upset if that does happen. But
Both
you
players
know,
on bow.
As casters, sirs, we don't show favoritism to players.
No, never.
But I'll
what
tell
are
you
you
right
talking
now-
about? Me favor someone?
I will show favoritism to a legend. I'm not afraid to admit it. Team Vector on top.
I
Now,
am
if
a big
Hazard
Kaya
pulls out
fan.
Vector, I'll be excited. Oh, you're a Kai fan, huh?
I mean, I do like Kaya. It's two great weapons, bow and spear. And hey, don't we have the Kaya bundle available right
We
now?
do.
On Amazon
we do.
Prime?
If you have Amazon Prime, right now you can actually hit that little crown in the top right corner of your broadcast, and then you can just scroll down. You can claim a code for free. You get a Kai skin for free.
Yeah,
You get the
brawlhalla.com/prime.
Legend Kai. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Tell me another fighting game that does that.
I don't know, but man, I just, two of my favorite weapons right now. You've got the complete aerial control with spear, and then bow, great for spacing.
Yep, and we are seeing Hazard actually having an advantage here. I think this is
Decent
the
lead.
entire and first advantage we've seen thus far throughout the entire tournament.
Speaking of that advantage,
I mean, it's still technically there, like by a smidge of color.
remember, at the end of the day, though, Yus is up 2-0.
Yeah.
So he might not have the advantage in this game, but he's definitely got the advantage in the set. And it is a best of 5, so if Yus wins this, he's going to take the set.
Yeah, and I think this is definitely going to tell us right now within this stock number 2 if Hazard even has an opportunity to bring this one back.
Yeah, I mean, he's played great, but being down 2-0 in game 3 is a tough place.
It's tough, and it's so hard to come back. Doesn't matter who you are,
Yeah.
where you are, what you're doing. The nerves are starting to kick in. These players have been playing this tournament for hours at this point now.
Right. I mean,
and
you're
it's
at
just-
losers quarterfinal right now. I mean,
Exactly.
you need the stamina. You need to.
All right, Yus looking for the opportunity to come back in this matchup. Still getting a decent amount of damage here, but Hazard, kind of the story of the game thus far, has not been able to confirm these KOs. Kind of fishing for a little bit of these N-Sigs with Kaya here. Delight recovery still is not enough there, though. Do you know how much defense Vector has?
No, but I think it's pretty decent.
It's probably a lot because he's like a robot.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, I don't know, right?
I think.
I mean, Magar's technically 100 souls, right?
it's a lot of defense.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
Hey, good little unarmed from Hazard over here, and looks like he might be wanting to finish the stock unarmed, but no, he picks up that spear. It's not enough, though. Yus has a little bit of a damage lead right now.
It's something that's kind of bothering me right now is like Hazard doesn't. Oh, what a nice side light into this right there. Hazard's not doing D-light with spear.
Yeah, I mean, Ray, it's game 3.
no.
He's 2 games down.
Oh, no.
He's gonna want to play a little safely, right? You can't risk it all when you're coming down 2-0,
Yep.
which is a bad place to
Yep.
be.
But just like that, though, this advantage that basically Hazard had an entire stock lead has pretty much disappeared at this point. Both players now in the deep red on stock number 2, but Hazard has to find a way. It is possible. Still not enough. Wow.
It's even. I really want to see Hazard get this just so he stays in this best of 5.
Yeah.
Ooh, beautiful little
what?
weapon throw to interrupt. And the answer back with the uppercut. Yus getting it, but it's not enough to send both of these players in that deep, deep barbecue red. And Yus loses the stock first.
Wow.
Hazard with a slight
Wow.
lead, but honestly, I don't think he's too far behind.
Dude, Pearl Sigs are so cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was
I mean, I
awesome.
feel like they're quick, great coverage as well.
Put him in a bubble and just launch. I've never played Pearl. That's pretty cool.
Really?
Yeah, I've never played Pearl before. I'm going to have to, though. Here we go, 1-1. Yus going against Hazard here, though, and we're neck and neck. We got to see how much gas does Hazard have left in the tank. How bad does Hazard want to win this match? And is this finally Yus' time to shine
I
and
think
pop
so.
off in South America? Yus has something to prove. Vector's not a good legend. It's not viable. His sick kid isn't well.
Beautiful, beautiful control by Yus. I mean, look at those nairs he's just throwing out, grounded, up above. I mean, it's absolute stage control with that.
I think Yus is here to prove a point.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, Hazard answering back, though.
read?
The
Oh, no,
signature
that's
doesn't
it.
connect.
Wait,
Yus with the
wait,
follow-up.
wait. Oh, what a weapon
Hazard
throw!
able to make it back.
Oh, my. I smell Sig.
Oh,
I
side
smell
Sig.
it. Oh, man. All right, use. Can use. Finish off this KO. Hazard right now has to find a way, literally on their last leg in this opportunity to move on. At one D-light, Use is jumping every single time. Hazard just does one D-light here. Hazard can literally hit the read on the dodge.
Ooh, recovery. He was able to make it back. Maybe a nice little Sig.
Oh,
beautiful. Hazard's still in it. Can Use make it back? Oh, barely with the dodge. The offstage.
Oh, recovery.
Uppercut.
Oh.
Come on.
Ah, wow, they barely missed. Are you kidding me? What the frames?
Oh, beautiful
Hazard's
Sig by
not
Hazard.
out.
Hazard takes
Hazard's
game
not out.
3. He's still in it.
Can you believe that?
I loved it. And that's those signatures you were talking about. Just quick firing neutral Sig just to take the stock at the end right there.
Hazard's not out.
Beautiful. GC side Sig for the first stock. Another great down Sig over there for the second. And there it is. Beautiful neutral Sig coming out for the third.
I can't believe it.
That's great. Hazard's in it. Hazard's in it. And hey, 1v1 champion.
Oh my gosh. This is amazing.
Predictions for game 4?
I mean, you know what? I'll say Hazard. Screw it. I'll say Hazard.
Really? Okay.
I will just because I feel like the momentum shift with that is like the mental of Hazard clearly is like just a fortress that is impenetrable.
So you're predicting a reverse right now.
I'm predicting we go to game 5. That's what I'll say.
Okay, fair enough.
That's what I'll say. What's your prediction?
I think Use might. I think Use might edge it out. Hazard had a great game and has played amazing in the set, but I think Use is hungry and he wants it. I mean, look at it. He's coming out strong early on. A lot of stage control. I think Hazard just got the reads on him with Kaya, and there it is. Use just punishing him.
All right, and Use finally, I feel like, was waiting to do that read a lot because Hazard just kept doing the jump out of the initial contact every time. But every single way that you look at this, if you play against Lance, the last thing you want to do is get red into that double stare off stage.
Ooh, beautiful wake-up option there.
Tough.
And this is it, right? Hazard maybe got that game because he switched it up with the Pearl pick, but Use got the read on him. I think Use is just going to control right now. He's picking up damage. Great read again. Ooh, down air did not connect there.
Use looks so good.
I know.
Use looks so good.
Dude, this
right
is
now.
the best he's looked in the entire set.
I mean, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Not only from like a play standpoint. I mean, look at the combo.
Amazing.
Ow!
Amazing.
With the skin too, and
These
just
weapon drops.
Dude, styling.
Yeah.
You ever seen a Vector look this good?
I know someone switching to Vector after this.
I'll tell you what. I guarantee, whatever the player it is for Vector, it's going up by at least some percentage.
So am I going to see a lot more Vector play coming from you then?
I mean, I think what we need for this is next time around that
Beautiful
stream,
D-Sig connects.
that was crazy. 3-1. 3-1. How about this, Sirs? Can we get a commitment on the next time you're doing your ranked grind on the Friday Dev stream? Can we get a Vector-only Friday?
Vector-only Friday.
Vector-only Friday.
That's a lot, man. I can give you a couple games.
Okay.
I can give you a couple.
We'll
Vectors.
take it. Team Vector approves of your
I do like
there.
Vector. I like Lance. I like that bow. Here it is. I think Yu's kind of going for that restock, man.
Yeah. That's
And it's totally possible.
tough.
He's building up that damage. He's playing super carefully in this last stock. If he wins this, he's taking the set.
Okay.
Ooh. Nice
Okay.
little-
It's not over. It's not
Nice
over.
little spacing piece right
Yep,
there.
little D-light, N-light. Okay. Confirms KO. All right. 2 stock to 1 stock. Hazard is definitely in a tough position, but we've seen so many
I
crazy
mean, look
things
at this
happen.
unarmed dominance. He's not giving up.
I'm loving it.
I mean, the mental that he after taking that L in the last game, he's just coming back. If anything, dude, that just made him stronger.
Use is doing a statement now. I mean, look at this. Oh, going for side stick. Okay.
Ooh, cheeky.
Hazard's got to find the reads here.
Yeah.
Nice.
And he's finding them. Look at that. Beautiful options.
Nice.
Come on. Ooh. Great play by Hazard. What a read.
That's it.
What a read for the neutral sig on the last stock. Wow, GG. Yu's taking the loser's quarterfinal. Look at the damage. 503-316. That was a great end.
That was insane.
Yeah, I did not see that coming. I mean, let's take a look again. He's got the beautiful GC D-Sig right there. And the amazing neutral sig read. Hazard trying to make it back. He just had the read on him.
It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. You guys obviously tell from our reactions right there that that took us definitely by surprise within that matchup. That was incredible. Sirs,
Great play. Great
we
play.
have had some amazing matches that we've seen thus far.
No
and
doubt.
some fantastic players. Sirs, give a little bit of your final thoughts on this
You know, I
and
think
kinda what you
what
like so
we've seen
much.
today, I mean, the losers run, the winners run. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I think South America is the most exciting region.
Yeah.
I mean, we see great gameplay, we see great aggression, great stage control and dominance from all the players.
Yeah.
And, you know, it just leads to some amazing games that go all the way to Game 5.
Yeah. Yep. It's been incredible.
Yeah, now I will say my predictions aren't doing too well, Rain. But you know what? As long as Sparky takes that L2, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, you know what? I think if we go back and look at it, you know, use hashtag BHEsports. Let
Yep.
us know how your predictions are doing out there. And, you know, we are very excited to see how everyone is doing. Surus, ultimately, I think our predictions aren't doing too hot.
You know, at the end of the day, Rain, I'm here for one thing and one thing only, and that's great Brawlhalla gameplay. And we've had a bunch of it tonight, and we've got a lot more coming up. We've got a short little break right now, but stay tuned. We've got a lot more action after this. Thanks for watching.
What's up, Brawlhalla, and welcome back. It's time for top 4 of the South American Winter Championship 1v1. I'm Foda, and joined with me as we pan over to Taza. We're going to take you through a fun adventure here.
Yes, we are. Foda, I'm so excited.
I'm so excited, dude.
Sparky is back for the casting desk, and that means that it's so easy for me to know who's not going to be in top 3 and in what order.
Shots fired. Oh, my God.
I've been
Shots
so
fired.
happy about that. It just makes the whole prediction argument so much easier. Meanwhile, Duke is over here being like, yep, this is exactly what I expected. And it is, because he is poised to have all 3 of his predictions in top 3 on winner's side.
I think he got,
No,
for South American doubles,
Yeah.
he got 100%. He
Did
got
he actually?
every player in order. He got the double-double, the perfect.
I wasn't as excited then because Sparky wasn't here, so I
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's actually really impressive considering how predictions go. But
no one even saw it. No one
Power
cares.
Ranger and Wes
Yeah.
are in winners finals, and Fiend. I mean, I
Fiend!
exactly. That's exactly the reaction I was looking
The
for.
man!
Fiend knocking down Kyna is going up against Hughes, and South America gets more and more fun to watch in singles every time that I
Yep.
see them. I am the biggest Hughes fan because it's that simple. You lock in Vector.
Ooh.
That's all.
We're gonna be at odds
that's all
in
I
that
need to-
losers match.
That's all I need to see. Meanwhile, actually, Volkov has been getting picked as well. So you know what? Honestly,
It's a whole new world.
yeah, all these I say new legends, but they're new words. We just haven't really been able to see them locked in as
It's
our
a
first
whole
pick.
new world out
So
here.
this is going to be great. I mean, what else is there to say? We've got.
It's an awesome top 4, dude.
Yeah.
Power Ranger and West. They won doubles together, and it's
They
only
did.
fitting that they're sitting here in winners final right now. They really are
Yeah.
dominating their region.
And these are the toughest 1v1s to call as well.
Yeah.
When you've got your doubles partner who you're probably sparring with all the time in preparation for these things. And
Yeah.
it's like you could look at previous results history and how these two players do overall, but when they fight against each other.
It's kind of crazy. They
like,
really are the best.
it's like
in
watching
their
Acno
region.
and Blaze in EU now, where Blaze could just knock down Acno
It
into
could
the lower
and
bracket.
it's happened before. It's
so-
not a perfect record.
So
I
yeah.
mean, look, and plus with Fiend and Hughes down there,
Mm-hmm.
either one of them could take on. I mean, it's going to be Fiend, but either one of them.
Hey, I'm excited for whatever the outcome is, right? Because if
That's
Hughes
gonna be
wins,
fun.
we get Vector in top 3. But if Fiend wins, then Duke gets validated. You know, that's going to be so. But that's all that matters right now to keep the Sparky curse going alive, because it just makes things so much funnier when I can type in all caps in Twitch chat after he says something. That's all I'm really looking for.
I do see you type it in Twitch chat.
Yeah,
I do
hey.
be seeing you type it in Twitch chat.
Keeps it easy.
All right,
All right.
ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is the winner's final match between Power Ranger and West. They're the only 2 players left in this entire tournament that haven't lost a match yet. Only one of them will win this one, and they'll earn a ticket into grand finals. That's a guaranteed top 2 position. That's guaranteed thousands of dollars, like actually thousands of dollars
Yes, it is.
on the line for this single match here, and it's against their friend. I mean, these guys are homies.
Yeah.
They're not only are they teammates, but they're good friends as well. But not today. Not right now, anyway.
They're also just
they are at odds.
Killer competitors. You're talking about thousands. Both of them are over 30.
That's right. They have each earned over 30,000. And that's pretty recent. That's like the
Yeah.
last 2 years of competition
Holy
for
cow.
these guys.
Man, 20 top. That is just absolutely crazy. Yeah, so looking at the lifetime score, 2-4.
Yeah, so this could go either way. It's 2-4, but remember, Power Ranger won the most recent one between the two,
That's
and
right.
that was grand finals
Yeah.
of the World Championship.
Yeah. It's easy for me to remember because when Duke makes these predictions, he just looks at the
It
last
all goes
tournament.
back to Duke being wrong, I think. That's
Well, Sparky being wrong and Duke being right, because when Duke makes these
Okay,
predictions,
right,
when Duke
right.
makes them, he just looks at the last bracket and he's go, well, Power Ranger was in first, so he's going to be in first again. I'm like, yes, that's probably a reliable
smart.
bet to make.
That's smart, but less fun.
It is. That is true.
I
That's
appreciate
true. That's
Sparky's wild attitude when it comes to the predictions.
Well, the thing that's wild between both of these analysts, these predictions,
Yes.
right, is that they both had Wes at second. And I was over there sitting at my desk looking at the computer going,
It's
what?
obviously going to be Fiend first. Okay, well,
Oh,
look.
okay, that's not what I was expecting.
Let's skip that. Here we go. Power
Okay,
Ranger
all right.
versus West. Winners final. It's going down right now.
All right, and there's the Volkov for game number 1 going against Power Ranger on the Koji as we're going into this best of 5. Down air recovery coming through.
This is not the two legends I anticipated them fighting each other with, but I guess it makes sense. They were using it earlier in the tournament, so it totally makes sense.
Yep.
It's not weird, but like, where's Macho Man? You
Right,
know,
right.
where's the Lance? Like they've been going. In fact, we just watched these two spar each other on the esports dev stream when we did Power Rangers feature. Wes came in and he was like, hey, can I get in on this? And Power Ranger was like, of course, bro. And I was like, of course. And then we set up a whole new lobby for a show match between these two. Now, Wes came out on top in the show match, but anything could happen.
Well, so far what's happening right now is Power Rangers making Wes probably think twice about the Volkov pick, but the first stock's yet to fly with that haymaker. Wes has an opportunity to get an edge guard here. Nice job dodging over the down. Okay, wow,
I think he wanted to grab that weapon before he dashed over, I think. But hey, he's doing fine. Power Ranger disarmed. Wesley looking for oh no, Power Ranger a little too evasive.
The neutral out of
evading
fear.
his way off the stage and couldn't get back to the wall.
Yeah, I was very surprised that he didn't drift
He
from that.
scared him
but,
off, dude. Oh, but a quick follow-up, and Power Ranger
classic.
equalizes immediately. I mean, actually equal. There is no damage on either of these stocks.
Although, I'll, at the end of the day, I'll put the winner of that stock exchange over to Wes because he was at a pretty significant damage deficit there. And Power Ranger is once again winning a lot of these neutral exchanges, and it came up to Wes. Oh wow, Power Ranger is getting a lot of these neutral sig, side sig off of these side lights and neutral lights, just catching Wes off guard, being like, I don't think you're going to dodge in a certain way.
I think that's the name of the game when you're fighting against your teammate and your sparring partner. Is now the way you win is by being unpredictable. They spend all this time generating synergy between each other so that they can know exactly what the other person intends to do with their attacks. And then when they fight each other, they have to try to get rid of all of that. And I know you know what I'm going to do, so I'm going to try and
There was a
mix that
funny
up.
moment as you were talking about that where Power Ranger landed with the Sarah in the wrong direction, and it looked really silly because it didn't work, but I'm pretty sure he was reading that Wes was
He
going to
just
dodge
wanted
it.
exactly. He's trying. He knows that he's like Power Ranger's going to try to do something wacky here, so I'm going to reverse this. Even though the obvious play is for me to hit this to the right, I'm going to go to the left because I feel like he's going to try and mix me up. And the level of mind games that must be happening with these two being regular spot. What the heck is that? Like that. That was wild.
I know. Okay,
What?
nicely
On the
done.
ground?
Wow.
He bounced him on the ground and still KO'd off the top. That's big damage.
Yeah, flying with that side stick to be able to catch him there.
Oh.
And now,
That was a sick wake up from Power Ranger. Wes is lucky that he was just barely over the stage because that would have knocked out.
We're talking about this so much, but there was a downlight into because you know he didn't get it perfectly, so he waits out the dodge and then he gets the uppercut to get him off the top of the stage, and now it's dead even game. And we've seen twice now where I'm pretty sure Power Ranger's up 100 damage in this game, but he has been behind on the stock count every single time because Wes has just been closing out a little bit earlier. Let's see if that changes here in this final stock, because if it doesn't, Wes is going to be winning game 1.
He bet a lot on that one, and he paid a price, man. Wes in orange, near red. That nearly got the KO. Power Rangers so far ahead. How could Wes possibly bring it back from this? This is looking like Power Rangers' game. Wes gets rid of his axe.
Let's see.
Here comes the scythe, and immediately
Okay, doesn't get a punish off it, but
Wait
the
a second,
side
wait a
light puts him
second.
off
He's catching up, though. He's catching up.
West with these signatures is just so
no!
unpredictable.
Power Rangers got to close out
Oh,
this
he's only
stock, but
jumps.
West just keeps landing attacks.
Oh,
West,
beautiful.
Power Ranger was so far ahead a second ago.
What?
Really betting on that
I
down
can't-
signature.
What is it about people that play Koji that do down signature? Like the worst.
Dude,
It's like last
you
stock
catch him by
red.
surprise. Oh, he got him.
Oh, and he gets
got
the
him.
weapon
Power
throw.
Ranger wins. You see that quick little dash dance
Yeah.
taunt there?
And there he was, up a good 150 damage. You could have fooled me because, man, look at how damaged West was on that stock, and then this stock, right? West
Yeah.
is like super damaged, always getting those first stocks, but at the very end here, this edge guard with the weapon throw, I think, off the Sair. Yeah, this was great. Power Ranger was, it looks
This is
like
perfectly positioned.
It
I mean,
looks like he's standing still doing nothing. I guarantee you, he is like waiting to
Yeah.
react
Time it
at
out perfectly.
moment's notice for that weapon throw, and he got it.
Well,
there.
he really had him in a checkmate there. The
Mm-hmm.
West didn't have any other options except to try and get back to the stage as best as he can.
Right.
He didn't have any room to like fade away or juke him or anything. He just had to get back to the stage. Power Ranger knew that all he needed to do was time it out perfectly, get that checkmate. Usually a ground pound, but weapon throw works
Yeah.
just as well.
Yeah.
He even spaced it out really far,
Mm-hmm.
and that actually works because airtime is another factor in how hard a weapon's going to hit. It's
Oh, that's a
not
good
just
point.
the velocity,
That's a good point.
it's also the airtime. And Power Ranger had a great sense of that as he jumped really high up to get that last weapon throw. Anyway, on to the next game here. Wesley is dominating.
Yes, he
Power
is.
Ranger kind of in trouble here, but it's a really small stage, so like comebacks can happen big time
Ooh,
at a
and
stage
that
like this.
side air.
Uh-oh. Well, hopefully he can get the comeback because West took that stock
Yeah.
early. He's chilling out at yellow damage right now.
Oh,
With the-
that's so-
what?
that was so
Wait,
cool.
That
Okay.
was a true combo. If you land, did you know Volkov down sig? If you land that while they're grounded, true combos into neutral light, gravity cancel neutral light.
Well, it is so interesting because when he uses the signature.
Uh-oh, Power Ranger might be in trouble. Wait a second.
What?
Oh, this
What?
is bad. This is bad. Okay, he got the reverse. Can he catch him here, Wesley?
Oh,
Whoa!
no way. Uses the longest charge that you could get off a gravity cancel that they get the aerial property, and then the nair on the fade back because I was like, I'm not sure if he could drift.
That's 2 stocks ahead.
Wes, you are
Wes
destroying.
is crushing it right now.
But like, I'm still like, wow. So I don't think he could have drifted that far with the side stick, but because he hit the nair, he got the chase dodge, and then he converted to the knockout. He is just going. Look at that. He misses the side stick, but he has enough time to input a landing dare before he lands, so he doesn't have to do any other movement option. He's been catching Power Ranger off guard with all of his attacks.
That's probably why he's using it in neutral so often here. He's like mixing him up with it. Oh man, that was a hope and a prayer, but no punish, so he's good. Oh man, Wes is
Okay.
really running away with this. What?
That was pretty cool.
Whoa, that could have
That
worked.
almost, I think he was trying to catch him from behind.
Yeah,
and then
yeah. I did not. That could totally work.
There's so much
Dude,
Volkov
Wes
tech
is-
that we'd have no idea.
Yeah, well, Wes he's pioneering right now. He is developing the meta single-handedly. You best believe you're gonna find that in rank tomorrow.
Oh, his dodge gone.
If you're at 2100 plus elo, you're gonna see that in rank tomorrow.
The only thing that I'm waiting for Wes here is that like long-winded down sig where it does like the 3 downwards
Oh,
hits.
that's game.
Although that neutral sig is great too. Wow.
West completely dominated that match against Power Ranger, which ties up the set now 1-1. Remember that Power Ranger won that last game?
That's
you know,
right.
I know it might not look like it with how that game went, but the first match, Power Ranger did win it. And we're going right into the second match here pretty quickly. Here
Wes
we
has
go.
had some phenomenal gravity cancel neutralites on the axe where he's just catching Power Ranger where he's drifting, and that's normally a maneuver that I would be like, gauntlets, I know Val players love to do that a lot, any sword player in general, but on axe, I don't see that quite as often as Wes has been succeeding with that in this game, and that's been
Well,
very
and
cool.
it recently got nerfed, didn't it, in the last balance patch? The amount that you can drift while doing those moves, specifically the down air. That changed recently for the worse. And still, Wes drifting around. Like
it's just one of those things that when you use it, you have to be extra intentional about it now. Right?
Yeah.
So you don't get that like the error correction after the move's been inputted quite as much. And Wes is showing that he's whoa, that dodge was close. If Power Ranger held that side stick a little bit longer, that could have been bad news.
Great punish from Power Ranger on Wes's whiffed neutral sig. And ooh, big dodge. Power Ranger going for the killing blow.
Oh,
Whoa, Wes,
he went for the ground pound.
I can't believe Wes tried that. I mean, it worked. It didn't work, but he didn't get hurt for it. He didn't get punished for it, at least.
it counts as working if you didn't get hurt.
That's what I mean. Whoa! I blinked. Power Ranger's dead.
Gone. We literally like looked at each other and we were just like, oh,
And then someone, yeah. But
Pretty
dude, look at
ineffective.
Wes. He is really going for that down sig in neutral, and it's working. He very rarely gets punished from it. And I wonder, It's just Power Rangers unfamiliar with where that is. I sure would be. If someone was pulling that off on me, I wouldn't know how to punish
That's
it.
big.
Okay, Power Ranger equalizes just in time. He didn't take too much damage. He's doing okay.
Oh. Let's see. Weapon perfect spawn for Wes. And Wes has, since game number 1, been keeping a lead even when the stocks get equalized there. Puts that out. Oh, that sidelight's there. No
Oh my
way.
God.
Okay,
Okay,
Power
he
Rangers
got it.
dodging through now.
Yeah, and he got a neutral light punish. It's a small punish, but it's a punish. And at least Wes isn't getting away with murder here.
Ooh. Nice dash jump pivot side. Okay, that comes pretty close. I don't believe it has quite an overhead part of the swing, otherwise that move would be really broken. So Power Rangers starting to jump above Wes, but Wes, we saw in the previous game, caught Power Ranger off guard with the neutral sig on Axe, which has those upwards hitting moves, and he just swipes twice. And you could get him with that again. Down here on the scythe, comes picked up here. We haven't seen him use the scythe down sig too much, which was kind of like what I feel like Volkov was looked at. He's really been trying to get that side sig to work. There it is.
Yeah. But that axe down sig is like, I'm learning something about this game while watching Wes use that move. That's crazy. All right, well, not helping him that much here as he's down to his final stock in this game. Power Ranger taking a lead, but not by much. In fact, equalized. Equalized already.
You just had to say something. There we go.
He's still in the lead. Look at the shade of yellow on Wes's health. It's a little bit. Power Ranger is technically winning right now.
Oh, wow. Power Ranger was so patient with that weapon.
Dude, he had to dodge like 8 attacks to grab that weapon.
I can't believe
Wes was guarding it perfectly.
And he got through unscathed and with a few sidelights to boot. But there, Wes is starting to, oh, that was 4 hits. Side stick comes through, and he doesn't get the downward swipe on it. And now
this is getting dangerous, man. Look at their health. They're both at their final stocks. They're both getting real damage here. Wes starting to pull ahead. Power Ranger returning fire.
I can't believe
dodge.
that had to have been like right when the dodge came off cooldown.
That's anyone's game, man. It's going to happen in the next moment. What's it going to be? Is that enough? No. But Wes gets disarmed. That's big. Keeping him away from that weapon. Wes. Is he going to steal the weapon? No, he just leaves it there.
He falls right on it without even dodging.
He left the weapon for... Oh, my... I thought Power Ranger would wait. Yes, he gets it. Power Ranger stealing game 3 away from Wes. Now ahead in the set, 2-1. That means Power Ranger only needs one more game for his ticket to grand finals.
I love head-to-head matchups like this with 2 players that are so used to playing against each other, because at the very end there, when Wes went to grab the weapon, he literally just fast fell down, and he didn't dodge or anything, because when you're that used to each other, you're looking for something to react to, and if you just don't give anybody a dodge input or a jump, you're just like, I just went and I grabbed it. You're like, you really did nothing? That was the play. It was a very intentional.
He threw rock twice in a row. Who does that?
And Power Ranger still comes out on top, but still, I like seeing the way that they play the weapon starve minigame is so fascinating. Like Power Ranger dodging the 8 attacks, not getting hit once.
Wes was really guarding that weapon there, and then Power Ranger just kind of let it go. Luckily, didn't cause him any trouble there, as he just closed it out anyway.
It's match point, and that's looking great for Power Ranger. One more game, and he's in grand finals.
That's a big deal. Oh, why? Wait a second. He bails out of the combo a little early there. That's an early stock. 19-second KO. Oh, my gosh. Wes just really taking charge of this game.
That is like the one case scenario that Signature was designed for. it's like, oh, neutral sig on the end. It's like, I'm going to carry you all the way. Because
the built-in jump also positioning himself perfectly. My goodness.
It doesn't scale super great with the knockback, but doesn't matter if you're in the blast
zone.
If
you're already over there.
Oh, Power Ranger, no way. Power Ranger, no dodge means that Wes goes super deep out there. The sidelight down air hits, weapon throw doesn't get the fade away, and Power Ranger makes it back. But that side sig not hitting means Wes has gotten so much extra credit. Sidelight whiffs, no weapon. Wes covering his head with the nair. He catches it with the second one.
Wait, Wes is in trouble. Oh, man, he was sweating there.
He finally gets
caught the dodge with it. Oh, man, Wes is running away with this.
Again?
Oh, dude.
Okay, and that time
it's looking like a game 5. If I had to guess, I'm thinking it's a game 5.
Wes showed with the scythe neutral sig at the edge where we were like he was trying to catch him from behind. That time he caught him with it in the middle of the stage off the pivot. Oh, that's got to be okay. I thought that was it. There it is.
Power Ranger may as well. Oh no way! No way!
I cannot.
No.
I can't, dude.
No
way! Wait. Where's the replay of that?
We need a replay. We need extra slow-mo, please. Replay with extra slow-mo, please.
I think it was D-Light recovery, stage spike, into ground pound. I'm pretty sure there may have been an extra
step.
We
don't need this.
I mean, it was really cool. It was awesome.
Here it comes. Look at this. Look at this. Slow-mo. Oh, yeah. Nasty.
Down air.
And then the chase dodge up. Touches the wall. Okay. Dodge. Swing up. No, we're going. The next match is ready.
It's
We're
fine,
gonna
it's
miss
fine.
this
We-
slow-mo.
We'll get it at the end.
Tune in to the esports dev stream on Monday to actually watch that in proper slow-mo. We'll hit the ultra slow-mo button. You guys know about the ultra slow-mo button.
Man. You know what I think?
Dude, that was such a
production-
sick play.
Still give it to us at the end. You know, like after the end of the set, we still gotta
If-
watch
if-
that.
if-
Was so
yeah,
sick.
if
Okay, this
possible,
game.
I'd
This
still
game.
like my Big Mac,
It's
yeah.
so close. Game 5. Power Rangers maybe a side air. Okay, now definitely a side air away from losing this. Does he silent him? Okay, it was a little too high in power. Okay, Power Ranger. That's a little wild. Does Wes let him hit the weapon? He does not.
Power Ranger-
Wes! Oh! And
he
that's the
was-
first time we saw that side stick property where he doesn't hold it. He just swings him
Yep.
uppercuts about the top.
And it worked.
Wow. Wes with the Volkov really innovating. I love to see it. Oh, okay. And he gets up the back swing of the neutral.
Oh!
He's so good with that.
That was nasty.
That had to be.
That's why he's playing this legend right now. This tech that this tech he's developed here. This is why he's playing the legend. I'm convinced. It's that down sig and neutral and all the plays he has off of it. The unfamiliarity in how to punish it from all his opponents. He's getting so much mileage off this legend. Oh, can't make it back. No way.
Oh, that dodge was.
He got a little tricky there, and it was pixels away, but there's no way he could make it back. Okay, game 5, right? Power Rangers down by a little bit here, but it's anybody's game.
It's so threatening.
He's low. Yeah, you gotta watch out. I mean, you've got to respect it.
Oh, does Wes starve it? No, Wes opts to guard the weapon spawns with attacks more often than just picking it up itself. Oh, that's brutal. Oh, okay, Power Ranger just staying grounded, ducking underneath.
He can barely punish that signature, dude.
Volkov going on the hunt with a lot of those side sticks. And oh, side lane. Oh, okay, wait. Whoa. Power Ranger almost dodged into that. That was terrifying. Power Ranger just has to get a hold of a weapon. I can't believe
and Wes is
it.
starving him out so perfectly. This is bad news for Power Ranger. He's looking. Where's the weapon? Oh, but Wes
What? How did he know?
He knew exactly what he could feel it.
He was
I mean,
on
the
the
timer
way.
is real. Like when
That's
you're
true.
that familiar with the game, you can kind of anticipate it.
Whoa. This has been a complete wall out of every single idea Power Ranger has
No,
had.
no. Oh, nice dodge from Power Ranger. I didn't think he was going to make it back from that. But an unarmed uppercut finishes him off. Power Ranger on his final stock of the match. Can he bring it back? Or is Wes going to be the one going to grand finals here? And it's looking pretty Wes-tacular right now.
Ooh, down air. Edge guard opportunity. Oh, the recovery, though. Power Ranger could get an early stock. Oh, Wes. Waiting for that weapon spawn to come in. I feel like I have a hunch it's on Power Ranger's side. Well, now it just switched.
Wes
okay.
getting he wants the axe. He wants the, wait, no, it's another
Wes
side.
has such a beautiful hole in that weapon spawn timer, right?
Yeah.
I do not. I
can
clearly
feel it
don't.
in his bones.
But he was ready. He was ready to go into the air where that was, going to be.
Oh, man. Power Rangers gravity cancel down like didn't land. It would have been perfect, but he catches it. Okay, look. He equalized
Last stock.
before it was too late. This is good.
Oh.
This is it. Final stock of the match. Who's going to get it? It's anybody's game here.
Power Ranger's been good to avoid the signature usage from West so far, but that's huge. Side air comes in, side lane
Oh my
nair.
gosh,
no
it's getting
recovery
away
and
from
the
wait,
down
Wes
air.
hasn't taken any damage in this stock. What the heck? Okay, Power Ranger finally breaking the seal on that damage, but he is
Whoa.
basically one hit away from being knocked out right now.
West tried to catch
And
him
it's
on the
not
edge.
looking good for Power Ranger. He's got to play such a nasty stock to come away with this
he did.
victory.
If he had a little bit more momentum on it, maybe he could have caught him over the weapon, but Power Ranger doesn't get hit. Oh, the snare hits. He cannot take another one of those.
Oh, that's it. Wait, no, he touched the wall. He touched the wall.
He can reverse it.
Wow, he's still alive.
Weapon
Power
throw?
Ranger, what a beast.
Nope.
Wait,
Okay,
oh,
there's a
he's
punish.
powered up now. He's powered up. He can't. There's no way he can lose now.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he dodged
Yeah.
again.
Oh,
he dodged again. He's going for
recovery.
the killing blow.
Okay. West,
Okay,
no
relax,
weapon.
relax. Wes has no weapon.
With the dodge
but-
is simultaneous.
Oh, Power Ranger tried to nab it before Wes got it. There's the axe, the cider
That's
to
it.
finish it off. Wes taunting his way into grand finals.
Oh.
GG. Oh my goodness.
What a crazy damage differential at the end, 689 to 492. I can't believe it. West playing beautifully and knocking Power Ranger down to the lower finals as he takes the winner's side of Grands.
Dude, that
securing
last
top
cider?
two.
Wait, can we bring it back? That last cider was
Yes.
so slick because he dash can't. Oh yeah, thank you production.
With us.
Oh,
we
this
get
is
we get
okay.
this.
Yeah, this is actually what we wanted.
Bonus
This is
esports
what we
dev
wanted.
stream right here.
Look at this. Nice and slow now.
Yeah.
Nice and slow. Oh, nice dodge there. But then he comes back up, hits the nair, and then it gets all kinds of spicy as Wes decides, no. 3 stock for the highlight reel.
Got jump.
Dive kick. This is too much. Uppercut off the
Ground
bottom
pound?
of the stage. And he actually lands the ground pound. Come on, dude. That is so. That's a highlight.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a contender for play of the year. I know it's only winter right now. I know we're at the very start of the year, but that could be play of the year.
We've watched a lot of Brawlhalla. Okay, we did not get to see that happen
was
so
crazy.
Flawlessly off of that weapon throw edge guard. That was
the ground pound
beautiful.
didn't even need to land. I think he was done without the ground pound. But
it needed to
for
land.
a true highlight, we needed that
and he
ground
chase
pound.
dodged. I guess he had to. I'm thinking about that. I don't remember if it was last stock situation because I was so focused on the characters. It's like gone in my mind. But he did everything after the highlight to stay alive too. So that was just
that was the 3
done.
stock. That last highlight we watched. That was the 3 stock victory.
That's right.
Whew, man, that was a good one.
There were some victories there where West just
that was so good.
Running.
Look, I want to attribute a lot of that victory to Power Ranger not quite punishing that down sig. The Volkov axe down sig. I got to imagine the Koji sword neutral sig hits that. If he whiffs it and he just catches him with a pivot neutral signature, does it catch? I don't know. I'm asking.
It's interesting.
I'm asking. But
this is like
he
this
got
is
away with that sig.
This is a whole segment. This whole set is a whole segment on the esports dev stream to kind of sit down and look at this and be in the moments.
I need to get in the lab
because there's in those moments where I was like, okay, he's starting to dodge through it. He's walking underneath it because when
the only punish he ever got was a bow neutral light, which is like 3 damage or something.
And
no,
when the
it's more
charge
than
is
that,
being
but-
held, it's not like Volkov is active in Ray the entire time. You can just walk through it. So it was all on West to have the timing to release it and get the hits. But yeah, that's for the punish game. We'll have to see if anybody can figure it out.
In what other winners finals match have you ever seen anyone get away with that many whiff signatures go totally unpunished? That is a very unique situation. Clearly, I mean, he knew what he was doing. He found Volkov, and he was like, "Wait, I got moves off of this."
There's a world.
And Power Ranger had no idea how to punish it, man.
Where Volkov versus Vectors for grand finals. That would be so sick.
Volkov definitely has some punishes for that sig. For sure. That neutral signature will punish that.
That's assuming that Hughes can get past your favorite. I'm just going to say
that's the next match coming up here. You can see it on the screen right now. This is a big one. This is Fiend versus Hughes. Loser semifinals. The loser of this one misses their chance at the podium.
That's right.
Whoever wins this one is automatically in top 3. So this is a really big deal. This is the podium match. And come on, it's Fiend. Hashtag Let's Go Fiend in the chat. I want to see it. I got chat. I can look at chat here. Hashtag Let's Go Fiend. If you're on Team Fiend. Hashtag Taza doesn't know. If you're on Team Hughes, hashtag. Well, let's see what happens. This is a big you versus me on this one, right?
It is.
You're really excited about Hughes.
I'm just excited to see more Hughes. Yes, that's true. Yeah, when it comes to Vector, this is
you're
like
the Hughes. You're representing Team Hughes. I'm representing Team Fiend. Hashtag Let's Go Fiend. Oh, already with the double. Wait, extended. Oh, come on. That's a highlight already.
What?
That's so sick. Dude, Fiend is
recovery
nuts.
ground
Fiend
pounds?
is the greatest player alive.
I can't. I feel like Hughes should have just the stock should have exploded on the
It
spot.
should have, yeah.
the
game should detect when a play is so swag that it should just be over.
We just call over the street ball code and he just bounces off the screen.
Yeah, exactly.
That was crazy.
We need dopeness detection in Brawlhalla because Fiend just broke it. It's off the chart.
It's all right. Credit is due. He got the stock, so he got there eventually. The science that gets it, but my God.
In the highlight, we'll jump cut to that last hit because it's so sick.
All right, Hughes.
All right, here we go.
Let's see if you can stabilize. I mean, I'm still Team Hughes, but honestly, Fiend is
that was nuts. He already stole the hearts of everybody watching.
If I was going to swap 5 seconds into a bet, that's like you do it, Fiend. Oh my goodness. Okay, recovery takes him off the top.
All right, it's all tied up now. Still, you can't take away just how dope that first combo was.
See if we can do it again.
Even if Fiend loses, he already stole the hearts of everyone watching.
Spear comes through. He's trying to get that pivot down. He got a double D-light off of that last time, and he clearly has the mix-up after the chase dodge nair. One nair hits. He chase dodges straight forward. Catches Hughes off guard. The D-light sider goes for the ground pound, and Hughes finally gets something through, but Fiend.
Oh, he went deep. My goodness, he flew up there for that KO, and he got it. Look at his health. Fiend has barely taken any damage yet.
Fiend is destroying Hughes with the spear, hands down. It has been just all spear on Brawlhaven so far, and Hughes with the lance is trying to get some. He's got like a down air at a time this entire game, I feel. Oh,
Ooh,
Fiend, there's no way.
one more? You want to
no
try coming
way
back
you just
up
did that to
here?
him twice.
I did not know that a spear neutral light beat a land side air.
That
I just
effectively?
assume that land side air wins in any horizontal interaction. But Fiend is actually, he knows the matchup perfectly. He knows the matchup so perfectly. Oh my goodness, he's popping off. And all with the spear, you're right.
Okay, he's
get
been
outta
just
here.
like 8 neutralites this stock.
Yeah, he's got this so locked down. Okay, used returning fire, but maybe too little too late as Fiend is just a few hits away from supreme victory here.
Oh, what? Chase dodge. Side air off of unarmed nair.
Oh,
Attack
that's
more
going to
damage,
finish
that's
it.
the stock.
GG, Fiend.
All right.
Showing us what's up. Showing us why he's the
no.
Fiend. Why he's the man
Look
with
at
the
this.
plan.
Look at this. Use dodges around, thinks he's safe. That
Oh,
wasn't.
what a highlight. He actually charged that up
That's
before the
so
weapon throw
good.
even landed. He knew. He had that planned out so far ahead of time. And that's the Fiend styles, dude.
Yeah.
That's like, he's not showing off for the camera. That's just how his brain works.
Right.
I have seen him do that all over the place. Friendlies at lands, he's doing that to people. I mean, you're seeing it here on the biggest stage. This is the most valuable major that has happened in South America, and Fiend's pulling off stuff like this. What a madman. Okay, back to the same map. We're not even switching it up here. Hughes is just going to give it another shot. Now Fiend, he's not buffed by such a sweet highlight on the first stock again. He's got to get another sweet highlight to buff himself.
Although I feel like he's found something that is just critical to taking down Use, and that is
spear neutral light over land side air, yeah?
I mean, even with the bow, though, I'm realizing now that it might just be a Use playstyle thing where he's just like, I just want to touch the stage. He's not dodging to the stage. He's not attacking to the stage, and
Fiend's locking
Fiend just
it out.
keeps poking him away. So now that Use,
Oh,
that's pretty
good.
cool.
And Fiend gets disarmed. This is bad news for Fiend and all Fiend fans, like myself.
Down stick comes in again. Not going to work
sweet
twice.
Dodge.
Fiend ready for it that time. Goes in for the dash jump down air. Use goes all the way to center.
Okay.
You know what? It's a pretty cool charge animation.
Yeah,
you can log
I
in a position.
appreciate seeing it, but it was a crazy thing for Hughes to try.
Yeah.
Good on Fiend for not getting hit by it. How many times have you gotten hit by an obviously long charge signature that has a clear punish, but like, oops, I didn't punish it right?
You ever see the full charge of a Taro side sig and still get hit by it? That's me.
I've been there. I think everybody in chat's been there at least once. And that's why Hughes is trying it.
You just like press dodge in reaction to the sound effect, and you're like,
yeah.
Why haven't I gotten?
That's why Hughes is trying it, because sometimes it works. It looks really silly when it doesn't work, but sometimes you can get it. He's just testing Fiend. He's like, okay, I guess he knows how to punish that one. I won't try that one again for a little bit.
Oh, now he's on the lance. He's gotten downers and deciders. He's looking for the recovery. That's how he got the his last stock on Fiend off the top.
Oh, wait, he can still make it back? Okay, no problem.
Sair? Nope, that's not it. That's
what?
it.
Wait, okay. Hughes got a little too spicy off the corner there. He had a pretty clear path to the wall, but he was like, Fiend will knock me out. If I take the obvious clear path, Fiend might knock me out. So I got to get really tricky on the way back to the stage here, and he ends up just knocking himself out with that one. But he's got Fiend deep in the red. He could equalize at any moment here. Fiend without a spear. No spear. Use guarding the weapon.
Whoa,
lasers. Fiend still okay. Oh, that'll do it. Ooh, completely equalized. Hughes is tied up with Fiend right now.
And he's doing it, you know, I'm saying it, I was about to say he's doing it in a unique way, but really any vector technology at all is pretty unique to my eyes. I haven't seen it that much. I never imagined a bow down signature to be the signature you'd get the most mileage out of his kit with, and he's been doing great with it.
He's doing it in a unique way.
Oh, they've got
I had that loaded for a while. I was just waiting for you to stop talking so I could say that one. All right, here we go. I summoned the will of TWK to say that one.
Right.
Oh,
huge!
Wait a second, he just goes out there for it. Fiend taking the game, now up 2-0 in the set. He just needs one more to move on to the lower finals. top 3 and a chance
I like that we
at
got
grands.
that replay of the fully charged down sig because I didn't catch it the first time around, but Fiend actually got perfectly above his head to get a ground pound as the move was being used so that he could get the recovery afterwards.
Oh.
That was really nicely done.
Look at him just chasing him down.
That's huge. Fiend makes...
He did it perfectly.
Yeah.
You look for that recovery because the recovery attack is what has the most end lag on it. So he's going out there and he's like, as soon as this guy recovers, I'm going to get the knockout. It works for both of the weapons that,
I think you heard me say fully charged Taro side sig.
He was like, he's right. If I'm going to fully charge something, it should be a Taro side sig.
It covers the entirety of this stage.
As long as nobody jumps.
Exactly. All right, well, let's see what he can do with it. It's a completely different weapon pairing for use, and Fiend is like, come on, man. I play in South America. Everybody's got a Taro.
I know what I'm doing out here. Well, we'll see. I mean,
the thing about Taros
it's a pretty
is that,
normal thing that you reach deep into the back pocket when you're down 2-0, and it's just like, I need to switch something up.
Now, is 9 Force Taros on small Brawlhaven a normal thing? Not something everybody wants to be against.
Look, if you, like by the books, that should give you an advantage.
It is
on paper. That's huge.
Ideal. Yes. Oh man, look at the neutral light.
Fiend
like
in trouble.
Red.
He doesn't have a weapon. Use weapon starving Fiend. Fiend not totally unafraid, but maybe needs to be a little bit afraid.
The survivability is very impressive to me after
Nice
stating
dodge.
the stats.
He caught him with the second half. The back part of the breakdance. Oh, doesn't matter. Use taking the first stock. This is the first time he took the first stock.
That's true.
Taro is clearly making the difference here for Use.
Oh,
Volkov, a whimper from Volkov fans in the chat. Oh, no.
Fiend. Okay, this is.
Dude, Use is running out. He's definitely running out.
I haven't seen like a jump war that quick before.
That was intense.
Like they were double jump fast falling so fast.
How many?
I
think you get something like 20-something actions off the side, including jumps and recoveries. And use that up in like 5 seconds.
And Fiend was matching him. He was like, all right.
He was like, yeah. As soon as you're in, I'm ready. That was crazy. All right, stocks tied up. Remember, Fiend only needs to win this one game now to come away with the victory and move on to losers finals. Guaranteed top 3 position and a chance at grands.
Oh, it was a bait. It was a bait all along.
I think he just did it in the wrong direction, but maybe maybe it was a next level bait.
It almost led to a
stop. Oh, that's what he wanted. That's what he wanted from the last. Oh, no. What? That's such an early stock. Dude, there is no worse feeling than getting hit by a hammer ground pound off the side.
Neutral sig into
it's a hammer ground pound. That's a KO at any health, dude. That's,
it's like, that's right. I held left this time.
That's huge for Use. Like, that's huge.
I'm waiting for it. Fiend will lose this stock to a fully charged side sig. Uses in the perfect position. I'm waiting.
Wait, you're right. I'm worried for Fiend. Dude, the weapon throw and the neutral air hit. That's extra damage. That's optimal play from Fiend. Oh, this is really getting away from Fiend. Is this really how it's going to be? He's going to switch to Taros and take out Fiend. There's no justice. I mean, congratulations to Use from taking that
3.
game.
He has to reverse 3-0 with this. And for what it's worth, we did state that you really can't have a bigger advantage statistically than being 9 Force Taros on small brawl.
Yeah.
You really can't.
Fiend takes him to Great Hall after this, and he's donezo.
He's gone.
That was a really optimal neutral signature, like the way it was positioned. Now, are we going to a large stage, or is Fiend like, no, run it back?
This is exceptionally large for singles.
Yeah. Acceptable. Okay, here we go. Game 4. Game 4. Fiend still on game point here, but Use could bring us to a game 5, a real spicy game 5.
D-Light recovery. Every one of these interactions is now so much scarier for Fiend because we saw in the last game, he dodges, but he still gets hit by the backswing. When Fiend went for a pogo off the left side of the stage with Spear, he just got hammer aired for it and he got taken off the top, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's got to be careful with going for these trades.
Dude, Taros aside, Use's hammer is getting work done.
Yes.
This is huge. And I mean, Fiend was really, like, he had no struggle
dodge?
against the
No
bow.
dodge? Oh, he picked
He was pixels away from landing that down light. That would have been the end.
Oh, Use is waiting for a whiff.
Both players damaged.
Oh,
man. Disarmed. He's got no hammer. Okay, Fiend keeping Use disarmed right now is huge. Just no more weapons until the stock's over.
That was
oh,
very
yeah,
creative.
look at that. Steals the weapon. KO. GG. Well, not yet, but
Get ahead of yourself.
Good stock.
But
Good stock.
It's very huge to be up against Yuzaceros, as we saw in the previous game.
Yep.
Fiend, oh man, putting the neutral stick there, expecting the fast fall, but no, Yuz is really taking his time, waiting for that ideal weapon spawn. He finds it, goes to the falling nair, but Fiend doesn't jump into it. Fiend been playing a pretty grounded game so far in general, and no, I thought a spear nair was coming out, but Fiend has been so patient in these neutral scenarios, and there it is. Uses weakness, gets the neutral light over the edge, and
He's not patient, he's calculated, dude. He's calculated.
Yes. Well, it's
yes,
something.
if you say so, Boda.
I mean, it's like, I feel like to be the kind of person to calculate in general, you do need a little bit of patience. Because when I'm thinking about those moments, I'm like, dude, I'm spear nairing the second I can act again, right? Like, and in those cases, when he was following Yuz in the air, waiting for him to land,
he's being fluid with his decisions. Yeah. Okay, off the side. Whoa, Fiend. What? He just threw his weapon down like he didn't want it anymore. Here he goes with the spear now, but Yuz dashes in with a home run swing, disarmed off the side. Fiend decides to steal the weapon instead while Yuz is disarmed. Now's the perfect time. Yuz clearly looking for a weapon. There's one. Fiend steals it. No weapon for you. No weapon for Yuz.
D-Light recovery a little bit harder on the spear. Oh, Yuz still surviving.
Okay, Yuz got he's got the axe now.
Neutral light
sends
hits.
him off the side. Fiend going deep for the edge guard here. What's it going to be? Oh, weapon throw. No one expected that. Ow! Wow, pixels away.
Okay.
I thought there's no way he can make it back, and then I have panicked. I was like, oh, wait, he's totally going to make it back.
Fiend is really respecting Yuz's recovery, and he's doing such a great job with it. It's been a D-Light recovery at the top, and now those double weapon throws to get him off the edge. He's like, okay, I'm not going to let you hammer nair me on the way back again. We're going to make sure that you go down, and I'm not losing my stock with you.
Oh,
Stomps there, bounces him off the stage, though, and that's so
nice jump
much.
from Yuz. Now Fiend desperately searching for a weapon.
Really wanted that stock to end, that neutral sig.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Yuz, the Taros has completely neutralized Fiend's spear neutral lights.
That's true.
Like,
that's true.
Like he's tried it since he switched out the Volkov, and it has not been working like it was with the Volkov. Uh-oh, Stomp Cider. Can Fiend make it back to the stage? Avoids the weapon throw. He's got nothing left but a dodge just in time to finish it off. He jumps away. He knew
He just hops over it. Yeah.
Even though Yuz didn't have a dodge while off the side of the stage there from using a gravity cancel, Fiend still respected the edge guard and did not even bother going down there. It ends up costing him as Yuz steals the stock away from Fiend. Here we are, man, down to the final stock here. Are we going to Game 5 or is Fiend going to Losers Finals? We're about to find out.
Let's see.
It all comes down to this stock here.
Yeah, Yuz has been whipping a lot of the neutral sigs off the stage, but Fiend has really just been respecting them. I haven't seen the punishes
he's not punishing him, though. He just doesn't want to get hit by it, which is understandable.
Yes, yeah, but Yuz has clawed his way back in because of that. Every hit that Yuz gets, Fiend has to hit him like 3 more times back, just to the nature of how these
God, dude, Fiend hasn't got a weapon in so long. Yuz is weapon starving him out, and it's costing Fiend so much. Nice punish from Fiend, but he's taking so much punishment. Fiend is in the danger zone. Is it really, is the Taros going to bring it back? Yes, it does. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Game 5.
Wow, that down sig angle
and
was
Fiend pouring out the salt, and I totally feel it, man. I get it. I get it.
Is this where Yuz brings out the Vector Game 5?
No. Why would he do that? That would be so silly.
Well,
that would be if
there's no way. Oh, he left Brawlhaven open. Oh, that's surprising.
Wait.
I saw the selection. Yuz went straight to Brawlhaven.
Of course he did. Fiend didn't ban out small Brawlhaven. Oh my goodness.
Okay, Game 5.
Is he trying to make a message here? Is he trying to?
Well,
why wouldn't you ban this stage?
I did notice that on Mammoth Fortress, I felt like the survivability, in the end, benefited Yuz a little bit more than Fiend towards the end, where Fiend was still getting knocked out at the same time.
Yes.
So maybe,
especially with how Yuz was using the neutral signature.
Yeah.
That kind of, it doesn't matter how big the stage is if he lands that neutral signature.
And if down sig's knocking you out at that point in red on Mammoth, like
I guess this isn't as crazy as it seems. He's just got to get it.
Oh, he's
just got to play it right.
Oh, that Cider would have been huge if he was able to get it. Okay, Fiend could get an early deal
Yeah,
recovery.
if he gets the early stock here, that is huge, and he can carry that momentum into victory here. But Yu's is still alive, and so he's still a threat. That's going to do it. Nicely done by Fiend.
Good
He caught him
adjustment,
off
too.
the edge with that downlight, and he knew not to jump because of how low his opponent was when he landed it.
Yeah.
That's really good on the fly thinking there from Fiend. And a huge lead to start. Now weapon starving Yu's just jumping around, searching for a weapon. Will Odin bless him? And yes,
Yeah, it did.
that worked out really well for Yu's there. Now he's got the hammer, which has been the source of his success for the most part against Fiend here. Using this hammer, and oh my gosh,
that
he's,
was so
he's really
close.
trying that.
It would have just been equalized. He
It
charged
probably would have ended the stock, yeah. He would have had to
again.
follow up on it afterward, but he's had no trouble with the follow-up.
All right,
Look at him
Fiend.
juggling while
That was
attacking.
sick.
This is nuts. Fiend's popping off. A full stock ahead now, but can't get comfortable. You
Yeah,
cannot
right.
get too comfortable
Use
here.
his posturing over
This
the
is
right side. It's
still-
like,
yeah,
I'm Taros.
yeah, I am Taros. This is my house.
Approach me.
Oh, nice. Dashing under with the downlight. Fiend's going deeper in
Nice.
that card.
Weapon throw.
Yus can still make it back.
Oh,
man, that was perfect.
I can't believe Yus made that back.
Yeah,
on the drift.
he really played that perfectly. He knew exactly how far he could fade away and still make it back. Oh my gosh. That's toxic. Use this gameplay as toxic right now, dude.
It's pretty predictable and it's really enjoyable.
It's just
for me.
that, yeah, it
It's
is predictable.
but
it's like, if it works, that's the end.
Oh, down air, side
Oh,
air.
that'll do it. That'll do it.
I did just have to remind myself that was Fiend's first stock. It was like it looked
Yeah,
like he
yeah.
just took the lead, but Fiend did a wonderful job. That unarmed nair almost takes him down. Dodges through the side air, but
Is that
side air will
enough?
get it.
Not quite. Fiend
Down
going
air?
deep for the edge guard. Man, Fiend always goes out there and makes a presence with the
Yeah.
edge guard. You don't get a comfortable ride back to the stage. Fiend's going to make you work for it. Even if he doesn't attack, he'll go out there and be like, I'm here. Psych, psych, psych. What are you going to do? And then he comes back and doesn't even attack. But that obviously affects how they're coming back to the stage. And with all of that said, Fiend's up by a full stock right now. This is game 5. There's no more second chances for either of these players. Whoever loses this game right here, right now, is out of the tournament in 4th place. A very commendable performance, but not quite the podium, and you know that matters to these guys a lot.
Oh man, how does Yus bring this back? Sidelight, side air, neutral sig. That's what I'm calling it. Because at this
Okay.
point, Fiend is running
Let's
away
see
with
it.
it, and
Coach Taza gave him the play.
The axe is gone now, so I guess it's just hammer, neutral sig, whatever. But like Yus is just getting knocked around. Okay, nair off the top could do it.
Dude, I won't even be comfortable if Fiend goes down to the last stock.
Yeah,
Even though
it's basically
Hughes
even.
is so close, yeah, I would not be comfortable.
Okay, that's
Not quite
huge.
enough, but so
Fiend,
close.
Fiend,
So
I
close.
think, could delay recovery at this point, and it would work. He's looking for that downlight
Yeah,
starter.
yep. A downlight will finish it off. He's going out. Is he going to get it with the side air?
That-
Oh, what? That's so close.
Oh, no,
Off
weapon
the side
throw.
now. Fiend might be in trouble here.
Side airs
Hughes
it?
sticking with the axe,
Oh.
and Fiend loses his weapon as he throws
Grab
it
out
at
of
Hughes.
recovery here. Weapon starve. Okay, has an axe. So hammer's primed.
You are so putting yourself in Hughes' shoes right now, aren't you? You're just
Okay.
like, dude, okay.
Can't even game.
We'll hit him with the
well,
weapon
okay,
throw.
I'm just thinking
and
from
then-
the. I'm thinking from the. Okay, and I'm not saying that uses cheesing.
No, I do
here,
that all the
but-
time.
but I'm
Wow.
thinking from the perspective of like, all right, how do I steal this ranked win from this guy right
Here we
now?
go. Last stock. It
That's
comes
not
down
out.
to this. Psych! The match is over and Fiend wins. You thought it was going to be close? No. Fiend closing it out in the podium. Let's go Fiend. Hashtag Let's Go Fiend. Spamming the chat right now probably, I think. I can't see it, but let's go Fiend. But a
Very good
major,
performance.
major congratulations to you
And what's-
for bringing it to a Game 5. After such a devastating
Yeah.
2-0
Yeah.
deficit, he brought it back to Game 5.
Most impressive
Rode it out
thing
to the last stock.
about Fiend for me there is that he lost on Brawlhaven, thought he should try something different. It's like, nope, adapted how he's going to play there.
And he
in
just
game
changed
number
it,
5,
yeah.
and he crushed it.
We were convinced that the stage was just no bueno. Like,
Yep.
it was not going to work in this matchup. This is clearly in favor of Hughes.
Mm-hmm.
And Fiend was, you call it stubbornness, call it whatever you want to call it. He made it work. He was like,
Yeah.
nope, let's go back there. And we've seen that before in tournament matches. Noel, for instance, right? I mean, I'm just
It is the
the
best
first person
example.
that comes
Noel's
to
the
my
best
mind
example.
in terms of I lost on the stage, but we're going back there because I'm pretty sure I need to
Yeah.
beat you. I think of Noel, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of that happens with a lot of players here. I don't think this was that. I don't think Fiend was like, no, I have to beat him on this stage to prove to myself that I can. I don't think that's the case. I think you were right. I think he realized big map looked like seemed like it would be the way, but it's actually turning out to help him more than it's helping me. So we need to go back to the small stage, and I just need to win in all the interactions as often as possible.
I mean, yeah, when you put it that way, so easy. Crack
all
the
I
code,
need to
right?
do is,
all I need
if
to do
I don't
is
get
just
hit
win all the time.
and I hit him a bunch, I'll win this match.
But yeah, and I think we got to see that in real time because I was thinking the same. Okay, I can only assume what he's thinking. But my train of thought was, we go to Mammoth, I live a little bit longer, I keep playing the way that we're doing it. It didn't turn out that way. Hughes lived forever, went back to Brawlhaven, adjusted
Hughes
his
had
play.
me sweating, man. I was looking like a GG easy victory here for Fiend as he crushed those first 2 games. And then Hughes really brought it back, like commanding. I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
The Taro's swap up really is making the difference here. You got to wonder what would have happened if he started with the Taros and not do 2 games of Volkov. Vector. And it's not that it's not that Taros is greater than Vector. It's that clearly Fiend had Vector all figured out, dude. How many spear neutral lights can you land before you know that you've got this guy on read?
And you seemed just as surprised as you were when the Lance Sider got stuffed by neutral light
he's
5
like,
times.
This doesn't happen. That's not how it works.
Every time you went back to stage, it's like, okay, I can't play the game. I guess I
had to switch it up. And the hammer was like, the difference was night and day.
Yeah.
He was really getting it done with the hammer, no problem against
So Fiend's not leaving the screen.
He is not leaving the screen, right? We're going right into the next game where Fiend is staying, and he's got Power Ranger waiting for him. Power Ranger having lost the previous match against Wes in the winner's final means that we've got a lower finals here of Fiend versus Power Ranger happening right in front of our eyes right now. Here we go.
That we do. And Fiend still on the Tory going against Power Ranger, who's sticking on the Koji after that loss against Wes. Wes waiting on winner's side, grand finals, undefeated so far. And Fiend still on Brawlhaven, going up against Power Ranger, as he's a little bit of a damage deficit. Power Ranger really weaving around the spear with the bow quite well. And Fiend tried to go for that weapon spawn switch up, but Power Ranger was 1 step ahead of him, and now he's in a weapon-starved scenario. Nicely done. Power Ranger, he just goes for the edge guard. He doesn't even want to grab that weapon.
Ooh, man.
So good.
Power Ranger's feeling himself. You can tell by just how fast he's pressing A and D on the keyboard there.
It's one of those moments where it's like he knows he can feel how much pressure he has on his opponent, and he's like letting you know.
That's
right?
a real thing, man. That happens. That happens, and it's a great feeling having that power, right? And you could see Power Ranger. I can tell he is basking in that power right now. Fiend loses his first stock, but he's got Power Ranger on the ropes here. Might be able to equalize before he takes too much damage. That's a good start. Looking for the edge guard here, and wow, dude, Fiend, he's the master of that. Yeah. He goes out there and puts on the pressure. He doesn't always take a swing, but he goes out there and puts on the pressure, changes the way his opponents recover back to the stage, creates some predictability for himself, and slams the killing blow. He just did it again.
He is one of the few players when the edge guard begins, there's no doubt about it, he is continuously holding in the direction that he hit the opponent. There's no hesitation. He's just drifting out in that way so they can get as close as possible to get that edge guard.
And then you'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Step 1, get over there, get to him. Step 2, fiend it up.
And I guess the benefit of that, whether it is with spear or sword, is that you get that upwards momentum with the downlight without having to use any of your mobility tools. So it's really useful for Fiend to be able to apply that pressure and still have more jumps to make it back than his opponent does. Now Power Ranger at a deficit despite the early lead, and that silent neutral light could give him that side air edge guard.
Fiend looking for the finisher. Is that enough? Yeah, Power Ranger knows it's enough. He just fastballs.
Good down
for
air,
the knockout there. And look at Fiend with a pretty significant lead right here. You can't get too excited about this lead because we are playing on small Brawlhaven. It's the smallest map in the competitive map pool, or really just in all of the map pools, actually. This is the smallest stage in the game. Ooh, watch out. Looking for his gap.
Oh, that was a sick down air. Doesn't get a recovery afterwards, though.
And
Fiend!
Oh,
beautiful.
Man, come on. That's nasty.
Weapon throw. Oh, doesn't get. If he got that connected, I wondered if he was going to go for the dive kick, but the D-Light recovery hits, and Power Ranger equalizes the stocks, waits for that weapon spawn coming in, but we don't quite see the confidence and the pressure that Power Ranger has over Fiend that we saw on the first stock. Fiend has really taken control, and look at that. When you get D-Light ground pound, nair, unarmed.
Yeah, I like how
Fiend
uses the ground pound off of that slide kick. That's the highest damage option out of slide kick. And slide kick's got options, right?
Yeah.
You can do I think any move out of the slide kick.
When you're unarmed, yeah.
Yeah, the unarmed slide kick. You can do any move off of it. The highest damage option is certainly the ground pound, and Fiend knows it. If a knockout is not viable, oh, Fiend
Beautiful.
takes game 1 off of Power Ranger. But need I remind you that is the current defending world champion?
Yes.
That Fiend just took game 1 off of.
You do need to remind me.
Need I remind you?
Because it's not. It's like I'd be like, "Are you sure?" I was like, if I didn't watch and see how great Power Ranger did,
I must remind you.
Yeah, Fiend, that was just clean.
was
Over 100
clean,
damage
yeah.
lead coming out from Fiend. And after that first stock, Power Ranger completely lost the momentum. Fiend just took it and never let it go. And now we're going to be going into game number 2 with a lead for Fiend. And this is where, like, all right, sure, Duke, you've got the top 3, but if Fiend wins over Power Ranger, you're
then we mess up the
predictions are a
order.
little- yeah, the order gets messed
Let's
up.
go, Fiend.
And this is huge because I'm definitely in the same boat when it comes to this logic where I'm like, I expect Fiend to be top 4 in every event. I have not, in a long while, expected him to win it. And this is pretty cool.
And that's reasonable, you know, and Fiend fans will forgive you for that because, hey, the reality is Power Ranger and West have been dominating this region in 1v1 for a while now. And Fiend, despite being the king of this region for so long in the past, the crown has shifted, you know?
What?
Wow, what a play.
The down stick base the recovery and he pivot neutralized.
Yeah, a pretty unusual move selection from Fiend, but that's exactly... Expect the unexpected with these two, that's for sure.
Recovery catches the jump. Fiend's ahead. He's playing pretty incredibly. Power Ranger's looking a little lost in it. He's picked up the sword, but the spear, man.
And what a change. Oh, that's big. Fiend, he touches the wall and drifts out of the way just in time. Again? No.
He made it back.
Yeah, there's no way he can do it twice.
Okay,
yeah.
I was wondering if Power Rangers stared him after the touch, but no, he hit him into the wall. Sweat beads were still active, but that was a pretty impressive recovery attempt from Fiend, considering that was 2 stuffed recoveries.
He escaped 1, and it was like, oh, a miracle. And then it happened again, and I didn't have any more faith after that one.
Oh, recovery.
Nice combo.
And he
from
did that
Power
down
Ranger.
air while sweating, so he had nothing left. He just used that dodge to get it through. Nice job with the side light. Okay, it's so close. Fiend switches over to the spear. Oh, down light hits it, but Fiend returns with a nair. Oh, the side light whiffs.
Barely avoids that. Man, this is a good game. All right, Fiend's in the danger zone.
Danger. That's one way to put it. I did not think that neutral stick was going to knock out.
Major danger right there.
Deleted Fiend now suddenly at a deficit. And I mean suddenly. Like, we were getting ready. It's like, okay, it's that time in the game.
Yeah.
He's almost red.
Uh-oh, don't count him out yet, Taza. He's about to finish the stock. Oh, my gosh. Woo, what a play.
No.
What? How can this be? Oh, my gosh.
Did he turn
slipping
around?
through the grasp of fate. Power Ranger somehow makes it back up onto the stage here.
Oh, let's see if we can salvage that.
Oh, no,
That's
every bit
that's
of
a
damage
momentum
he's
killer.
getting is just so tragic right now. Okay, Fiend closes out the stock, not before taking a bunch of damage on this final stock. Still doable for Fiend, but Power Ranger is in a power position right now.
Right.
As he threatens to take the game away from Fiend and tie up the set.
Oh, I love the nair on the spear after that neutralite. Avoids the nair from Power Ranger, but Power Ranger just jumps, matches Fiend on the edge, Pogo once, but the nair, he doesn't rise with it, he falls with it, and Power Ranger
Fiend's
gets the
in
downer
trouble.
side
Fiend's in
air.
trouble.
Okay, that was crazy.
Oh, what a hard read.
Oh, he tried it again. He tried it. He tried exactly what he was going on for the use.
You're right, dude. He's playing for the highlight reel still. This is
It's like after 2 stuffed recoveries and failing the ground pound on the edge,
like, I need a highlight. I need
no dodge? No.
Oh, that's it. Man, that neutral air was caught so high up in the air that it actually got the killing blow.
I really
the
was
knockout.
wondering what he was going to do because Power Ranger just whiffed gravity cancel down stick, so that he's dodgeless for a while, and Fiend hits him with the side light, but I guess he whiffed the punish afterwards, and Power Ranger just takes the nair off the top. Yeah, right there.
Man,
super close on damage.
that is unfortunate. There had to have been a better punish off of that gravity cancel down sig than side light, right? I'm thinking jump, gravity cancel down light into a ground pound, into whatever. But the side light was, I mean, it was something, and he needed something. He just had to, like, don't let that go unpunished. But, you know, in the end, he jumped, And catching that Nair that high up. I mean, had he been a little bit lower, the Nair wouldn't have gotten the knockout. Well, here we are. Sets tied up 1-1. We've got a spicy match happening.
Ooh, Power Ranger. Hits the side air. Oh, that neutral stick came so close, but Fiend gets around it. Spear picked up, switches. Oh, no, Power Ranger. Okay, I really thought he actually stopped Fiend from picking up that sword.
Yeah.
He got it. That was like, it was so close.
But
to
Power
stealing
Ranger
it.
is maintaining control here. Pretty far ahead of Fiend. Oh, on the corner. Corner interactions here. Fiend's in trouble. Deep in the red. Power Ranger now has him in kill range. He could knock him out at any moment. One downlight's all it's going to take for Power Ranger to seal the deal here. But Fiend just continues dishing out the damage. Power Ranger without a weapon now. Fiend's got the opportunity.
Nice weapon throw.
Oh, man.
Cool.
Fiend did everything he could to starve that, but Power Ranger was just too well positioned and reacted too quickly to get it done.
Whoa,
now Fiend doesn't have a
he tried
weapon.
it.
Power Ranger. Oh, okay. Fiend
That was
regrabs
a good
the
weapon
spear.
throw. Oh,
Was
he
it
gets a
enough?
recovery?
Not enough. Power Ranger trying to make
That's
something
it.
happen off his weapon throw. Yeah, even though the weapon throw didn't land, it created that opportunity.
Yeah.
It sure did.
There was a whole like 60% of the stage that Power Ranger's like, I can't touch this. And then by the time he landed, the Fiend got the landing with the side sig. And Fiend at a deficit all game, but now in the lead with stocks. Let's see if he can get one hit in. He does dodge. Power Ranger went from the downlight side air, and Fiend back dodged out of the way, but no, he goes down, and that's an even game.
Perfectly equalized here. Look, the set's tied, the stocks are tied, even the damage is tied.
Yeah, the symmetry
this
is pretty crazy.
This is just a great match altogether. All right, Fiend desperately searching for a weapon, and Power Ranger doing a great job of punishing Fiend.
He gets it.
Tried to steal the weapon away from Fiend, but Fiend grabbed it real quick.
Yeah, he decided to. Fiend was like, if I'm going to get hit by something, I'll get hit.
It's worth, worth getting the weapon. Yeah.
Okay. Power Ranger's been going for a lot of these anti-air neutral lights. Silent comes through with the downlight, doesn't hit. Two pogos. Fiend gets the weapon throw, pick up side air, ground pound. Let's go,
huge.
Fiend.
One more. Oh, man, Power Ranger's just so slippery off the edge.
Chase
You can't catch
dodges.
it. Here comes Fiend with the edge guard. Nice again. Just the power edge guard from Fiend.
I feel like sometimes Fiend has like this combo multiplier to his like internal score. Like the further the combo goes, the crazier it gets, and the more likely his opponent's stock is gone.
You can feel the momentum as Fiend starts getting going. Oh, that's a nice down air from Power Ranger. Fiend guards his recovery back to the stage with a well-placed weapon throw.
Oh, gets the dodge down.
Oh, this spear is about to fall out of Fiend's hands if he gets hit again.
Oh,
nice.
Back
Swaps
dodge.
over just in time. Avoids the slide kick from Power Ranger. A lot of moves that Power Ranger can do will finish off Fiend here.
Fiend,
nice weapon throw.
It didn't work out, but Fiend traced. He was like a shadow to Power Ranger in the air with how well he was tracing his movement on the ground without jumping. He was just waiting for that landing. And Power Ranger did get the upper hand, but I really thought that was going to work out for Fiend. And oh man, just like that. 3 hits and Fiend's behind.
Okay, Fiend pretty hurt here, but Power Ranger not far behind. This is anybody's game, but Power Ranger starting to take it. He's got the momentum now. Oh my goodness, he's got Power Ranger, or he's got Fiend in knockout range. My goodness, he hasn't been hit in so long. Power Ranger just has total control over this game right now. Fiend too afraid to even re-grab his own weapon because Power Ranger was too close by. But wait, the tables are being turned. Fiend's going for it. What a weapon throw! Let's go, Fiend! Oh my gosh!
And that is exactly what I'm talking about. The entire game feels like the struggle back and forth, and then Fiend gets the combo started.
I was sure he was losing.
He's just going to end it, and it's those edge guards. He's so fantastic with it. We're going to see 2 of these in the game. The side stick catches the landing, but it's when he takes his opponent off stage and he goes out, he uses that chase dodge, baits out all these jumps, then he gets the side air after he touches the stage. Look at this. This was crazy.
Love the
dodge
slow-mo
That's
sounds.
when you know. That's when you know it's over, right?
And then this weapon throw, bro. Ooh,
I didn't
perfect.
realize
So
that
perfect.
Power Ranger did the panic dodge in afterwards, and Fiend looks at it and he goes, "You're done."
This is it. Yeah.
He
This
gets
is it.
him, and it's like,
this is it. Look at Fiend, how much less damage Fiend has, but still came away with the victory there. Ooh, boy.
But now
we're going right back
here's
in, folks.
the character that you were waiting for.
Oh,
This is it.
my gosh.
Yep.
They finally pushed him to it.
Match point.
Wait, no, but that's Power Ranger. That's Wes's secret weapon. Is this also Power Ranger's secret weapon? They're just one and the same now. They teamed up together for so long now that they exist as one.
I definitely mixed them up. I was thinking, I was like, all right, we were waiting for the Macho Man.
That's the Wes, yeah. Wes is. If it was Wes's Macho Man, he'd be using charged OG colors. That's how you know.
That's true.
They take their loadout seriously. Like South American players, like they got their loadout and that's what they roll with.
Sure, it is just a combination of Brawlhalla cosmetics, but this is the Fiend loadout.
This is the Fiend loadout.
He owns this loadout.
And we saw somebody else earlier rolling with the Fiend loadout, very intentionally, calling out for Fiend with that. Here we go. Oh, Power Ranger tries to catch him with the pivot recovery, but Fiend not falling for it. What's going to happen on the corner here? Dodges his way in. Ooh, slams the recovery. Power Ranger without a weapon gets knocked out. First stock going to Fiend.
Oh man, it's just Fiend's fate whenever he's going against this lower bracket run, and he's fighting against a player who's maining a certain character, and then all right, it's time for the heavy weapons, right? Power Ranger braces out, backs against the wall. It's time to see if you can deal with Power Ranger's axe and lance. Cider comes through, weapon throw. That was great. He dodged up, and then he immediately fast fell down in reaction to the weapon throw. Avoids getting hit by that. Holds on to the stock. Oh, the down things are coming out. Power Ranger's trying to catch him off guard with that chainsaw attack, and there he goes. Side air hits him, and he falls to the left side of the map. Now Power Ranger, axe picked up, sidelight, nair, delayed ground pound, catches Fiend off guard on the dodge, and Fiend takes a ton of damage here on the second stock as that downer down sig comes through. Power Ranger with so much damage on the Fiend, and Fiend going for the weapon throw up into nair, doesn't connect, and Power Rangers equalize this game with a single down air, or down light, trying to get the stock lead now as that Cider comes through, and he weaves right through the weapon throw from Fiend, picks up the sword, not enough. Power Ranger, lance in hand, about to take the lead in game number 4. Let's see if Fiend can stop it. It's an edge guard opportunity.
It's anybody's game here, man. They're both so damaged with 2 stocks remaining. Oh, that's going to take it. Okay, Power Ranger takes the stock lead here, but you saw how quickly it could get equalized. Stocks are going to fly, but if Power Ranger can hold on to this, dish out some damage,
Silent
it's going to put us into a Game 5 situation.
Oh, weapon throw. Let's see.
As much as I want Fiend to win, I can't resist a good Game 5, man. That would be pretty sweet.
Cider
okay.
hits.
Oh, man. What's going to happen here?
Huge.
What's going to happen here?
I'm really like, okay, this is reigning champion, Power Ranger, match point, down a game against Fiend. Fiend could win this 3-1, but Power Ranger doesn't want to let it happen.
Wait, Power Ranger's just leveling up right in front of our eyes. He is ascending to power levels we have not understood. Okay, he's really trying to land chainsaws right now.
Nair, weapon throw, recovery, picks it up. Doesn't get another nair. Power Ranger switches the axe. He's looking for the side air finisher.
Oh, really?
Sidelight deal.
Oh, my gosh.
No dodge, no dodge. Nair hits. Fiend's got that combo meter going.
Oh,
the ground pound. Power Ranger.
Here.
Oh, he gets the second one.
He's on his way to grand finals. Oh, no.
Oh,
this is so close.
Fiend got
Power Ranger is fighting for his
recovery, but it's
That's not enough.
Okay, it's so close. Whoa, Gravy gets the deadly. That's it. Fiend knocks out Power Ranger 3-1.
Fiend's going to grand finals. Oh my gosh, what a match. What a well-fought fight. Oh man, that was exciting.
Dude, Fiend with the clutch factor. How did he was in deep red against Power Ranger in a fresh stock?
He took a whole stock,
and that was not like 5 D-Light Ciders on sword. That was
right.
He put every single spear move in the kit into that combo.
With some weapon throws and dash jump pivots, and Fiend just popped off, dude. I can't believe it. He's made it to grand finals, dude. Oh, boy.
Okay.
Woo!
Oh, what a crazy.
This is a good one.
What a crazy start
This is going to be such a good grand finals now. At this point, no matter what happens, this is going to be an awesome grand finals. Oh, let's go, Fiend. This is so exciting.
Fiend has been causing every player to break glass in case of emergency as he's been going through this lower bracket, right? He brings in the match point.
Macho Man on Power Ranger is break glass.
I've knocked Fiend out before. They're like, why is it so tough to fight him now? And Fiend's just playing on another level. And now going up against Wes. Is Wes even going to lead in with the Volkov after he's watched both Use and Power Ranger now go down to this Fiend of a player? Like, what on earth?
He's got to be sweating. He's got to be worried about it, right? Well, wait, he's not that worried about it because Wes already beat Fiend in winter semifinals.
What was the scoreline?
It was 3-1.
3-1. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't a 3-0.
So it wasn't a 3-0. So he's at least a little bit worried.
Yeah.
But so we've already seen Wes versus Fiend earlier on in the day. Wes did win that, but it's so different now, dude. This is grand finals.
That's right.
This is thousands of dollars, many thousands of dollars on this single match. Who's gonna win it? It is the difference of several thousands of dollars. That's crazy. Like, I'm just telling myself that again. This match is worth several
I'm
thousands
excited
of
to
dollars.
see what ideas Fiend comes up with to deal with Wes on the side stick on this X. Because
Dude,
the way
well,
that
if
he's been
got
charging
spear,
it,
it's easy. He's just gonna downlight, right?
You know what? That's a great point.
Fiend's got great options to deal with.
Wait, he's already got a stock. He already got a
What?
stock.
How's that for an option?
16
a
seconds.
16-second
Wow.
KO.
Okay.
16. Not 60. 16.
And he got it with the spear ground pound as well, really catching Wes off guard. Now Wes just kind of like, hold on, I just loaded into the game.
Yeah, he's
Give
like,
me a
yeah,
second.
chill out, Fiend.
Like any sooner, and honestly, he could have just been like, oh, lag, because that was so fast that he got knocked out. But no, wow, Fiend just destroyed
He
him.
is powered up. Now remember, Fiend, he's got to reset. Even if he
That's
wins
true.
again,
Yeah.
best of 5, that's
Yeah,
only
yeah.
going to reset the bracket. He's got to defeat Wes twice.
What?
Oh,
What?
the weapon
throw?
throws put a stop to it.
Oh, but the down stick hits and he swipes him away off the right side of the stage. I did not
was
think
great use of that
is-
signature.
there's so many Volkov things that I'm learning today, and apparently weapon throw will interrupt the side stick even if it catches
Yeah,
you.
it's
It's got
the
enough
on-hit
distance.
effect is
Yeah.
so long on that signature.
Oh, the neutral catches him on the way through. No dodge from Wes as he jumps. Air dodges. Weapon picked up. Spear. No. Sidelight whiffs. Gets punished and then punishes him back. Pogo does not connect. Ground pound not going to catch Wes off guard this time. And Wes, while at a damage deficit, is getting edge guarded here. That could...
Tricky.
That was interesting.
Tricky Ricky
That was-
over
yeah,
there.
I like that.
Props to Fiend for not falling for that trickery.
Yeah.
I would have totally fell for that. I'd be like, oh, I got you now. You're totally, wait, what? I'm dead?
I think it was the only move he had available that would have gotten him above the wall technically. I think neutral stick would have bonked his head. So yeah, it was tricky. If Fiend
Do you think
fast
he
fell-
might have been trying to like drift back into the wall,
well,
like use that?
I think it was more like he was like, okay, maybe if Fiend fast falls and weapon throws, I catch him with the back swing.
Right, yeah. I mean,
and you were
do
right,
so,
Fiend didn't
you
fall
may as
for
well
it.
do something. It's
Yeah.
that or just fall, you know?
Wow, Fiend, really great start here
Nice
in game
punish.
1.
Yeah, but you know what? It's not too far away for Wes to
What?
bring it back,
Wes?
especially when you consider how huge the lead that Fiend had was. Wes is actually, he's making this pretty scary.
Oh, Wes gets pogoed. Fiend can do it again. Weapon throw, nicely
Ooh,
done. He's
nice
trying to put
weapon
those
throw.
neutral lights, but he plays around it. Oh, the dash.
He is he's so hyper aware. His spacing is perfect on that side signature. I can't tell you how many times I've run into that side signature. Fiend's got it all locked and loaded.
And it's scary because it's got that active input. You can just swipe him back or forward depending on how you want to hit
big
him.
punish. Perfect
Oh,
punish
Fiend,
from Fiend.
please.
Woo, Fiend.
Yeah,
Oh my God,
that's
my
it.
hero. Fiend. What a beast.
Yeah,
What
show
a
us.
beast, dude.
Show us why we're not used to seeing Volkov spam signatures like that, right?
Dude,
that is exactly what I want to see.
I mean,
that neutral
look
stick
at
was
that.
so beautiful. He micro positioned for it too. He's like, okay,
Yeah,
wait out the move.
What a difference. We've been seeing players absolutely fail to punish those signatures that Wes is doing.
Yeah.
And now Fiend comes up and he's like, let me show you how it's done.
Look at that.
him reposition. And then what an ideal signature to land on this. And then to top it off, he does this massive edge guard where he really dives down there for a weapon throw to end it. My goodness, what a game by Fiend. Okay, first game going to Fiend. That's a great way to get started here, but remember, this is Wes, man. This is the champ. This guy has won more 1v1 tournaments than we can count. And I can count pretty high. I don't want to brag. I'm pretty good at counting.
Pretty good at counting.
I'm pretty good at counting.
We do a lot of
I
counting
have
here
lost
on the-
count of
on Raw
Wes's
Esports.
tournament wins, man. He is just a true champion. And there was once upon a time where Fiend had that number of tournament wins, but it's been a while,
They
man.
haven't gone anywhere. They just haven't been as frequent, right?
They
And
haven't gone anywhere.
and
You're right.
that's-
You're right.
And this
Woo,
is
what a dive kick!
what, two-
Unbelievable!
two
I
down
cannot
airs?
believe. Well, he needed
He
to
chase dodged after
He
the first
needed to
one.
land the first one just to make it back to the
Yeah,
stage.
and
Then
then
the second one was swagalicious. He just didn't even.
Oh,
he didn't
man.
stop. Okay,
but
well,
he's in a
yeah,
deficit.
Wes is in a great
we're
spot
being
right now.
crazy about it, but it's like he is recovering.
Oh, here comes the punish.
No, there's
Look
no
at
way.
that.
You can't do that
That's how
against
you
Fiend.
punish it, dude.
Can't do that against Fiend. He's gonna get you.
I think Wes knows it. I want to see the axe down sig come out, and I'm wondering. I think Fiend's just gonna punish it, no problem. Well, we were about to find out.
There's that side sig gets him
Okay,
off the
side
top.
sig lands, no problem. Wes takes the first stock here, and He's deep in red. Fiend could equalize here, but this is what Wes does all the time. Nice punish from Fiend. Even on arm, dude, he lands the punish, no problem.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. Every single...
No way! That's huge! Wes is still going. Okay.
Fiend can reverse it.
Dude, even though he didn't get the knockout, look how much damage he did.
Well, yeah, because you're talking about how on stage, when you're being weapon starved, D-like ground pound is probably the highest damage thing that you can do on arm.
Yeah.
And he got that off stage.
Which is much better, really. Oh, what a dodge. That was perfect. Got him off the side. Wes has enough to make it back. It's going to come down to an edge guard from Fiend, but oh man, he faded away for it. Gave Wes the room, and that's all the room Wes needed. Now he's continuing to push his lead here, and Fiend is just desperate for a knockout. Is that enough? Yeah, even with the bounce off the floor, Wes was so damaged that was enough. But look at the damage here. Fiend is still not in at all a favorable position. I cannot believe that bot dodge worked, dude. What the heck?
And then he got the recovery right afterwards.
He dodged before the ground pound even started, and Fiend still, that's crazy.
Oh, so Fiend might not be in a favorable position regarding damage, but after the last 2 games, I'm pretty convinced that he just has to get something started with a combo on
you're like, it's no problem for Fiend. He'll just achieve Ultra Instinct, and then it'll be fine. That's what we're hoping.
Well, now he's got to do it twice in a row.
Yeah, this is rough, dude. I cannot imagine Wes dropping this. Even Fiend playing out of his mind. I can't imagine Wes dropping it at this point. He's just so far ahead. He's such a consistent player. There's a reason he's sitting here on winner's side of Grand Finals.
Yep.
And it's because he's super awesome.
Oh, and he gets him. He spikes him with the nair afterwards. Recovery comes through. Okay, Fiend was trying to go for the double, but the down air doesn't combo into the side air. Neutral light hits. Oh, that's it. That's got to be it, right? Oh, he waited
a second.
Fiend was so patient.
He's not going to give up. He's not going to give up. But, oh, my God. What? He landed a ground pound at the end of that. Did you see that? The quickest ground pound ever. Wow, that was slick. Okay, Wes taking the game, looking good while doing it. Wes is an absolute king. I want to see that last knockout again if we have the time. Let's see. I loved how he did. It was a down air into a ground pound.
Yeah, we saw the very end
you
of
barely saw it, but the ground pound was there. I mean, there was barely time to land that ground pound. Holy cow! Almost double the damage that Fiend did. Wes absolutely dominated that.
Yeah, Fiend banning out Apocalypse right after that.
Immediately banning Apocalypse.
Yeah, that was one of the first ones. Yeah, we're looking at the damage there, and as the graph goes on over time, we just see. Wes doing better and better at the damage and taking less, and that is exactly what we saw in the numbers as well. Great haul coming up here, and this is cool because Fiend has been getting so many neutral signature punishes off of Wes's neutral signatures that you might as well just continue having the success with the spear downlight. He's been doing I feel like this has been his best weapon of the day for sure, and he's starting off pretty great with these nairs so far. Wes has just been trying to get back onto the ground and not succeeding. Oh, well, okay, what is... I felt like there was a moment of confusion where Wes was like, how have I not hit you yet? Oh, there's the double D-line.
Man, that's big. Fiend has a huge... This is what happened in the first game. Fiend got such a nasty first stock that he was able to carry the momentum into a victory. Yeah,
that was crazy.
16!
Oh, is that it?
Oh!
That's
36?
2 double D-lights.
36 seconds!
And this is what I was imagining with the Great Hall pick here. It is a really great stage for Spear against players that favor being on top of those platforms.
You got a point. Yeah, you got a point. I mean, he landed 2 double downlights. That's... People don't just land double downlights on Wes. You have to catch his dodge for that. You know how hard it is to catch Wes's dodge, dude?
Oh, that's every time.
He has got the punishes.
It's been 100% accuracy.
Yeah, he is so ready with these punishes. We still haven't seen the axe down sig, but I think that's because Wes is not
doesn't feel comfortable doing it.
He's not going to do it in neutral like he was to Power Ranger. I mean, that was it was unusual how well.
Oh, come on, Wes. You're just giving him free damage.
Fiend is so ready for these punishes. It's not working against Fiend.
Well, in Fiend's playstyle, I think really benefits against.
Okay, again, a great punish from. Oh my gosh, how much can he do? I can't believe that Wes actually made it back to the stage there.
Because he interrupted both of the signatures there. Usually it comes through.
Fiend popping off so hard.
He's not even red yet.
What a master.
I can tell you what
You're
Wes
right,
is
he's not even red. That's the 2-stock lead, he's not even in red.
Wes is going to make sure that
especially on a stage like Great Hall.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, there's no way Wes
This has been such an interesting matchup where I feel like the stages are really telling the story here. Like, Wes is just...
You're right, dude. I mean, I wonder, it might not be affecting things as much as we are thinking they are, but it sure seems like it. Whoa! Okay. Wes really went up there for it, and he got it. Fiend coming back with 2 stocks remaining. This looks really good for Fiend, but again, you know, I wouldn't be comfortable
Honestly,
with it.
that was exceptionally risky.
This is West.
If he missed that axe recovery, that could have been the stock.
What has he got to lose at this point? He's so far behind that it was worth trying. Oh, here comes the finish. What?
Oh,
West,
that's
he's
pretty
so
slick.
tricky.
Yeah, Fiend had a lot of options with that weapon throw.
Oh man, he was trying to ledge cancel dash.
Oh, just barely. Went to the left of the stage, and now Wes is turning this around.
Wait a second, Wes is popping off unarmed off the side. Fiend he just cannot get too comfortable, man. This is Wes. No matter how close he is to being knocked out, the fight is not over.
Unarmed recovery would do it at this point. Fiend's looking for the D-Light. Wes
Yeah.
isn't playing around,
Down
though.
like gravity cancel neutral
Would unarmed
signature.
Sair get it at this point? That's
No.
what I want. No,
Well-
you don't think so? It's been a while since Sair was that good.
It's like a riddle. Like, will you can do that with any game. Like, take a screenshot. Will unarmed Sail kill
Yeah,
him?
it's just a mini, it's a mini game.
It's hard to say. No matter how red they are, it's kind of hard to
like,
say.
Maybe. Fiend doubling the damage that game. Wait, I'm doing some mental math. Yes. Definitely did more than double. 588 to 262.
Wow, man, Fiend dominated that one. And I mean, remember the stats from the last game? It was kind of this, but the other direction.
That's right.
That's pretty crazy, man. This is such a good matchup. Wes and Fiend are putting on a show. No matter the results here, I just want to say, what a show these guys are putting on.
I remember during that game, we're looking at the graph there, and it reflects the statement that I made, which was like there was a moment where I felt like Wes's reaction to the situation, he like stood there and he's like, why can't I hit this guy? Because there was just no damage for a good 2 to 3 minutes on the graph before Wes could finally figure it out. And even then, Fiend was like 3 stocks in orange by the time Wes was on 1. So that was just destruction coming out from Fiend on that game. And that means we're 1 game away from a bracket reset.
From a reset.
Reset.
Would that be the first reset of the Winter Championship? Did we get any resets
I
last?
believe so. I mean,
no, we got 1 reset in Australia, I think.
It would
There
be
was
a
at least
pretty
1
big
reset
deal.
in the Winter Championship.
Wes is now on Fate. Or is that Scarlet?
Oh,
wait, hold on. I always get confused.
that is
I always
Scarlet.
get confused.
That's Scarlet.
When I see
That's
the hat, I see the hat first, and I make the judgment.
no one's gonna blame you for that one.
And then I look at Scarlet's face, and I'm like, oh wait, that's Scarlet.
You're not Fate.
How dare you trick me with this outfit?
Yeah, imposter.
But no, we've got Scarlet coming out from West, so that's Hammer and Lance. In
That's
game number 4.
that's some very Wes weapons. That's a really This legend actually seems like it would work out really well for Wes. I mean, his Lance is totally unmatched in this region. And obviously he's got hammer prowess. So
oh my gosh, Fiend came so close 3 times. Wes just barely avoided getting hit.
I know, but and he could just end himself. No! Oh
come
my
on,
gosh!
It was almost it was
we
so
wanted
perfect.
it. Come on.
we know what it is now.
Yeah, I saw it coming, dude. I can
think
see
that
that
one
coming
would've
from a
knocked
mile away now. You see him throw the spear up, you're like, oh, hold on to your seats. Here comes
At this
the
point,
Fiend.
it's not even like a sudden off the cuff thing. I think Fiend just has that down to the point where it's reliable.
It's locked
It feels
and loaded.
pretty reliable.
I think so. Oh, Stomp Cider, that'll
at it.
do it. Even with 2 stocks remaining apiece. Remember, Fiend is just 1 game away from resetting the bracket. Oh, how exciting that would be.
I guess Stomp Cider is more reliable than D-Light, Nair, weapon throw up, recovery, ground pound.
That's a little more reliable.
Oh, what? He caught him with that? I can't believe it. He had to have just barely started sliding off
Holy
the
cow.
stage. Okay, Wes.
It's starting to get away from Fiend here. Well, you can't. Ooh, nice. You can't blame Wes for going for it again when it just worked.
Oh, he thought he was going to release the Lance recovery a little bit earlier, and instead he gets in front of it.
Wes is starting to achieve a state where like everything he tries works, and I think Fiend is right to just try to keep him weapon starved here, but oh no, nope, perfectly timed, perfectly positioned. Here comes Wes with a hammer.
Oh, okay, all right, do it again.
Perfect time for a Stomp Cider from Wes.
That's true.
Definitely got Fiend in knockout range.
See, he didn't have the stop, so he didn't.
Oh my gosh, dodge
lucky.
everything, dodge everything. Can't get hit once.
I can't. Oh, the down two, but then he gets the neutral light afterwards. Fiend loves to do that. The down air,
dude,
how?
I love how he just fast fell and went for it. There was no jumps to readjust for that down air. There was no drifting around. He knew where Wes was going to go to avoid him, and he just fast fell and got it.
And on top of that, That's the second time that we've seen Fiend really succeed with the down sig pivot neutral light. And he didn't even use it at the edge that time. He used it in the middle of the stage. He got the dodge off of Wes with the down sig, neutral light's another way down, and chases him off stage for that fast fall down air. And now Wes
that'll do it. Nicely done
gets
by
the
Wes.
sidelight recovery, but some damage was taken, and Wes was by all means super in the lead before that edge guard.
Yeah. So Fiend equalized here, and now here we are with one stock remaining apiece. It's either going to be a game 5 or a bracket reset.
Oh, we're close to that reset photo. It's so close.
Dude, I
Cider comes
want
through.
the
Can you
reset.
imagine Fiend gets the reset against Wes, but Wes
Whoa!
fighting back.
Oh, that could have just been the end right there.
Wait,
Wait a
Wes low.
second. This is an opportunity
okay.
for Fiend. Okay.
You're never
Star
really
is going
low
to steal
on
that
jumps
weapon,
when
starve
you
him
have
out.
Lance.
Wes unafraid to engage unarmed. In fact, winning all of these engagements while unarmed.
Yes.
That's 3 engagements he
sig?
just won unarmed.
I have a
Now he's
feeling.
got the Lance. It's not looking good for Fiend here, man, because Wes could definitely nab Star. Oh, be careful.
Okay, Fiend, okay.
Oh my
Down
God.
hits.
No.
There's the
what?
neutral stick. He gets a punish.
That's the punish.
Oh, he
really?
gets the double
He's
delay.
going for the double,
Okay,
dude.
he faded around. I actually thought he fast fell
I
into the
can't believe
recovery.
he went for the double. He had it with the cider. Well, maybe it wouldn't have knocked
he
out.
did. I think he wanted the guaranteed knockout. Double weapon throw, triple weapon throw. Get the
It's over. Game 5. We're going to game 5. Holy cow, dude. What a roller coaster.
Wait. I need to see that editing again. That was so... Dude, Fiend had that. What happened? I need to see it again. Where is it? Production. Okay, we're probably not going to have time. Well, actually, they haven't loaded into the next game really quickly because this is game 5. So this is... It's game 5, right? I think
Yes,
so. Yeah,
it's game 5.
It's game 5. So this is...
Look
okay,
at this
so
madness.
the weapon throw comes through, and Fiend waits out the... Okay,
Oh,
he barely
that should
misses
have
the
been a
recovery,
down air.
and
That should have
then
been a down air instead of a third weapon throw.
I wonder if he meant to delay gravity cancel downlight, like wait till the very end of the dodge to get the downlight, and it didn't come through. I'm not sure there because that ground pound, it just came out a little.
Dude,
too
it also
late.
could just be like huge pressure and a really huge
You're
match,
right, you're
and
right.
like a
that
little.
wasn't
oops.
exactly the,
Like-
the most textbook edge guard situation. That was pretty crazy.
It just got wild there for a second. All right,
It's
here we
so-
are.
yeah.
Game 5. If Wes wins, the tournament is over, and he will be the supreme champion. If Fiend wins, we reset the bracket and go again. You decide. You decide what you want to cheer for here.
Okay, Fiend so far so good, playing around the neutral sigs. Wes really likes to go for the slide trick to the
Oh,
neutral
that's
sigs when
nice.
he's got him on the edge. Fiend can turn this around though. One pogo, goes for the second one.
Yeah, we
straight
need
up.
like 4 more pogos, and he has
mean,
this.
that's a Fiend play. No,
You're right.
Like
You're right, you're
the
right.
second he gets the first hit off stage, I'm like, uh-oh,
It wouldn't have
combo
been
meter.
that crazy for him to do that. Oh, Stomp Cider disarms Fiend, even though it didn't knock him out. That disarm.
Oh, that's classic.
He can still make it back?
Oh.
No way! Oh my God. It's deceptive, dude. You
It
think
is.
you're safe, but you're not safe.
It is the dive kick killer, right? For sure. That steam
Oh
comes
yeah,
out, it burns
it's
your
such
legs
a
off.
counter.
It's
such a counter to
it's
that.
perfect for it.
That's huge, man. Wes is on his way to victory here.
Oh, stop.
This is
there.
a really, really big lead for Wes.
All right, Fiend.
For Fiend to come back from this would be, it almost seems insurmountable.
Nair
to
recovery's a good
me,
start.
I am like, how can you possibly do this? But
Well, when he
can,
switches to
he'll
the
find a way.
spear, he
He'll
gets the
find a
double
way.
D-light recovery right here.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
no,
you know what? You almost called it.
Well, okay,
oh,
that's huge.
beautiful punish, but it's not enough. He
No
uses his
dodge?
dodge early. Fiend's going out there to take advantage of it, but his dodge was back by the time Fiend got out
Now
there.
no weapon.
Here he is without a weapon, and Fiend is starving him out. Looking for the killing blow. Fiend has got to close it out soon.
Recovery?
Whoa. Oh, that's what? I thought a downlight would have been optimal there. Oh,
Same.
the pogo. Weapon throw to finish it. What?
Okay, Wes. All right, I respect it.
That was, you're right. That was tricky.
Wes has
That
gone
could have
for
made
the
the
like.
difference.
He's gone for the like. Maybe Fiend will go crazy and go down here and like play almost
It's
every
a
time.
safe bet, I think.
And why not? Because I mean, the alternative is just you go down without a flashy haymaker. And
Right.
Fiend gets the edge guard. It's close. Okay. Oh, he tries to go for the
man,
down.
yeah.
Nair recovery maybe.
There's no way just a raw sidelight downline is going to work on
He hasn't
Wes.
beat
I mean,
Wes's neutral. Or I guess Wes hasn't done very many side airs to begin with on Lance, but I haven't seen that neutral light beating the
yeah,
side
an
of the
unusual
ledge.
lack of side airs from the Lance player here.
Oh, down sig.
But that's Wes. He does. Wes is his own meta.
That's true. Okay, recovery
Ooh.
misses. Nice side air. Fiend tries to get
Dude,
the down
Fiend's got to
air.
make this stock worth. If he goes down now, I think it's going to be too much to make it back from.
This is a good start.
He's got to take the stock. And
He
he's
picks
on
the
his
spear
way.
back up. Oh, he falls. I think that was supposed to be sidelight, but he gets the pogo. Weapon throw could come afterwards, but he doesn't want to challenge Wes's recovery. I totally agree.
And the platform got in the way there, too, at the last second.
It got in the way, and it provided him a platform for hitting the down sig on Scarlet, and that is brutal.
This is the last stock that Fiend has unless he can win this game. It's match point.
Oh, he's close to getting this to be dead even. No way he gets it dead even.
What's he going to be? How's he going to do it? How's he going to? You're right. You're so right. You're so right. But Wes is still going to be able to make it back. He can't get comfortable. What? Oh. He just let him come back? He got comfortable. He had no weapon. I said he can't get comfortable, but he got comfortable.
I wonder if what Fiend was doing there, he was thinking the only way I get this edge guard is if a weapon spawns right on top of me. And instead the weapon spawned on the left.
Dude, I mean, you know Fiend could have calculated a slide kick ground pound.
But when it's game point grand finals,
you got a point. No, you got a point. You got a point. You got a point. It's just asking to get hit by a fully charged recovery.
You have no weapon, they have a weapon.
Oh, man, this is getting dangerous. Wes is on his way to winning this tournament unless Fiend can really make it
recoveries.
happen.
Oh, but the weapon throw down to side air. Wes misses the pivot Sair, but the recovery catches Fiend's recovery. No dodge, but Fiend doesn't punish the stop. Sair means he's low on jumps.
Fiend's in trouble. He used his dodge. Wes is looking around for a weapon, but he can't find one. Fiend steals the weapon at the last second, but Wes totally unafraid, unarmed. Doesn't matter. He's good. Now he's coming in with the lance. That would have totally knocked out.
Oh, sidelight. No chase dodge in air.
This could be the end of the tournament right here if Wes takes it. Two big hit away.
Can he get the third?
No, that's it. That is it. The tournament is over. And Wes is your South American Winter Champion. Oh, man, that was so close. And as disappointed I am as a Fiend fan, I'm satisfied. Not only did Fiend make it to grand finals, but he put on a wild show, man. I mean, he is a bastion of epic gameplay in a sea of Brawlhalla madness. What a beast. Even though he lost that, I am a proud Fiend fan right now. And major congratulations to Wes for taking that victory all the way through winner's side. Even against Fiend, even against his teammate Power Ranger, he didn't drop a single set in that whole tournament.
Yeah.
GG.
And none of the predictions, at least from on the analyst desk, had Wes at first.
Oh, yeah.
It was all second
Get
place.
wrecked, predictors.
All the way through.
Oh, wait, no.
I totally lied.
TWK's coming out
over.
here. TWK rushes onto the set to tell us.
He got all three?
He got a perfect? TW, check the Discord.
Check the Discord
I got a
Oh,
perfect
my
run.
goodness.
Let's go, TWK.
Look at that.
Let's go, TWK with the perfect decider. How did he know?
How did he know?
How did he know? Well, it's TWK.
He's just that darn good.
Yeah.
Wow, Wes. Man, Fiend. Okay, there's a lot to talk about here.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Maybe we can't because the tournament just ended. But I just want to say, Fiend had like a gauntlet of outplays in the lower bracket, and it's so exciting because for a long time I had settled down on the storyline of like, Fiend's always going to be there in top 4, but I'm not really a player that I'm going to have to worry about stealing anything.
No, there was a very real chance, that Fiend was going to take that tournament, and it was so exciting, dude. I mean, just defeating Power Ranger. How many tournaments is Power Ranger the one to defeat in grand finals? He managed to take that guy out, and still Wes was too much. He overcame the odds after losing to Wes in the beginning of top 8. He lost 3-1. He outperformed himself from earlier today and was so close to actually taking it there. But, dude, Wes with the switch to Scarlet, I didn't see that coming. That really made a difference.
And he played Scarlet like he was playing Volkov. It's his own brand of play where it's like none of the things that you're doing with these weapons are anything that I could even remotely consider to be standard. But it looked awesome. And beating Power Ranger. Knocking Power Ranger out, Fiend getting the upset over Power Ranger, having that Grand Finals matchup, man, what an incredible tournament.
It was a satisfying Grand Finals, man. Yes. I'm super stoked on that. That was an awesome tournament. Thank you, South America, for such an entertaining Friday night here. But that's the end of the tournament, and the Winter Championship's not over, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a lot more tournament action for you. In fact,
less than 12
tonight, if you right after this tournament, we're gonna send right after this broadcast ends, we're gonna send you over to twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla, where Southeast Asia is happening right now, followed by. Well, no, Southeast Asia is happening right now on stream, and you're gonna be able to check that out. We're gonna head right into winners final. Tiger versus Sire happening in winners final right now. How do I know that? I'm all over the place.
You are.
I
You
just
got
have
it.
somebody in my ear telling me.
But that's right. We
And
gotta
then
close it out.
tomorrow,
Yeah.
we're going to have the European 1v1. And then on Sunday, the finale of the Winter Championship with North America 1v1. It's going to be awesome. We appreciate you guys watching, and we will see you tomorrow. I mean, there's still more happening tonight, and so Brawlhalla's
Yeah,
not
we
over.
gotta
But
get this closed.
personally, we
will.
will see you tomorrow on the broadcast. Check brawlhalla.com/schedule if you're trying to figure out what time it starts. And thank you. Good night. We'll see you then.